Marshall Peak Chapter 5561 Sect 2 Great Emperors. Of the 3 World Tree clones, Yang Kai had given one to Wu Kuang, which left him with 2. Wu Kuang was in quite a precarious position as no one knew when Mo would awaken. The stronger Wu Kuang was, the more he could utilize the power of Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction. This was the reason why Yang Kai wanted to send Wu Kuang there as soon as possible. No matter how powerful Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction was, it was an inanimate object which could do nothing if no one was manning it. Only a stronger Wu Kuang could utilize the complete might of the Grand Array and continue to suppress and seal Mo. The World Tree clone plus the Heaven-devouring battle law would ensure that Wu Kuang could grow stronger in the shortest amount of time. Otherwise, he would not have boasted that he could advance to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm in just 3,000 years. It had to be noted that Wu Kuang was currently just a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Who has been titled in the Star Boundary? Yang Kai asked again. Getting a title did not mean advancing to the Open Heaven realm. It meant being acknowledged by the Star Boundary's will, and obtaining a title granted by the world itself. In truth, the person obtaining the title would just be at the peak of the Emperor realm, but unlike others in that realm, he or she would be a great emperor. Generally speaking, every universe world had their own great emperors. The number of great emperors was dependent on the limit of the universe world itself. Just like the small universe of an open heaven realm master had limits, so did real universe worlds. In the entire history of the Star Boundary, only 10 great emperors could be born in the Star Boundary. This was the limit of the Star Boundary. There could be no more great emperors. To a universe world, once every great emperor had their own position, there was no additional vacancy. Unless a great emperor perished, no other great emperor could be born. Originally, the Star Boundary had 9 great emperors including Yang Kai, but after returning, Yang Kai could clearly feel that there was another great emperor. When he was chatting with his parents, they had also mentioned this, but they did not mention who it was. Hua Qingxi replied, "It's Pastoral Great Emperor." Dong Hengchun added, "Do you remember Shi Zhuang?" Even though Yang Kai's cultivation was profound and his memory was superb, he didn't have much of an impression of this name. Nonetheless, he found it a little familiar, so he should have heard of it before. Pondering for a moment, it suddenly came to him. The disciple elder Yu Changdao of Free and Unfettered Paradise took a liking to? Duan Hengchun affirmed, smiling, "That's right." Yang Kai suddenly realized, so, it's him. He happily continued, "So to say, he is also a member of my High Heaven Palace." Hua Qingxi added with a smile, "Yes, Palace Masters. Now our High Heaven Palace is a sect with 2 great emperors." Even though many great emperors of the Star Boundary were quite close to High Heaven Palace, everyone had their own backgrounds and none of them were from High Heaven Palace other than Yang Kai. Pastoral Great Emperor, whose title was so down to earth, was different. He was born in the Star Boundary, and had joined High Heaven Palace. Now, counting Yang Kai, High Heaven Palace genuinely had 2 great emperors. Yang Kai remembered Shi Zhuang because he was one of the first disciples to benefit from the World Tree clone's feedback. In the past, when word about the World Tree clone's miraculous benefits spread through the 3,000 worlds, various cave heavens and parodies had swarmed to the Star Boundary to establish their Tao temples in search of talented disciples. Free and Unfettered Paradise's elder Yu Changdao was quite lucky and found Shi Zhuang soon after his arrival, and immediately intended to take him under his wing. Unfortunately, Shi Zhuang's widowed mother, Lu Kaixia, strictly adhered to her deceased husband's final request that Shi Zhuang only join High Heaven Palace. At that time it was Yang Kai, leading High Heaven Palace and various masters of the Star Boundary, who drove off the demon race. Some 200 years after great demon god Mo Sheng was killed, High Heaven Palace's prestige was at its peak. The entire Star Boundary had an inexplicable fervor for High Heaven Palace, and all cultivators dreamed of joining it. Shi Zhuang's father had departed this world before the boy was born. He did not have much talent in cultivation, but before he passed away, he left a will and hoped that Shi Zhuang could join High Heaven Palace someday. Yu Changdao wanted to take Shi Zhuang as his disciple, but Lu Kaixia was reluctant. This matter had given Yu Changdao a big headache at that time. One had to know that he was from Free and Unfettered Paradise, and a 7th Order Master. Furthermore, he personally stepped forward to receive this disciple. If any cultivator had obtained this opportunity, They would be dancing with joy and immediately kowtow to him. Lu Kaixia, however, failed to appreciate this opportunity, and instead wholeheartedly followed her deceased husband's will. In the end, a compromise had to be reached. Yu Changdao became a high-ranking guest elder in High Heaven Palace, while Shi Daozhuang became Yu Changdao's disciple after joining High Heaven Palace. Everyone was happy. So to say, Shi Daozhuang was a High Heaven Palace disciple as well as a free and unfettered paradise disciple. As it turned out, Yu Changdao had quite a discerning eye. Shi Daozhuang's growth had been extremely rapid after he had started cultivating. He advanced to the Emperor realm in a short span of 200 years, obtained the acknowledgement of the Star Boundary's will, and earned the title of Pastoral Great Emperor. After that, he advanced directly to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. His future prospects were simply limitless. In the past, he was Shi Daozhuang, and now he was Pastoral Great Emperor, the Star Boundary's 10th Great Emperor. Duan Hongqian and the other Great Emperors could enjoy the World Tree Clone's feedback, which increased their cultivation speed, and naturally so could the Pastoral Great Emperor. Furthermore, his foundations were far better than the current Great Emperors. He had advanced straight to the Seventh Order, which meant he had a chance to reach the Ninth Order one day. In this regard, even Yang Kai could not hold a candle to Shi Daozhuang. His limit was the Eighth Order, and although he had yet to reach the peak of his realm, it was next to impossible for Yang Kai to break through to the Ninth Order. Wonderful! Yang Kai rejoiced. No matter what the background of the Pastoral Great Emperor was, so long as he could advance to the Ninth Order, he would become a cornerstone of the human race. Thanks to the invasion of a powerful external enemy, the human race no longer had much internal strife. Even though there were quite a lot of geniuses who had advanced straight to the Seventh Order, their growth would be extremely slow. Shi Daozhuang was different though. His growth time should be much shorter than others thanks to the World Tree Clone in the Star Boundary. There's also something that Iron Blood and I haven't announced to the public yet. In fact, we haven't been able to make up our minds about what to do, but since you're back, we'll ask for your opinion, Duan Hongqian added. Yang Kai stated, Senior Hongqian, please speak. Duan Hongqian replied, actually, I don't think you need me to tell you this, but since you just returned, you probably haven't noticed yet. The limit of the Star Boundary seems to have increased. Yang Kai was momentarily stunned after hearing this before he tried to focus and sense it. A universe world's limit was tangible and fixed, but normal people could not sense it unless they were a great emperor like Yang Kai or Duan Hongqian. No matter how high one's cultivation was, it was extremely difficult to perceive this as it was related to the acknowledgement of the world itself. The number of great emperors depended on the capacity of the universe world. The larger the capacity, the more great emperors it could give birth to. The Star Boundary had always had a total of 10 great emperors at maximum. Logically speaking, after Shi Daozhuang became a great emperor, the Star Boundary's capacity should have reached its limit, making it impossible for another great emperor to be born. Despite that, Yang Kai discovered that the Star Boundary still seemed to have some room to accommodate more, which meant the Star Boundary's capacity had not reached its limit. When did it start to change? Yang Kai was astounded. I don't know. Dong Hongqian shook his head. In the past, the Star Boundary had never been able to give birth to more than 10 great emperors. We only had 9 for so long we did not pay much attention to it. It was only when Pastoral was titled that we noticed that the Star Boundary had still not hit its limit. Furthermore, it seemed to have continued growing over the years. The World Tree Clone? Yang Kai pondered. Duan Hongqian nodded. Apart from this, I can't find any other explanation. As you know, a universe world's capacity is directly correlated to its Grand Tao. Some universe worlds' Grand Tao is stronger, so their capacity is larger. Correspondingly, the number of great emperors they could give birth to is higher. Under normal circumstances, the limit of a universe world's Grand Tao is fixed, and that was also true for the Star Boundary. So, the number of great emperors was also fixed. But now, after years of the World Tree Clone's nourishment, the Star Boundary's Grand Tao has become stronger. This should be the reason why the world's capacity has increased. Yang Kai nodded his agreement. Makes sense. Duan Hongqian continued with a smile. Right now, only a few people besides the great emperors know about this matter. We haven't publicly announced it. Yang Kai knew what was going through their minds. There might not be any strife among humans right now, but everyone still had their own selfish motives. In the current star boundary, the Tao temples of various cave heavens and paradises had many disciples. Naturally, Duan Hongqian and the others were more inclined to have the star boundary native cultivators become great emperors and occupy the final position. As such, the more star boundary great emperors there were, the stronger their overall strength would be, and the greater their position in the human race's hierarchy would become. Do you think we should announce it to the public? Duan Hongqian asked. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before agreeing. Let's announce it to the public. Presently, the 3,000 worlds has been invaded by foreign enemies, uniting us all in a common cause. In times like this, it would be quite petty to hide such a fact. Also, announcing it should stimulate competitiveness in the younger generation. Although the star boundary's capacity has increased, it seems to only be able to give birth to one more great emperor at most. It might increase in the future, but that remains to be seen. Not to mention, we won't be able to hide this forever. Someone will eventually rise up to take that great emperor position. Duan Hongqian nodded. Then we'll follow your lead. Head manager, find an opportunity to spread the news. The nearby Hua Qingxi nodded her acknowledgement. Leave it to me. A great emperor might not be much on its own, as it was just another emperor realm master that was a little stronger than normal after all, but a great emperor of the star boundary was another thing altogether. Duan Hongqian, Zhan Wuhen, and the other great emperor's rapid growth was obvious to other cultivators. Everyone knew that it was thanks to the World Tree Clone's feedback. If they could be titled as a great emperor in the star boundary, it would definitely save them a great deal of time in the future. It was quite easy to imagine that once this news was disseminated, it would create a cultivation frenzy among the younger generation. There was only one position and everyone would compete for it. Whether one could compete or not would depend on one's potential. The star boundary is too crowded. Yang Kai suddenly looked outside and said, in the past, various cave heavens and paradises came to the star boundary to establish Tao temples, dividing up some of the territory. At that time it was nothing to worry about. Although High Heaven Palace enjoyed quite a popularity in the star boundary, it alone was unable to nurture all the rising talents. So Yang Kai was more than happy to share the burden with the cave heavens and paradises. It was a win-win cooperation. Only, with the migration of cultivators from other great territories, in which even cave heavens and paradises lost their millennia of heritage and foundation, a single star boundary was unable to meet the needs of the entire human race. The sight of all the remaining forces and elites of the human race gathered at one spot might have looked spectacular, but in fact, it was quite detrimental to their development. Originally, Yang Kai had been hesitant about creating another star boundary, but by the looks of it, doing so was imperative. Not only could it relieve the pressure of the star boundary, but it could also resolve some internal issues of the human race. Not to mention, if there was another star boundary, there would be more great emperors like Duan Hongqian and Zhan Wuhen in the future. Martial Peak, Chapter 5561, Myriad Monsters World. Yang Kai was flying through the vast void of the new great territory, accompanied by Hua Qingxi. There was no one else apart from these two. Since he had decided to create another star boundary, Yang Kai naturally would not dawdle. He was now the commander of the profound Nether Army, so he could not stay away for an extended period of time. High Heaven Territory did not have suitable universe worlds, so he could only search the new great territory. The new great territory has many universe worlds, but only 12 are habitable, and basically, all of them are overcrowded, Hua Qingxi reported while pointing forward. That's Tranquil Blue World. Humans of 100 great territories have migrated here. Yang Kai looked ahead and saw a faint blue universe world. In the vast and endless void, this universe world could not be considered big, but it was quite beautiful. At first, this universe world was only habited by living creatures of low sentience, but after the migration of over 100 great territories, the entire tranquil blue world was bustling with activity and buildings of all shapes and sizes could be seen everywhere. Humans were quite a tenacious race. Although they had to part with their homeland and settle on this strange universe world, the flames of the human race's development had spread throughout the entire universe world. Tranquil Blue World's Grand Tao was not very strong, but it was not that low either. It was not a problem for a cultivator to advance to the Emperor realm here. and the capacity of this universe world was enough to support the birth of several great emperors. Yang Kai did not stay here for long though, and continued to explore with Hua Qingxi. As Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi traveled to one universe world after another, he gradually gained a better understanding of the new Great Territory situation. Indeed, as Hua Qingxi had mentioned, there were 12 habitable universe worlds in the new Great Territory, and humans who had migrated from other great territories had more or less settled down on all of them. Furthermore, as there were too many humans, some of these universe worlds were as crowded as the star boundary. Are there any other universe worlds? Yang Kai asked. It was actually quite simple to create a second star boundary. He just had to pick one from these 12 universe worlds and plant the world tree clone on it. Then, after a few centuries, it would naturally turn into a second star boundary. In the beginning, the star boundary was almost shattered, but after the world tree clone was planted on it, it became an open heaven realm cradle. On the other hand, these 12 universe worlds were completely intact and even flourishing. Be that as it may, Yang Kai had his own plans. Palace Master, what kind of universe world are you looking for? Hua Qingxi did not know what Yang Kai had in mind. There are 3 more universe worlds besides these 12 habitable universe worlds, of which 2 worlds Grandaus are incomplete. It would not be a problem for ordinary mortals to migrate to those worlds, but if cultivators live on them, their cultivation would progress very slowly. What about the third one? Yang Kai asked. There is also a universe world whose Grandao is quite strong, but its environment is a bit special. Great monsters run rampant there. Furthermore, there are many great monsters at the peak of the Emperor realm, so it would be quite dangerous for humans to reside on it without any protection from powerful masters. It was not that High Heaven Palace was unable to exterminate these great monsters. If a few open heaven realm masters were deployed, the monster race would not be able to mount any resistance. It was just that it was their territory to begin with. If High Heaven Palace really did this, it would be inhumane and go against the heaven's will. So, when they arranged for the humans to relocate to the new Great Territory, this universe world was not taken into consideration and simply left alone. Yang Kai's eyes lit up after hearing this. Let's go take a look. Hua Qingxi quickly led the way. The two arrived at the periphery of a universe world half a day later. Hua Qingxi pointed at the giant universe world and introduced. This is it. Senior Martial Beast named it the Myriad Monsters World. When we discovered this place, Senior Martial Beast personally entered it to inspect it, and subdued a few great monsters. Now those great monsters are subordinates of Senior Martial Beast. High Heaven Palace did not try to subdue the Myriad Monsters World, firstly, because it was inhumane and counter to the natural order, and secondly, it was because of Marital Beast Great Emperor. Martial Beast Great Emperor's Grandao was about controlling and taming beasts. He was naturally very fond of a place like the Myriad Monsters World. Yang Kai looked around and immediately understood why Hua Qingxi said that this world's environment was quite special. This world was filled with an extremely ancient and savage aura. It was no wonder that the monster race ran rampant here, and great monsters could be found everywhere. This environment was perfectly suitable for the monster race. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He was unaware that there was such a world in the new Great Territory. It must have been discovered by High Heaven Palace after he entered the Black Ink battlefield. Let's go down and take a look. Yang Kai beckoned, leading Hua Qingxi into the Myriad Monsters World. As soon as Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi entered the Myriad Monsters World, great monsters with higher cultivation seemed to have sensed something as they raised their head, looking towards the void. But how could these great monsters see him when Yang Kai had deliberately hidden his whereabouts? Myriad Monsters World was quite large, bigger than any of the other 12 universe worlds Yang Kai had investigated before. Covering the entire Myriad Monsters World with his divine sense, Yang Kai could indeed detect the aura of many great monsters here, every one of them at the peak of the Emperor realm. With such powerful cultivation and the tyrannical physique of the monster race, their strength was quite impressive. Be that as it may, as these members of the monster race had no contact with the outside world, they only relied on their instincts to cultivate. The peak of the Emperor realm was basically their limit. They could not advance any further. The current cultivation path of the human race was passed down by Tsong and other 9 martial ancestors, which allowed them to open up a small universe in their bodies and break through the shackles of their universe worlds, allowing them to attain far greater strength. The divine spirit's cultivation mainly focused on purifying their bloodline. The purer one's bloodline was, the stronger they would be. As for the monster race, their cultivation method depended mainly on taking human form, and then using the human's open heaven realm cultivation method to break through from their equivalent of the emperor realm to the open heaven realm. The monster race of the myriad monsters world had never even seen humans before though, so how would they assume human form? Therefore, no matter how profound their cultivation was, they had always maintained their monster form. Some of them were incomparably massive and looked quite magnificent from a distance. In fact, when the monster race ruled the universe in the early ancient era, they had their own cultivation methods that did not involve taking human form to constantly improve their strength. However, the monster race's cultivation method was lost with the destruction of the early ancient era. Whether it was the early ancient era's cultivation method, or the open heaven realm method of the human race, the monster race of the myriad monsters world knew nothing about them. Thus, they only maintained their monster forms and the peak of the emperor realm was their limit. This was the world's shackles on them, the constraints of this world's grand Tao. The monster race on the myriad monsters world had quite a huge population. There were quite a lot of great monsters here, but none of them were able to break their shackles without a proper cultivation method. This problem had plagued the great monsters of the myriad monsters world for countless eras. They had tried to solve this problem, but had never been able to. As Yang Kai continued to investigate the myriad monsters world, every great monster on it started to become restless. Although they were unable to detect Yang Kai or his aura, they still instinctively felt that a great catastrophe was looming over their heads. The monster race's instincts had always been quite sharp, so the strongest among them could faintly feel that someone had entered this world, someone whom they could not resist. It was not like this had never happened before though. Several hundred years ago, when Martial Beast Great Emperor had entered the myriad monsters world and subdued a few of the strongest great monsters, he too had given them a similar feeling. The surviving great monsters had personally witnessed this strange individual's strength. The strongest of the great monsters were unable to fight back against that tiny figure. That same feeling had once again descended today. All the great monsters began to lie low for fear of being targeted. They were also unaware of what fate befell those great monsters who were taken away by that human, but they were unwilling to hand their life and death over to others. The movements of these great monsters naturally could not escape Yang Kai's investigation, who actually found it quite funny. These monster beasts' instincts are quite sharp. Be that as it may, he had not come here to subdue these great monsters. Although the monster race here was quite amazing, he did not attach any importance to them. At some point, Yang Kai came to a stop as a smile appeared on his lips. The next moment, his divine sense flooded the myriad monsters world like a tide, completely enveloping it. Immediately after, the great monsters who were hiding in their lairs heard a loud sound like a bell tolling in their minds. The sudden intrusion of that sound immediately made the great monsters panic, but very soon, they discovered that the sound that had appeared was not lethal or anything of the sort, just rather noisy. Furthermore, that undulating sound seemed to be subtly guiding them. Immediately, the intelligent great monsters calmed their minds and began carefully comprehending it. The great monsters relied completely on their instincts to cultivate, but those who could cultivate to the peak had naturally opened up a degree of sentience that vastly exceeded that of common monster beasts. After this enlightenment, some great monsters went wild with joy, as if they had seen the road ahead in their ever-stagnant cultivation. After half a day, in a mountain valley filled with flowers, a great monster spat out its monster core and followed the guidance of the sound in its mind, carefully tempering it. In another place on some mountain peak, another great monster similarly spat out a vibrant five-colored monster core before its blood essence started surging and monster chi filled the surroundings. In the middle of the sea, a giant whale emerged from the water, its monster core hovering over its head. In the middle of a forest on the plains on the snowy mountains, great monsters spat out their monster cores after seeing the light in the darkness, and began cultivating with all their heart. In an instant, monster chi filled the myriads monsters world as powerful auras began to suddenly emerge one after another. Hua Qingxi's mouth went agape at the sight of this and she immediately turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Palace Master, what did you do?" She had no idea what Yang Kai had done. All she noticed was his divine sense surging. stirring the calm myriad monsters world the next moment. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I taught them a cultivation method." Hua Qingxi was shaken up by this revelation. Yang Kai's words might be simple, but she knew that this cultivation method was definitely far from ordinary. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to see such changes so rapidly in the myriad monsters world. Currently, the monster race relied on the human race's open heaven realm cultivation method, but judging by the momentum of myriad monsters world's great monsters, they wanted to break through with their monster forms alone. How could such a secret art be simple? This was definitely an extremely profound and ancient method. In fact, Hua Qingxi's guess was correct. What Yang Kai had passed down was indeed an ancient cultivation method, used by the monster race in the early ancient era. This ancient method was long lost with the destruction of the early ancient eras. However, in this universe, if anyone knew this ancient method, that would be Wu Kuang. When Yang Kai and Wu Kuang parted ways at the primordial heaven source grand restriction, Wu Kuang had taught him the monster race's ancient cultivation method. It was not that Wu Kuang foresaw the existence of the myriad monsters world. Rather, if Yang Kai wanted to advance to the ninth order, he needed this ancient monster race cultivation method. Martial Peak, Chapter 5562 Negotiation. Inside the myriad monsters world, great monsters began to cultivate after receiving the ancient cultivation method, causing the entire universe world's world force to thrum. Meanwhile, Yang Kai found a spirit peak and began setting up a universe array. He had left multiple universe arrays in the new great territory, mainly to facilitate High Heaven Palace disciples' exploration, but there were none in the vicinity of the myriad monsters world. Although Hua Qingxi did not know Yang Kai's intentions, she did not ask any questions either. Her palace master always had his reasons for doing things. All she needed to do was assist him. There was no need to ask any question. Half a day later, a new universe array was finished. After which, Yang Kai started building a sturdy universe temple around it together with Hua Qingxi. At this moment, the monster chi of the first great monster to start cultivating using the ancient method suddenly soared. Immediately after, lightning started flashing in the clear sky before a thick purple bolt suddenly emerged out of thin air, striking straight towards the great monster. The next moment, a towering wave of flame spread from the location of the great monster, burning everything in its path. The flames were so hot that even the local space began to crack. Immediately, a beastly roar resounded throughout the sky. Yang Kai looked up, immersed in his thoughts. By the looks of it, if the great monsters wanted to break their shackles, they would also need to go through some suffering, but it was not that it was unexpected. The human race's advancement to the open heaven realm was not a smooth path either. Although humans did not have to face heavenly tribulations when they merged yin, yang, and the 5 elements into one before splitting heaven and earth apart in their bodies, they would face many internal troubles, and the slightest mistake would result in death. This lightning and fire tribulation was probably a test from the heavenly way. If the great monsters weathered it, they would have a wider world ahead of them, but if they couldn't, they would perish on the spot. Be that as it may, the great monsters of the myriad monsters world were bound by the shackles of the Grand Tao here, and without a suitable cultivation method, they had tempered their bodies for many, many years after reaching the peak of their current realm. It should not be difficult for them to overcome this lightning and fire tribulation. Yang Kai had no intention of lending a hand. In any case, one had to depend on themselves in such matters. Outside intervention would ultimately be counter to the natural order. The lightning and fire tribulation became fiercer and fiercer, and the beastly roars became louder and louder. Finally, after several hours, things slowly calmed down. Things might have calmed down in the original spot, but there were still many great monsters trying to overcome their own lightning and fire tribulation in the myriad monsters world. The universe temple was also finished on the spirit peak by now. With 2 powerful open heaven realm masters working together, it was a simple matter to build a universe temple. Suddenly, a fearsome aura rapidly approached from the horizon. Hua Qingxi and Yang Kai both looked up before Yang Kai proposed with a smile, "Let's go meet our new friend." Walking out of Universe Temple, Yang Kai spotted a big and strong snow-white tiger. The enormous tiger was some 70 to 80 meters tall, and radiated an intense monster chi. Its massive body was giving off quite a huge pressure. Its eyes alone were as big as a water tank, But because it had just gone through the lightning and fire tribulation, it also looked quite miserable. The giant tiger's eyes flashed with vigilance at the sight of Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi as it instinctively took 2 steps back. Yang Kai sized it up from top to bottom before lightly nodding his acknowledgement. Not bad. It had just weathered the lightning and fire tribulation, but it was radiating a pressure comparable to a third-order open heaven realm master. Given time, this great monster's achievements would not be too low. Humans' open heaven realm cultivation method had its own advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that those with great aptitude could reach the sky in a single bound. For instance, the seedlings who could advance straight to the 6th order or 7th order would immediately possess such strength the moment they ascended from the Emperor realm. The drawback was that the advancement to the open heaven realm came with an innate shackle. The lower one's aptitude was, the lower would one's future limit be. It was for this reason that every 7th order elite was extremely treasured by the human race. On the other hand, divine spirits had no such shackles, and neither did the monster race. The divine spirits' advancement depended on their bloodline power. The purer one's bloodline was, the stronger one would be. The monster race's ancient cultivation method focused on tempering one's monster core. A monster beast relied on their monster core to improve. The giant tiger had just broken through, but it was already as strong as a 3rd-order open heaven realm human, but this did not mean that its limit would be the 5th order. As long as it diligently polished and tempered its monster core, with ample opportunity and aptitude, advancing to the 6th order, 7th order, 8th order, or even 9th order equivalent was not impossible. In a sense, the human race's open heaven realm cultivation method could be said to be flawed, or at least incomplete. Yang Kai had only recently understood this. Even if he had noticed it though, he was unable to do anything about it. The open heaven realm cultivation method was passed down by Tsang and the other martial ancestors from the late ancient era. Millions of years had already gone by since then, and the human race had always relied on this cultivation method to grow stronger. Without the open heaven realm cultivation method, humans would have been stuck in the Emperor realm still, never having achieved the greatness they had today. Don't be afraid, this king has no malicious intentions. I just have some matters to discuss with you and the other great monsters. Yang Kai looked at the giant tiger with an amiable look on his face. The giant tiger let out a growl as the vigilance in its eyes became even stronger. Who knew if it understood Yang Kai or not? Realization suddenly dawned upon Yang Kai as he muttered, I forgot that you have never communicated with humans before. Saying so, he stepped forward, stretching his hand towards the giant tiger's forehead. The giant tiger was startled and instinctively tried to dodge, but how could it? It helplessly watched Yang Kai's fingertip grow closer and closer before touching its forehead. Its fur all stood on end in fright, but very soon it realized that Yang Kai had no intention of harming it. Instead, many strange things appeared in its mind. Yang Kai floated back as he spoke to the giant tiger with a smile on his lips. Now we can communicate. The giant tiger's eyes widened in shock. At this moment, it suddenly discovered that it could understand Yang Kai. What's more, if it wanted to, it could speak with the opposite party. It tried to open its mouth, asking in somewhat broken human language, "W?" Yang Kai replied, smiling, I am the palace master of High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai. How would the giant tiger know what this High Heaven Palace was? Quickly assimilating the new language it had been taught, it asked again, What do you do here? Yang Kai answered, Today, I have come to your precious land to teach you a cultivation method and help you escape from the shackles of this universe world's grand Tao. In exchange, I will send a few people here to cultivate. I hope all of you will restrain the other monster race members and not harm these humans. The giant tiger had some difficulty understanding everything that was said, but it ultimately comprehended Yang Kai's intentions and angrily proclaimed, This place is mine. The monster race was extremely territorial. When it heard that Yang Kai wanted to send humans to cultivate here, it naturally was not too happy about it. Yang Kai responded with a smile, It used to be. The giant tiger was momentarily taken aback before asking, What about the future? This world is mine from now on. The giant tiger understood Yang Kai's words and immediately growled, Why? Yang Kai thought for a moment before replying, Because I'm stronger than you. The giant tiger appeared to have something to say, but it did not know how to put it into words, so it simply chose not to say anything. It leapt up and bit towards Yang Kai. Die. Yang Kai simply flicked his finger towards the giant tiger's head, sending it tumbling back. It was immediately hit with a fit of dizziness and shook its head for a long while, but was still unable to stand up. Only now did it realize that the tiny human before him was extremely strong, so strong that it could provoke him. Yang Kai jumped up and landed on its head before lowering his head and asking, "Is this territory yours or mine?" The giant tiger's eyes took a moment to focus before it replied, "I can't say." The giant tiger's territory was just a small portion of the vast myriad monsters world, and there were naturally others who occupied other territories. Yang Kai immediately understood. The next moment, space principles started undulating as he stretched his hand out and clasped it. What happened next completely horrified the giant tiger as great monsters of all shapes and sizes suddenly appeared out of thin air and were thrown in front of it. The giant tiger recognized some of these great monsters while some were unfamiliar, though it seemed to know about most of them at least. All these great monsters were scattered throughout the myriad monsters world, and were the strongest members of the monster race. But now, all of them have been captured and brought here by Yang Kai. With the sudden change in their surroundings, all the great monsters were a little absent-minded, unable to understand how they suddenly appeared here. Yang Kai ordered the giant tiger, "Pass on my words and see who dares to refuse." The giant tiger was filled with incomparable anguish, but under Yang Kai's strong arming, it had no choice but to communicate with the other great monsters and convey Yang Kai's intentions. While the great monsters were conversing, they would look towards Yang Kai with eyes filled with dread. At this moment, they also came to know who imparted to them the ancient cultivation method. Furthermore, when someone as strong as the giant tiger was unable to resist the opposite party, how could the other great monsters dare to cause trouble? They simply could not afford to provoke this human. The next moment, all the great monsters withdrew their auras as if they had reached some consensus. Yang Kai was satisfied with this. The giant tiger suddenly started speaking. "Those two don't agree, they want to eat you." Saying so, it stretched out its claws, pointing towards two great monsters. The two great monsters who were being pointed at instantly had their hair stand on end, and the hedgehog-like great monster of the two angrily shouted, Nonsense. We agree?" Originally, the tiger wanted to bully these two great monsters he had a grudge with. Thinking they did not understand human language, they would be unable to refute, but much to its surprise, they could speak the human tongue as well. The giant tiger realized that when this human had captured and brought these great monsters here, he must have secretly done something. Yang Kai jumped down from its body and patted its massive head, stating, "Good, since everyone has agreed, this myriad monsters world will be this Yang's territory from now on. In the future, I will send some humans to cultivate here. I hope that everyone can restrain your subordinates and stop them from attacking those humans." Yang Kai really found the giant tiger's antics quite funny. The giant tiger was quite the schemer, actually trying to murder with a borrowed knife. He wondered what kind of grudge those two great monsters had with the giant tiger. One of the black-furred great monsters, who looked like a jackal, asked, "What happens if they harmed?" Yang Kai slightly smiled. "What do you think?" Although Yang Kai's tone was quite light, as if he was joking, all the great monsters had a chill run down their spine. They realized that this human was not joking. If such a thing really did happen, the monster race member who attacked the humans would definitely be killed. Another great monster asked, "What if humans hurt us?" Yang Kai assured, "Don't worry, I will also make it clear to the humans who are sent here to cultivate that they are not to harm the monster beasts of the myriad monsters world. Anyone who dares to break this rule will be killed as well." The great monsters looked at each other before nodding lightly. It was only fair that both sides were not allowed to harm or kill at will. If the humans could attack them at will but they could not even retaliate, then they could never agree. By the looks of it, this human was quite fair. "Alright, this matter is settled. Everyone, please return." Yang Kai waved off. It was not that hard for him to subdue the entire monster race of the myriad monsters world. Perhaps he could use gentler methods to accomplish this, but Yang Kai did not have the time to do so. When even the divine spirits of the grand ancient ruins boundary were beaten into submission by him, what would monster beasts of the myriad monsters world count for? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5563. Recovering the Embodiment. The great monsters left one after another. Very soon beastly roars could be heard coming from everywhere on the myriad monsters world. Obviously, the great monsters were passing down Yang Kai's decree. Hua Qingxi walked to Yang Kai and asked, confused, Palace Master, are you sending someone here to cultivate? Yang Kai nodded his agreement, yes. But the myriad monsters world's Grand Tao is tailored towards the monster race's cultivation, so it might not be suitable for humans. Previously, High Heaven Palace had also considered whether they should arrange for some humans to settle down on the myriad monsters world, but the population of the monster race on this world was huge, and if they allowed humans to settle here, there would definitely be some conflicts every now and then. More importantly though, this world's Grand Tao was far more suited for the monster race. If humans cultivated here, they would have to work twice as hard for half the results. However, Yang Kai stated mysteriously, it might not have been suitable in the past, but that may not be so in the future. Saying so, he took out a small sapling and made his way to the utmost top of the spirit peak before carefully planting it. A look of suspicion appeared on Hua Qingxi's face as she vaguely found this small sapling a little familiar, but at the same time she failed to recognize it. While she was still mulling over the issue though, she saw the little sapling's branches sway before it started growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it had become a towering tree. But it did not end there. The myriad monsters world's Grand Tao appeared to be fiercely undulating along with the growth of the little sapling, and Hua Qingxi could clearly feel the little sapling drawing a vast and seemingly limitless energy from somewhere beyond the void, which then integrated into the myriad monsters world. In less than a dozen or so breaths, the myriad monsters world's Grand Tao had undergone some obvious changes, becoming stabler and clearer. A look of astonishment blanketed Hua Qingxi's face as she blurted out, "A world tree clone?" She finally understood why this little sapling was giving her a strange sense of familiarity. Obviously, this was another world tree clone. The star boundary had such a clone, but it was unbelievably massive now. Therefore, she could not relate the two right away. However, what else could make a universe world stabler and cause such massive changes to it in such a short period of time besides a world tree clone? It never crossed Hua Qingxi's mind that Yang Kai would actually have another world tree clone sapling on him. No wonder Palace Master insisted on sending people to the myriad monsters world to cultivate. With a world tree clone here, no matter what the myriad monsters world's Grand Tao was like before, it will soon be akin to the star boundaries. All living beings residing in this world will benefit greatly from it. The myriad monsters world would definitely become a second star boundary. If the rest of the human race came to know about this, it would surely cause a huge stir. Currently, the star boundary could no longer accept any more outsiders. Even the cave heavens and paradises only had a few quotas, while most of the cultivators who had migrated from the various great territories could only eye it from a distance, never to step foot on it. If word of the myriad monsters world were to disseminate though, everyone would definitely flock to this place, with countless people wanting to settle here. The myriad monsters world would not just ease some of the dissension in the human refugees, however, it would surely lead to some new problems. In an instant, many thoughts flashed in Hua Qingxi's mind as she asked, "Palace Master, do we need to classify all information regarding the myriad monsters world?" If need be, she would immediately return to High Heaven Palace to pick a few people and seal off this world to prevent others from noticing anything. Yang Kai already had a plan in his mind though and refused, shaking his head lightly, "No need. From the start, I plan to open the myriad monsters world to all the forces of the human race, but not just anyone will be allowed to enter this place. After you return, deploy some men here to guard this world and seal it off. No one is allowed to enter the myriad monsters world for now. In addition, send word to all parties that the myriad monsters world will open in 50 years, with humans being allowed to settle on it then. Anyone who wishes to enter the myriad monsters world must purchase a spot with military merits without exception, including those from High Heaven Palace. As for the military merits required to buy a spot, the Supreme Headquarters will announce it in the future." The myriad monsters world should have stabilized somewhat after 50 years. Since the world tree clone had just been planted, the effects of its feedback would not be that obvious, but they should become noticeable after 50 years. Furthermore, 50 years would be enough time for the various forces of the human race to finish their preparations. Exchanging settlement quotas for military merits was also a due consideration to the human soldiers who were fighting the Black Ink clan on the front lines. Similarly, it was a stimulus to push more masters, who were so far unwilling to take risks, into the war. Who did not have descendants or disciples? Who did not want their juniors to have a brighter future? Although they were unable to enter the star boundary, the myriad monsters world was open to all. All one needed was enough military merits to buy a spot. It was quite likely that the various forces of the human race would be more than happy about this arrangement. The myriad monsters world was definitely going to cause a sensation. Hua Qingxi praised with admiration. Palace Master has thought everything through. Yang Kai did not say anything in return, he just turned around and stated, "Let's head back to the star boundary." The world tree clone had been planted, but the effects of the feedback would not be seen in a short time. Since he was finished with this matter, Yang Kai had no intention of remaining here. He had left a universe temple and universe array on the myriad monsters world, so it would be easy and convenient for humans to travel here in the future. After returning from the new great territory, Hua Qingxi hurried to High Heaven Palace and prepared the necessary people to guard the myriad monsters world. On the other hand, Yang Kai flew off to the demon realm. In High Heaven territory, the only world buzzing with activity other than the star boundary was the demon realm. There were still a large number of demon race survivors on it. An embodiment had always been stationed here as well. The demon realm was shattered to pieces in the past, but in the end Yang Kai used his embodiment and the heaven-devouring battle law to piece it back together. This had the effect of tying embodiment and the demon realm together. After 1,000 years, the demon realm's shattered Grand Tao had started showing signs of healing, and the demon race living on it also slowly regained their vitality. Now, the demon realm not only had the demon race but also many humans who cultivated demon techniques. Myriad demons' heaven disciples especially liked coming to the demon realm because the environment here was particularly suitable for their cultivation. Yang Kai still had a world tree clone in his possession. If he planted the clone here, the demon realm would definitely prosper in a short time, but he had no plans to do so. The humans already had the star boundary, and would also have the myriad monsters world in the future. That was already sufficient. He had other uses for the final clone. Today, he did not come here to check the demon realm, but rather for embodiment. Ever since he left it here, his embodiment had been sleeping in the depths of the demon realm while remaining connected to it. Yang Kai did not need to summon it, as the moment he appeared on a mountain peak in the demon realm, the sleeping embodiment immediately woke up and appeared in front of Yang Kai. The embodiment's true form was a stone spirit clansman. It could be considered Xiao Zhao's clansman, but when it was hatching, it failed to gain sentience. Yang Kai didn't know why at the time, but later found out there could only be a maximum of 10 stone spirit clansmen at any given time, and the maximum had been reached. Yang Kai had placed his soul clone in it at that time, turning it into a kind of avatar. In the past, embodiment had saved Yang Kai during many crises. Although they had not seen each other for 1,000 years, Yang Kai did not feel any unfamiliarity. After all, embodiment was a part of him, only it was a different existence that carried a piece of Yang Kai's soul. As expected, I've become quite strong, the embodiment marveled, looking Yang Kai up and down. Yang Kai grinned. There are no outsiders here. There is no need to toot your own horn. Compared to the true body, embodiment was far weaker. Yang Kai felt that it was only as strong as a fifth-order open heaven realm master, which was nothing before the current Yang Kai who had killed many feudal lords and territory lords. Because it was one with the demon realm, it was impossible for embodiment to actively cultivate and grow stronger. Instead, the more perfect the demon realm's Grand Tao was, the stronger it would become, and vice versa. The strength embodiment could show was basically equivalent to the strength of the demon realm's Grand Tao. In other words, the combined world force of the demon realm was equivalent to that of a fifth-order open heaven realm master's small universe. Compared to the star boundary, the gap was simply enormous. Furthermore, the embodiment also had another huge limitation. Ever since it had used the heaven-devouring battle law to rebuild the demon realm, it couldn't go far from it. It could be said that the current embodiment was not much help to Yang Kai anymore. Yang Kai stretched out his finger, laying it on embodiment's forehead. The next moment, A variety of information was instantaneously transferred to the embodiment's mind. When Yang Kai withdrew his finger, the embodiment nodded his understanding. So that's how it is. This technique is indeed quite profound. Yang Kai added, sighing, sure is truly amazing to have created this secret art, but no one has ever attempted to cultivate it before, so it's hard to say if it will succeed. At the end of the day, it represents hope. Even if it doesn't succeed, we won't suffer much of a loss. Yang Kai refuted, shaking his head, if we're not careful it might backfire on me. Embodiment asked with a smile, do we have a choice? Helplessness immediately took over Yang Kai's face as he shook his head. I'm afraid not. Embodiment continued, then what is there to hesitate about? We can't wait for the universe furnace to just show itself, right? Who knows how long that will take? Saying so, embodiment approached Yang Kai. Today, you and I will become one once more. We'll advance to the ninth order and vanquish Mo. As embodiment approached, his figure became more illusory and transparent before merging into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's body trembled slightly as lightning appeared in the sky above his small universe. At this moment, the world force became richer and denser. Embodiment's energy was Yang Kai's energy, so now that the two were rejoined, all its strength became Yang Kai's strength, increasing his cultivation. Be that as it may, as embodiment was not that strong, this increase was not that obvious. When embodiment merged with Yang Kai, nearly 1,000 years of his memories also integrated with Yang Kai's mind, but as embodiment had been asleep this whole time, those memories were quite simple. By the time Yang Kai came to his senses, embodiment's figure was no longer before him, only a gust of wind blowing up some loose sand. At this moment, all the living creatures on the demon realm looked towards the sky one after another. They could vaguely feel that the demon realm had changed somehow, but they were unable to tell how. Another gust of wind blew up as Yang Kai disappeared from his spot. More than a month later, a piece of news spread from High Heaven Palace. High Heaven Palace's palace master Yang Kai had created 3 sealed worlds in the vicinity of the star boundary using his own strength. These sealed worlds were known as Space Dao Sealed World, Time Dao Sealed World, and Spear Dao Sealed World. These 3 sealed worlds contain the profundities of these 3 grand das, and anyone could enter them to comprehend these grand das after passing a few tests. As soon as this news was disseminated, the entire human race became abuzz with activity. Countless young geniuses scrambled to enter these sealed worlds, and in a flash, the surrounding void of these 3 sealed worlds was constantly crowded with people. Martial Peak Chapter 5564. Returning to Profound Nether Territory. The Spear Dao was one thing, but the Dao of Time and Dao of Space had always been the most abstruse and esoteric of grand das. Since ancient times, very few cultivators had been able to cultivate them. Only the Dragon and Phoenix clans could dabble in these 2 grand das, relying on their bloodline talents. Yang Kai's strength was obvious to all. Although he was also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, others in the 8th Order would find it difficult to fight against a single innate territory lord. On the other hand, the number of innate territory lords who had died at Yang Kai's hands needed more than 2 hands to count. He even managed to escape from the pursuit of royal lords. It was all thanks to his mastery over these 2 grand das. Now, he had created 3 sealed worlds using his grand das as the basis. It was a given that people would flock to them. Putting everything else aside, so long as they could inherit some of Yang Kai's legacy, they could enjoy endless benefits. In a flash, countless cultivators flocked towards the vicinity of the star boundary to explore the 3 sealed worlds. Unfortunately, only a few of them had any real gains. The Dao of Time and Dao of Space were indeed too obscure and difficult to understand. Even if many people believed themselves to be quite talented, they still found it extremely hard to comprehend the mysteries of these 2 grand das. On the other hand, the Spear Dao Sealed World benefited many people. Compared to Dao of Time or the Dao of Space, the Spear Dao was undoubtedly more common and easier to comprehend. Everyone believed that Yang Kai had left these sealed worlds for the betterment of the human race. But only a few knew that he had actually created them for the disciples who had come out of the Void Dao Temple. If others could gain anything from these sealed worlds, it was naturally better, but it was also fine for them to obtain nothing. There were quite a lot of disciples who had come out from the Void Dao Temple. As they were born and raised in Yang Kai's small universe, Many of them had inherited his talent in one or two of his primary grandas. For instance, Wan Lashan, whom Yang Kai encountered in Acacia territory, was proficient in the Tao of space. There should be many disciples like Wan Lashan, many of whom Yang Kai did not even know the names of. Although these disciples had inherited some talent in Yang Kai's three grandas, their attainments were generally not that high. Without anyone guiding them, their future cultivation would be thorny, and they would have to take many detours. There were many disciples like this, and there might be even more in the future. How could Yang Kai have the time to guide them one by one? After thinking about it for a while, he decided to leave 3 sealed worlds for them to comprehend on their own. The 3 sealed worlds were built using Yang Kai's comprehension and life experience in the 3 grandas. So long as one was not too dull, they would be able to gain some benefits from them. Even Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, as well as Zhao Yibai, Zhao Ya, and the others were thrown into the 3 sealed worlds to cultivate. The 3 sealed worlds caused quite a stir, but that was nothing compared to what came next, for the human race Supreme Headquarters soon after released a piece of sensational news. 50 years from now, a second universe world with a world tree clone would open. At that time, anyone who wanted to send their descendants or disciples to this new universe world to cultivate could purchase a spot with military merits. This news not only created a buzz among the humans' refugees, but even made the soldiers on the front line feverish. Currently, the star boundary was the most important base of the human race. It was also the only open heaven realm cradle in existence. The star boundary had given birth to countless elites and geniuses over the last 1,000 years, producing geniuses who advanced straight to the 6th order and even 7th order in massive quantities. But why was this? It was all thanks to the World Tree Clone's feedback. The star boundary itself was nothing out of the ordinary. In fact, there were many universe worlds like or even better than the star boundary in the past. All of its glory and prosperity was thanks to the World Tree Clone. It could be said that the star boundary had become an open heaven realm cradle in the current age because of the World Tree Clone. Who would not want to reside in the star boundary? Who would not want to send their disciples and descendants to cultivate in this miraculous universe world? A disciple, who only had the aptitude to advance to the 4th order, might be able to break through directly to the 5th order or 6th order after cultivating in the star boundary. It was just a gap of 1 order, but it would set one's future achievements worlds apart. Be that as it may, the star boundary was overcrowded already, and it was very difficult for ordinary people to enter and settle down there. Even the cave heavens and paradies had few quotas every year, so it was even more impossible for other forces to set foot there. But now, the Supreme Headquarters had announced that a second universe world with a world tree clone would be open for settlement 50 years from now. What did this mean? It meant that a second star boundary would be born, meaning that more humans could benefit from the world tree's feedback. It meant that those who had been yearning to enter the star boundary, but were unable to do so, would have a chance to fulfill this dream. This news immediately created a huge sensation throughout the human race. Many people tried to check how reliable this news was, but with the announcement coming straight from the Supreme Headquarters, how could it be false? As for why 50 years later, the Supreme Headquarters also answered this question. The World Tree Clone was provided by Yang Kai and had just been planted in a certain universe world. The feedback would only begin to take noticeable effect in 50 years. As for which universe world it was, the Supreme Headquarters did not disclose. It was Yang Kai again. Yang Kai's name was almost present in all the major events that had happened in the human race over the past few years. All the human cultivators, whether they were weak or strong, had heard his name at least once. At present, Yang Kai was the most famous person in the entire human race. In any event, the Supreme Headquarters answer reassured the humans who still had doubts. The World Tree Clone's feedback indeed needed time to take effect, something that had been confirmed in the star boundary many years ago. 50 years was more than half a lifetime to ordinary mortals who had never cultivated, but to human masters who had achieved higher cultivation, it was like a snap of a finger. They could afford to wait. As for the condition of exchanging settlement quotas with military merits, it also caused the human race to cheer. Currently, the star boundary's territory was carved up by the cave heavens and paradises, and the local forces. It had already been years since this balance was established, so it was almost impossible for the other forces to interfere. However, the second star boundary that would open 50 years from now was different. It was a universe world untouched by human hands, which would give many people a chance. Buying a spot using military merits was undoubtedly a fair and reasonable proposal. Some people inquired about how many military merits would be required to buy a spot, but the Supreme Headquarters only said that it had not been decided yet, and that they would set a number when the universe world opened. Although this answer was unsatisfactory to many, no one pestered the Supreme Headquarters again. Was it difficult to obtain military merits? For those who were too afraid to enter the battlefield, it was indeed difficult. As for the soldiers who were fighting the Black Ink Clan on the front lines, every Black Ink Clan member was a living, breathing military merit to be reaped. All one needed to do to gather sufficient military merits to buy a spot was make a few trips to the battlefield. Not everyone dared to enter the battlefield and fight the Black Ink Clan. There were always some who gave all kinds of excuses to stay behind. Currently, the human race army was composed of the surviving soldiers of the Black Ink Battlefield's various great passes as the framework, with the disciples of cave heavens and paradises as the main body, and with conscripts from various second-class great forces making up the rest of the numbers. Depending on the size and strength of a sect, different numbers of people were conscripted from them. Naturally, some people at the Supreme Headquarters had planned this. Every time there were some serious casualties on the battlefield, they would conscript further reinforcements. This kind of recruitment was a bit forceful, but since the enemy had already invaded, if they were defeated on the front lines, the human race would likely be wiped from existence. So, it made no difference whether it was forceful or not, stabilizing the front lines was the priority. In addition, the casualty rate on the front line was quite high. This caused many people to try to avoid joining the war. Although some were quite strong in their own right, they would rather hide in the rear where it was safe. Some were afraid and avoided the battle, while some were eager to join the fight. The Supreme Headquarters had set up a recruitment hall in the Star Boundaries Star City, and anyone who wished to join the war effort could register there before being deployed to various battlefronts to fight the enemy. Nonetheless, few had come knocking on the door of the recruitment hall in the last few decades. After all, there were not many people who were willing to enter the battlefield. Even those who did wish to fight normally preferred to work as hunters as they were not used to the strict military discipline. Now, however, the recruitment hall was bustling with activity as countless Open Heaven Realm cultivators, who had received the news, rushed over to enlist in the army. This sudden turn of events made the head of the staff of the recruitment hall grin from ear to ear. They had put in a great deal of effort to enlist more cultivators over the years, making appeals to various minor and major sects of the human race. If it were not for the higher-ups not sanctioning it, they would have likely used even more forceful or even coercive means to gather recruits. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. After all, only a small number of cultivators were willing to fight while most were more than happy to let others stand on the front line and risk their lives. Who would have thought that news of the second star boundary opening in 50 years would bring such a change? This was especially so for some of the older Open Heaven Realm cultivators, who felt that their days were numbered and wanted to create a better cultivation environment for their disciples and descendants before their death. All of them came forward to enlist, causing the people working at the recruitment hall to dance with joy. In less than a month, more than 100,000 Open Heaven Realm cultivators had come to enlist. Although most of them did not have high cultivation, their numbers made up for that. On the battlefield, higher cultivation was naturally better, but that did not mean having a low cultivation made one useless. The survival of the entire race was hanging on this war, so every little contribution would bring some subtle change to the course of the war. Yang Kai was completely oblivious to the buzz in the human race's rear for the time being. After returning from the demon realm and creating the 3 sealed worlds, he led Dawn and Yu Ru Meng's squad on a journey back to profound nether territory, arriving half a month later. When Wei Junyang received the news, he hurriedly rushed over to investigate. Wei Junyang and the others had been on edge for the last half a year. Unable to eat or sleep in peace, Yang Kai led 2 squads to Acacia territory to rescue some refugees trapped there. The Black Ink Clan obviously would not leave them alone. They had no way of obtaining any news from Acacia territory, but some hunters had relayed a message to the Supreme Headquarters that they had noticed signs of the Black Ink Clan mobilizing a massive amount of troops. A rough estimate put some 3 to 4 million additional Black Ink Clan soldiers and several territory lords heading to Acacia territory. millions of Black Ink clansmen and several territory lords was anything but a weak force. Although Yang Kai brought 2 squads with him, he and Feng Ying were the only 8th Order masters, so things were really not in their favor. It was hard to predict what the outcome of this conflict would be. If the Black Ink clan sealed the entire territory with millions of soldiers, and the territory lords attacked Yang Kai and his team together, the latter would surely be in grave danger. If something happened to Yang Kai, it would be a great loss to the human race. Before, it would not have shaken the roots of the human race. However, it was different now. As army commander of the Profound Nether Army, if anything happened to Yang Kai, the entire Profound Nether territory would fall into chaos and the damage might be irreversible. Marshall Peak Chapter 5565 Deciding a Strategy. Acacia territory had millions of Black Ink clansmen, as well as a large number of territory lords. Such a lineup was definitely not for setting up a trap for the hunters. Wei Junyang and the others reckoned that the Black Ink clan had predicted Yang Kai would travel to Acacia territory, and that was why they had made such arrangements. The entire Acacia territory was like a dragon's den. But by the time the human race received this news, it was already too late. Yang Kai should have already entered Acacia territory. There was no way to even send a warning anymore. Wei Junyang and the others were on tenterhooks, afraid that some misfortune would befall Yang Kai in Acacia territory. The Supreme Headquarters had no way of obtaining accurate news from Acacia territory either. Some hunters tried to enter Acacia territory through the territory gates to investigate things, but they never returned. Obviously, the Black Ink clan was using its army to seal off the gate. Even the hunters who had entered Acacia territory to investigate things must have encountered some kind of accident. Not only that, but the peace in Profound Nether territory was also broken. The reason why Profound Nether territory had been able to remain peaceful was because the territory lords were afraid of Yang Kai's unpredictable killing methods. They did not dare to make a rash move with him around, but now that they had received accurate reports that the Profound Nether Army commander Yang Kai was trapped in Acacia territory, why would they need to be afraid? Wei Junyang, Ouyang Lai, and the others were strong, but the territory lords could still deal with them. Yang Kai was the one who gave them a splitting headache. The Black Ink clan immediately mobilized their troops and began attacking the human race on all fronts. Both sides seemed to have returned to the old days where they fought constantly. So when the news spread that Yang Kai had returned to the star boundary, Wei Junyang and the others found it very hard to believe. They thought of it as nothing but unfounded rumors. Even if Yang Kai had mastered the Tao of space and managed to escape from Acacia territory, he couldn't return to the star boundary, as he would first have to pass through at least one of the great territory battlefields. While they were still investigating where the rumors had come from though, someone reported that the army commander had returned. Wei Junyang, who happened to be fighting on the front lines, quickly rushed back to the main camp to check the validity of this report. Surprisingly, he was greeted by Yang Kai when he arrived. Wei Junyang was dumbfounded. Not only Wei Junyang was dumbstruck, but even Kong Chengda, who was currently in charge of the overall situation in Profound Nether territory, had a look of disbelief on his face. When Yang Kai appeared, Kong Chengda almost thought that he was hallucinating. Strength-wise, Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai were undoubtedly the strongest among the 8th Order masters in Profound Nether territory, but both of them were more fond of fighting on the front lines than sitting in the rear. If they were asked to devise a strategy in the tent to win the war from 1,000,000 kilometers away, they would be a little hard-pressed. On the other hand, Kong Chengda of 9 Stars Paradise was a far better strategist than the other 8th Order masters present. He had been the brains behind all the major human deployments in Profound Nether territory all these years. He was the one who formulated the battle plans against the Black Ink clan, assisted by the other 8th Order cultivators and a dozen or so 7th Order staff. "Sir." Wei Junyang stepped forward, staring blankly at Yang Kai. "Wasn't Sir trapped in Acacia territory? We received news that millions of Black Ink clan soldiers and a dozen or so territory lords were deployed to Acacia territory by the Black Ink clan. How did Sir return?" Yang Kai affirmed with a nod, "That's indeed true, but I have my own means of escaping." He did not say that he could use the World Tree to instantly arrive in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, or to any still-living universe world. It was best if fewer people knew about this ability because of the existence of Black Ink disciples. If one day someone who knew about this ability was turned into a black ink disciple, his secret would be exposed. Wei Junyang breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would fall in Acacia territory, so it was naturally great news that he managed to escape safely. Better yet, the Black Ink clan in Acacia territory were unaware of this fact, so they should still be searching for him. If not, the Black Ink clan in Profound Nether territory would not have started another war so easily. Considering all this, Wei Junyang suddenly felt some pity for the Black Ink clan, who were going through so much trouble for someone who was no longer there. Very soon though, his eyes lit up. Sir, you're right on time. The Black Ink clan doesn't know anything about this, so you can take this opportunity to kill a few more territory lords and raise our army's prestige. The Black Ink clan still believed that Yang Kai was trapped in Acacia territory, so they had started a grand war in Profound Nether territory. Since Yang Kai was already back though, he could conceal himself and secretly hunt a few territory lords. Yang Kai nodded and agreed. I had the same idea and was about to discuss it with senior brother Kong. As soon as he returned, Yang Kai discovered that another battle had broken out in Profound Nether territory. He vaguely understood what the Black Ink clan was thinking, so he did not reveal himself immediately. Instead, he went to the frontline camp and looked for Kong Changda, who was in command of this place, to ask for his opinion. Yang Kai wanted to ask where the resident strategist felt it would be best for him to act. Last time when Yang Kai had killed 3 territory lords, it had forced the Black Ink clan into a complete retreat from the main front. This was a rare opportunity and might be the last. So long as he was in Profound Nether territory, the Black Ink clan would be on guard against him. Soul-rending thorns were not flawless. The experiences in Acacia territory made Yang Kai realize that if the territory lords guarded their souls diligently, the effect of the soul-rending thorns would be greatly reduced. If 2 territory lords acted together and were on guard against him, it would be difficult for him to eliminate them in one blow. If he was unable to kill the territory lords in a single surprise attack, his current strength made it almost pointless to simply fight it out with them instead. In the tent, the entire void map of Profound Nether territory was laid before Yang Kai and the others. This map was jointly created by artifact refiners and array masters in the army, and gave a detailed overview of the entire Profound Nether territory. It was extremely intuitive to use and clear to understand. There were 3 territory gates on the map. The human race and Black Ink clan occupied one each, and the last one was ownerless. The 2 sides had been fighting for control of this final territory gate, but neither of them was able to occupy it for long, so it had changed hands multiple times over the past few decades. Yang Kai was appointed the army commander of the Profound Nether army in a rather rushed manner, and immediately after, he had left for Acacia territory to save the humans trapped there. So, he was not too knowledgeable about Profound Nether territory's current situation. It would not have mattered if he was just an ordinary 8th Order master, as all he would have to do was follow orders. But now, he was the army commander in charge of overseeing the entire Profound Nether territory. It would be improper and a dereliction of duty for him to be ignorant of even the basic situation. After listening to Kong Changda's presentation, Yang Kai had a first grasp of the strength of the Profound Nether army, the number of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters available for deployment, and the distribution of the 8th Order Masters. The Profound Nether army might have anecdotally been called a million-strong force, but that could not be farther from the truth. Perhaps they might have had that many soldiers in the past, but after several decades of constant war, the army had suffered massive casualties. Now the Profound Nether army only totaled some 650,000 soldiers. As for the main battlefield, almost half of the army was deployed there, as it was the primary focus of the Black Ink clan. So long as they could defeat the humans on the main battlefield, they would have a chance to occupy the territory gate that was currently being controlled by the enemy, and then they could continue to mop up the rest in the Profound Nether territory. The main battlefield had the most soldiers, and almost half of the 8th Order Masters were deployed there, guarding against the various territory lords. Apart from the main battlefield, there were 4 auxiliary fronts, one of which was the battlefront for determining the owner of the 3rd territory gate. About 100,000 soldiers were deployed there, along with several 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The entire Profound Nether army had about 50 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. That was not an insignificant number, and the other great territory battlefields all had a similar number of 8th Order masters overseeing them. Be that as it may, when Yang Kai heard this number, his heart became a little heavy. It could not be helped either, as compared to the hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation by the cave heavens and paradises, 58th Order open heaven realm masters per battlefield was quite low. The cave heavens and paradises had existed for millennia, and even if 8th Order masters were rare, after so many years of accumulation, each cave heaven and paradise should have produced over 1,000 8th Order open heaven realm masters at least. Unfortunately, the upper echelons of the human race had suffered massive casualties in the never-ending war against the Black Ink clan. Not to mention those in the 8th Order, one or two of the original 100-plus 9th Order masters remained today. In comparison, the number of territory lords was much higher. Almost all of the human race's available forces were concentrated on a dozen or so battlefields, but what about the Black Ink clan? They had many territory lords on the primary battlefields, as well as a fair number patrolling the various occupied great territories. There were also many territory lords stationed at the No-Return Pass. The reason why the human race had been able to hold on for so long was mainly because they were willing to fight to the death. If a territory lord was heavily injured, they would need to fall dormant in a black ink nest to recover. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, on the other hand, did not need such a cumbersome healing process. As such, even if there were far more territory lords than 8th Order Masters, the humans could barely hold on. Of course, this kind of status quo was extremely tenuous and the human race was at a disadvantage on most fronts. The human race needed the younger generation to mature in order to produce more masters, only then could they fill the gap between top combatants. The Territory Lord commander of the Black Ink clan in Profound Nether Territory is called Six Arms. Yes? Yang Kai suddenly asked. He still had some impression of Six Arms as last time, when he had borrowed the territory gate occupied by the Black Ink clan. It was Six Arms who had come forward to discuss it with him. Wei Junyang nodded before quickly realizing Yang Kai's intention. Sir, do you want to set up prestige by taking out Six Arms? Yang Kai did not deny it. If I can kill Six Arms, the Black Ink clan should be docile for a while. Wei Junjiang, however, rejected this suggestion, shaking his head. Six Arms won't be easy to kill. He is a very cautious foe. Once I and Yang Lai had tried to take him out, but we failed in the end. Furthermore, he rarely comes out to fight personally and usually acts as a rear guard only. Yang Kai furrowed his brow. He's actually so cautious. He could not understand why, but he had a feeling that most of the territory lords were very afraid of death. Yugong, the one he had run into in Acacia territory, was also like this. These innate territory lords were directly created by Mo, so logically speaking, they should be the most zealous among the Black Ink clan. Could it be that Mo also fears death greatly, and these territory lords were affected by it unconsciously? Yang Kai shook his head, collecting his thoughts. Furthermore, even if we kill Six Arms, it won't have a fatal impact on the Black Ink clan. There is not much difference in strength between territory lords, so even if Six Arms dies, the Black Ink clan would soon elect another commander, Kong Chengda added. Yang Kai looked at him, then senior brother Kong. Where do you think I should start? Kong Chengda smiled and pointed towards a certain spot. Here. Yang Kai raised his brow slightly. Why here? The location Kong Chengda pointed at was one of the auxiliary fronts, which surprised Yang Kai a little, as his original idea was to create some chaos on the main battlefield. Kong Chengda quickly explained, 5 territory lords are overseeing this front. With Sir's lightning speed, you should be able to quickly kill 1 or 2 territory lords, and if you cooperate with the 8th Order Masters there, we may be able to kill all 5 of them. Martial Peak Chapter 5566, Auxiliary Front. This is a rare opportunity. Since Sir wants to launch a sneak attack, you should naturally choose the best method to kill as many territory lords as possible. Kong Chengda pointed towards the main battlefield. There might be many territory lords on the main battlefield, but each of them is coordinating with the others from a distance. Once Sir makes a move, the other territory lords will definitely be on guard. By then, it will be difficult to achieve anything significant. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before nodding and agreeing. You're right. The main battlefield was undoubtedly the most important, But the war in profound Nether territory was not something that could be ended in 1 or 2 battles. The human race could not hope to defeat the Black Ink clan in a short period of time either. This was a war that was destined to last decades, if not centuries. Just as Kong Chengde had stated, Yang Kai might really be able to kill a territory lord in a flash with his elusive methods, but it would be difficult for him to gain any more kills after that on the main front. The auxiliary fronts were different as there were not that many territory lords overseeing each of them. Even if Yang Kai was exposed, it would be extremely difficult for the territory lords to escape as they would first have to fight off the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters standing in their way. At that time, so long as the Eighth Order Masters kept them pinned down somehow, Yang Kai would be able to break the balance of the battlefield and turn the tide in their favor. Then it's decided. Yang Kai pointed towards that defensive line before he turned around and left, his voice echoing in Kong Chengde's ears. I'll have to trouble senior brother Kong to send a message to the division commanders to make preparations. Kong Chengde cupped his fist and replied, yes sir. The nearby Wei Junyang breathed a light sigh, looking at Yang Kai's departing figure. I really want to see him advance to the Ninth Order. That would really be something. As someone who had killed many innate territory lords as an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, if Yang Kai could break through to the Ninth Order, he would naturally be able to suppress the royal lords. In that case, the pressure on the human race would be significantly reduced. At present, the top forces of both races were keeping each other in check. The human race had 2 Ninth Order Masters and a giant spirit god, while the Black Ink clan had 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods and a royal lord. This status quo could be said to have been deliberately created by the human race, while the Black Ink clan went along with it. This situation was advantageous to the Black Ink clan, because whether it was the number of territory lords or the size of the army, they held an edge over the humans. The human race was barely able to maintain the current situation by stubbornly holding on to a dozen or so great territory battlefields. What they were waiting for was a chance for the younger generation to grow. Currently, many good seedlings had advanced straight to the 6th and 7th orders, and someday, they would be able to rise to the 8th Order and 9th Order. But as the human race would grow, so too would the Black Ink clan. If a new 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was born in the human race, why wouldn't a new royal lord appear in the Black Ink clan? At that time, the human race would not be able to do anything if they didn't already have some kind of advantage in the war. As such, a master whose strength far exceeded his peers was of paramount importance. If such a master was born, he or she would serve as a great deterrence to the Black Ink clan. In the entire human race, Yang Kai was the only one who could assume that role. When he was a 7th Order, he could kill feudal lords like they were fish on a chopping board, and now when he was an 8th Order master, he could kill territory lords all on his own. If he really managed to break through to the 9th Order, he would definitely be able to kill a royal lord just as easily. Unfortunately, things never went exactly as one wished. The 9th Order Open Heaven Realm was far out of Yang Kai's reach. Wei Junyang strode out of the tent. I'll go confront the enemy. Things were quite tense on the main battlefield, and he had only returned after hearing the news of Yang Kai's arrival. Now that the battle plan had already been devised, how could he remain here? The number of territory lords were far more than 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. If he was not there, the 8th Order Masters on the main battlefield would be under a great deal of pressure. After he left, Kong Chengde turned to a nearby 7th Order Master and ordered, inform Chen Yuan that the army commander will be arriving soon, and they need to cooperate with him to kill the territory lords. Yes, sir. Accepting the order, the 7th Order Master immediately took out a communication bead as his divine sense started surging. Somewhere in profound Nether territory, the Black Ink clan army was attacking at full swing. On the other side, the human army of tens of thousands of soldiers had split up into various groups as they surrounded an enormous universe fragment and guarded it tightly. Warships flew about, providing cover to the exposed soldiers. All kinds of offensive and defensive arrays and artifacts had long been set up on this universe fragments, which greatly contributed to the battle. The dark and endless void was lit up with dazzling flashes of lights as secret techniques and divine abilities were fired here and there. This was one of the several auxiliary fronts in profound Nether territory. The human forces tasked to defend this place were not that big, just 50,000 soldiers strong. In addition, there were 4 8th Order Masters permanently stationed here. Nearly 100,000 soldiers had sacrificed their lives on this auxiliary front alone in the last few decades, and even an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master had fallen here. Nonetheless, no matter how grim the battle was, the humans had been able to hold on. Just like on the Black Ink battlefield, the human race army was specialized in fighting while being significantly outnumbered. The human race's warships provided the army with great mobility and defense, and if one did not count the very top masters, the human race's overall strength here was higher than that of the Black Ink clan. This was the reason the humans had been able to hold their ground. Such a battle had been raging for decades now, and seemed like it would continue for some time. The lengthy battle had left everyone exhausted. Before Yonkai returned, whether it was Profound Nether Territory or the other Great Territory battlefields, the human race's defensive lines were all in imminent danger. Yonkai's return had greatly eased this crisis, though, as he had brought a fresh supply of purifying light with him. Thanks to the purifying light, the humans were able to fight with the Black Ink clan without fear of being corrupted by Black Ink's strength. In the past, after the purifying light was exhausted, the human race always had to act with caution. It was as if their arms and legs were tied, making things extremely difficult. Now they no longer had to worry about this. Yonkai had distributed 10 sets of great sun and moon marks, and also given out a massive amount of yellow and blue crystals. There was no shortage of purifying light on the various battlefields of the human race, and every purifying Black Ink battleship had a large amount of purifying light sealed in it. Anyone contaminated by Black Ink strength just had to enter a purifying Black Ink battleship, and he or she would be totally safe and sound. With ample purifying light, the evil purging divine spears that had once shone brilliantly during the human race's crusade were also resurrected. This was a weapon created by the combined efforts of Grandmaster Ma Fan and Yonkai, and was extremely effective against the Black Ink clan. Once the purifying light sealed inside an evil purging divine spear erupted inside a Black Ink clansman's body, their Black Ink strength would be greatly reduced, and in worse scenarios they might even die on spot. Be that as it may, there were not many evil purging divine spears in each army due to the short time frame. As such, the available evil purging divine spears were all in the hands of the strongest human race masters for emergency use only. Nevertheless, large quantities of this mighty artifact would definitely be disseminated to the various armies soon. At that time it would become the Black Ink clan's nightmare. Perhaps the humans might be able to offset the disadvantage of top combatants using this sharp tool. A Seventh Order Open Heaven Master was moving to and fro around the universe fragment, observing the entire battlefield carefully. Suddenly, he felt something and quickly took out a communication bead. After receiving the message, a look of joy brightened his face as he immediately shouted to a nearby companion, "Senior Brother Liu, hold on for a moment, I'll be right back." Saying so, he ordered a dozen people to follow him and boarded a warship, flying away the next moment, leaving Senior Brother Liu dumbfounded at the whole ordeal. The ship flew out of the universe fragment that they were defending as a large number of Black Ink clansmen swarmed towards it. Nonetheless, the warship paid no heed to the oncoming assault and sailed heading towards the most intense battle at full speed. The destination of the ship was the battlefield between the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and the Territory Lords. The warship blazed its way through all manner of obstacles and finally managed to break through the Black Ink clan's encirclement, entering into the fierce battlefield. On the other end of the void, 4 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 5 Territory Lords were locked in a heated battle. All of them were old rivals by now who had fought each other countless times over the last few decades. In the past, the 4 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had always been at a disadvantage when facing these 5 Territory Lords. There had even been quite a few instances where an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would come this close to dying. After all, they were one man short of their opponent. Moreover, their enemies were all innate Territory Lords. But the situation this time was a little different. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were able to put up a good fight, even in a 4 versus 5 situation. The aura of one of the Territory Lords was quite weak, making it obvious he was heavily injured. He didn't dare to confront the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters head-on, and could only roam around the periphery, looking for opportunities to strike. Division Commander Chun Yuan was a little annoyed. If he had taken advantage of the situation just now, he might have been able to kill the Territory Lord. Unfortunately, the situation was pressing, and he did not have the room to pay attention to everything, which made him miss this opportunity. Now the territory lords were on guard, and it would be difficult for them to find another chance. As the battle raged on, Chun Yuan noticed a warship rapidly approaching, and a familiar figure standing on its deck. Chun Yuan recognized this man. He was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was responsible for communication with the main battlefield. Chun Yuan knew that his appearance must be related to a message from the front lines of the main battlefield, and as expected, a message was quickly sent to his ears. Chun Yuan's heart skipped a beat in joy, but he did not let it show on his face. He simply nodded imperceptibly to indicate that he understood. After passing the message from afar, the 7th Order Master on the deck let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I did not fail my mission. Since the 8th Order Division commanders know about the Army Commander's situation, the situation in this battle should change a little. Sir, a lot of Black Ink clansmen are chasing us. Are we going back? Someone suddenly asked. The 7th Order looked back, and when he saw a large group of Black Ink clansmen chasing after them, his expression immediately changed. Run, run. After breaking out of the encirclement, almost all of their defensive arrays were on the verge of failing. If he ordered them to return, it would be tantamount to committing suicide. Although he wasn't afraid of death, his death should at least be a meaningful one. Furthermore, he wanted to see how many of the territory lords here would survive after the army commander took action. As a result, the 8th Order and territory lords witnessed an extremely strange sight. While they were engaged in an earth-shattering battle, a human warship was fleeing in a wide circle around them with a large group of Black Ink clansmen hot on its tail. Although the warship was temporarily safe, anyone with a discerning eye could see that it would be destroyed sooner or later if it kept fleeing like this. The territory lords paid no attention to this matter, as their enemies were the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters only. Killing these opponents was far more important than one human warship, and even if one of their territory lords was seriously injured, they still held the advantage, so they intended to press it. At one point, Chun Yuan suddenly summoned something. It was a spear-like artifact, but it did not look like anything special. The human race's secret techniques and artifacts were varied, but after decades of war, the Black Ink clan had seen most of them by now. However, when Chun Yuan took out this artifact, the territory lords stared at him with solemn expressions, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They even slowed down their attacks and focused more on defense. It was an evil purging divine spear. Martial Peak, Chapter 5567. Tides Turned. The evil purging divine spear had once shown its brilliance in the war outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. In that war, many territory lords and even royal lords who had emerged from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction had suffered losses. The Black Ink clansmen, who were originally evenly matched with their opponents, were suddenly struck by an evil purging divine spear, and their strength had taken a serious hit. Even if they didn't die, they would lose all combat effectiveness. Against an artifact that could suppress their Black Ink strength, the Black Ink clan couldn't help but be wary. That war was too horrifying. The Black Ink clan suffered massive casualties, and so did the human race. Even the evil purging divine spears were completely exhausted in that battle. Refining evil purging divine spears themselves wasn't difficult, but just refining them wasn't of any use, as they still needed to have purifying light sealed into them to pose any real threat to the Black Ink clan. The human race army fought several wars over the next few centuries, even exhausting almost all of the purifying light sealed in the purifying Black Ink battleships. So, how could they even create new evil purging divine spears? Furthermore, Yang Kai, the only person who could create purifying light, had disappeared after the primordial heaven's source grand restriction war, pushing the human race into a difficult situation. The evil purging divine spear was basically never used after the primordial heaven's source grand restriction war. This was also the reason why the no-return pass was quickly overrun. At that time, the no-return pass might not have been lost if they had a supply of evil purging divine spears. After all, there were a lot of powerful divine spirits stationed there, led by dragons and phoenixes. Even if they lost, they would have at least been able to hold on for longer. The human race was currently in a state of decline, with more than 90% of the 3,000 worlds being occupied by the Black Ink clan. All they could do was gather all of their remaining forces and tightly defend a dozen or so great territory battlefields. Facing the constant attacks of the Black Ink Clan armies, the human race armies defending various great territory battlefields were thoroughly exhausted. They were walking on the edge of life and death, where even the slightest mistake could send them tumbling to their doom. After decades of gruesome battles, the Black Ink Clan witnessed the tenacity of the human race, and also all kinds of bizarre methods employed by them. The Black Ink Clan originally thought that they already knew the human race's limits, until Chun Yuan took out an evil purging divine spear. Hundreds of years ago, the evil purging divine spears had struck terror into the hearts of the Black Ink Clan in the primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction War. Today, its brilliance shone once more as it severely wounded one of the 5 territory lords with just one strike. The territory lords fighting the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters turned pale with fright as they instantly recognized this spear as the artifact that turned the tides at the primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. All the territory lords were struck with terror. Fortunately, the human race no longer showed any intention of using the evil purging divine spears in the ensuing battle. The territory lords guessed that the human race didn't have many such weapons, otherwise, they would not have been so sparing in using them. In fact, the current number of evil purging divine spears was indeed not high. After all, it had only been less than a year since Yongkai had returned. So, even if the human race refined evil purging divine spears as quickly as possible, they could only produce so many. Of course, the main reason they did not use another spear was because the territory lords were already on guard. Chun Yuan and the others didn't have any confidence in succeeding, which was why they had been exercising more patience. Sometimes, trump cards didn't necessarily need to be used to intimidate others. At the very least, after a territory lord was injured in the initial strike, the remaining territory lords were no longer as aggressive as before, giving the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters a lot more room to breathe. After receiving the message from the Seventh Order Communications Officer though, Chun Yuan immediately summoned his own evil purging divine spear. His world force started surging as the evil purging divine spear before him started slightly trembling. It was ready to shoot at any moment. The territory lord started to have a headache, especially the territory lord who was facing Chun Yuan. His eyes were glued onto the evil purging divine spear hovering in front of Chun Yuan as he pushed his strength to the limit, ready to resist at any moment. After witnessing the fate of his companion, this territory lord knew that if he couldn't block this artifact's attack, he would be seriously injured if not dead. His entire attention was focused on dealing with the incoming attack. The warship that had come to deliver the message was fleeing around in the vicinity, with countless Black Ink clansmen in close pursuit. By the looks of it, the warship would meet a tragic end in a short while. At some point, the warship had started flying randomly while paying no heed to where it was, panicking and even rushing straight towards the battlefield of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Territory Lords. The Territory Lords were enraged when they noticed this. If this was any other time, just a casual blow from them would have been enough to send this warship and everyone aboard it to eternal damnation. But with the threat of the evil purging divine spear looming over their heads, none of them dared to be distracted. The evil purging divine spear hovering before Chun Yuan started vibrating even more violently, giving the impression that it would shoot off at any moment. The tattered warship was now very close to the territory lords, and the fear and panic on the faces of the dozen or so soldiers aboard it was apparent as the threat of impending death gripped their hearts. Right then, a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly flared, distracting the territory lord who was fighting Chun Yuan. The next moment he felt a sharp force tear through his soul. The sudden excruciating pain caused him to instantly falter and lose concentration. The territory lord was horrified as, although he didn't know what just happened, how could he not understand that he was ambushed? Who could manage to do this? He had been keeping a close eye on Chun Yuan's movements, and the other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had also been pinned down by his companions, while the Territory Lord had not noticed any signs of another human approaching. The Territory Lord was unable to fathom how he could be ambushed under these circumstances. Regardless of how it happened, he did not have any time to give it much thought as the instant that burst of spiritual energy appeared. The evil purging divine spear hovering before Chun Yuan was also activated and shot towards his chest, leaving a dazzling trail of light behind it. The evil purging divine spear might be effective against the Black Ink clan, but it also had its drawbacks. After all, it was just an artifact in the end. If the Black Ink clansmen were on guard against it, it might not necessarily be effective. That was why Chen Yuan had not made a move after summoning the evil purging divine spear. He was waiting for the right opportunity. Chen Yuan's patience was rewarded at this moment. The territory lord was already in a state of shock, and was unable to defend against Chen Yuan's attack at all. The evil purging divine spear exploded after it pierced into the territory lord's chest. In an instant, a small pure white sun suddenly appeared in the void and enveloped the territory lord, melting away the black ink strength in his body. The territory lord was unable to endure the twin attacks on his soul and body, and let out a miserable cry. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, didn't pause for even a moment. After launching the evil purging divine spear, he charged towards the territory lord, brandishing his sword. A cold gleam flickered across the long sword in his hand as it cut across the territory lord's thick neck. A frigid look blanketed Chen Yuan's face as they passed each other. The next moment, the territory lord's head shot into the sky behind him as a fountain of black blood gushed out from the severed neck. The long sword was so sharp and cut so swiftly that the wound on the territory lord's neck was as smooth as a mirror. A territory lord had fallen. Only at the moment of his death did the territory lord vaguely catch sight of an elusive figure flying out from the shadow of the tattered warship. One he had not noticed the figure before now. He finally understood where this sneak attack had come from, but unfortunately, he no longer had the strength to warn his companions. The pair of eyes on his massive head remained open, angrily glaring in some direction. It gave the impression that he had been unresigned in his death. Compared to the territory lord's anguish, Chen Yuan was feeling quite satisfied. He was also a veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with impressive strength. Although he was not as extraordinary as Xiang Shan, he was almost on par with Ouyang Lai. In fact, in the past he too was an army commander. Be that as it may, even a veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him felt powerless in the current war against the Black Ink clan. In the past, the battles on the Black Ink battlefield were slightly easier. Although the territory lords were still greater in number, most of them were weaker than the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, not to mention veterans like him. He had also killed some territory lords in the past. Things changed after the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction War. Before then, all the ordinary territory lords were wiped out, while the newly appeared territory lords were all innate territory lords who came directly from the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. Each and every one of them was far stronger than the territory lords of the past. After hundreds of years of fighting, Chen Yuan had only managed to kill 3 territory lords. Moreover, each time he had to team up with others to score a kill. Each battle was extremely arduous and he had put his life on the line several times to achieve such results. Today he finally managed to vent all the frustrations in his heart. He finally got to enjoy the feel of killing a territory lord with a single slash of his sword. Even though the success of his attack was not entirely due to his own efforts and more so because of Yang Kai's sneak attack, he was the one to take the territory lord's head. That was more than enough for him. While he was still immersed in his flurry of emotions, the other 4 territory lords' expressions changed drastically. The originally tense situation suddenly turned into a battle where life and death could be decided at any moment, making the territory lords shocked and apprehensive. They could not understand what just happened. Not just them, but even the other 8th Order human masters were confused as to why Chen Yuan suddenly became so fierce. But soon they understood the root of everything. Yang Kai had arrived. After shooting a soul-rending thorn, Yang Kai could not hide his tracks any longer. As such, he simply chose to come out from the bottom of the warship and fire another soul-rending thorn, targeting another territory lord. After firing the first soul-rending thorn, Yang Kai did not pay any attention to Chen Yuan's opponent. If Chen Yuan was unable to finish his opponent even with the help of a soul-rending thorn and an evil-purging divine spear, his years of arduous cultivation would be a waste. What Yang Kai needed to do now was to kill as many of these territory lords as quickly as possible. If he hesitated for even a moment, these territory lords might escape. This was a rare opportunity as the Black Ink clan in Profound Nether territory was under the impression that he was still trapped in Acacia territory, and thus had wantonly launched an assault on the human race. They had no idea that Yang Kai had already escaped. This was a huge oversight. Nonetheless, it could not be blamed on the Black Ink clansmen in Acacia territory. After all, how could they have known that Yang Kai could freely use the World Tree to travel to the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and then to other universe worlds? Only a small number of humans knew about this secret. A war was not just about differences in strength. Information also played a crucial role in determining the course of battle. While the members of both races were still reeling from shock, Yang Kai had already fired a second soul-rending thorn, making a defenseless territory lord cry in pain as he staggered unsteadily. Yang Kai didn't stop there and immediately fired a third soul-rending thorn at the next closest territory lord. The soul-rending thorns carried impressive destructive might, but they were also quite simple to defend against. As long as one shielded their soul diligently, it would greatly weaken the soul-rending thorn's effectiveness. Yang Kai could not give these territory lords any chance to mount a defense. With another set of miserable screams, 2 territory lords were heavily injured by the soul-rending thorns and staggered as their auras started fluctuating wildly. There were 5 territory lords here, of which one was seriously injured while the other 4 were completely unharmed. They had the absolute upper hand against the 4 Eighth Order human masters presiding over this front, but the tides had turned in an instant. 1 territory lord was decapitated in a single stroke, and another 2 were injured and had their auras plummet. So, including the one who was already seriously injured, only 1 territory lord was currently left unscathed. Martial Peak Chapter 5568. The die was cast. From the moment Yang Kai had hidden himself under the warship and used it to approach the battlefield, to when Chen Yuan beheaded the territory lord in one attack in Yang Kai's successive soul-rending thorns, only 3 breaths had elapsed, that's all. This sudden turn of events caught both the territory lords and Eighth Order masters off guard. Nevertheless, the Eighth Order masters came to their senses the next moment and hurriedly summoned their own evil-purging divine spears before hurling them at their opponents. The 2 territory lords who had been injured by the soul-rending thorns were completely unprepared. It was not because their responses were slow, but because they were on the verge of losing consciousness. The soul-rending thorn was too insidious, able to heavily injure both stealthily and soundlessly, causing not just extreme pain, but also dizziness and disorientation. Only Yang Kai, who had experienced this kind of pain many times, was now a little accustomed to it. Any enemy hit by a soul-rending thorn would be in so much agony that they would temporarily be dazed. Deafening explosions rang out one after another as small pure white suns manifested in the void, their pure light roasting the territory lords alive. Immediately, the territory lords started howling as their auras plunged. Having been presented with such a great opportunity, the Eighth Order masters went all out, using their strongest divine abilities or even their divine manifestations as they charged at their respective opponents. Their fates were already set in stone. Meanwhile, the unharmed territory lord, having barely regained his composure, promptly dodged the oncoming evil-purging divine spear. There were a total of 5 territory lords on this auxiliary front, out of which one was grievously injured from the start. Yang Kai had incapacitated 3 others using 3 soul-rending thorns, but he was unable to do anything about the last one. This last territory lord was quite decisive, so when he witnessed one of his companions being killed and 2 others being ambushed, he immediately turned into a black ink cloud and fled towards the horizon. At that moment, Chen Yuan had just decapitated his opponent and was still relishing in the aftermath. When he saw the territory lord flee though, how could he let him go? He flicked his sword before giving chase. "Help kill them, I'll stop him!" Yang Kai suddenly shouted as he summoned his spear and stepped in front of the black ink cloud, enduring the excruciating pain in his soul as he unleashed a flurry of spear shadows. Even though Chen Yuan was quite strong, it would be difficult for him to stop a territory lord who was determined to escape. He would most likely return empty-handed. Since Yang Kai had decided to attack this front, how could he allow any of the territory lords here to escape from right under his nose? He wanted to eliminate all of them today. A flurry of spears filled the void, distorting the local space and causing the territory lord to be unable to tell up from down for a moment. Helpless, he had no choice but to reveal himself and fight Yang Kai. On the other side, Chen Yuan and the other 3 Eighth Order Masters were currently facing 3 injured territory lords, 2 of whom had critical injuries to both their bodies and souls. The die was cast. When the 4 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters surrounded the 3 territory lords, the latter knew that they would not be able to escape today. However, as the saying went, a beast is most dangerous when cornered. The desperate situation brought out the innate savagery and viciousness of the territory lords, who let out loud war cries and all attacked in one direction together. So long as they could create an opening, they might still have a chance to escape. But the next thing they saw left them in despair. Each of the 4 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had summoned another evil purging divine spear, and hurled them out without a moment of hesitation. Previously, Chen Yuan and the others had not done so because they didn't have many evil purging divine spears on hand. They were not willing to waste these valuable tools unless necessary. In addition, the territory lords had been on guard against them, so even if they used them earlier, they would not do much damage. The current situation was different. They could not hold back against these trapped territory lords, as the enemy would surely struggle with reckless abandon. As for whether it would be wasteful or not, once they won the battle, would they still need to worry about the lack of evil purging divine spears with Yang Kai here? If they were parsimonious with external tools, and that allowed the territory lords to break out of their encirclement and escape, or if they lost an Eighth Order Master to a final life or death struggle, it would be a far greater loss that would be impossible to rectify. The Eighth Order Masters could easily evaluate the situation and make appropriate decisions. One after another, small suns exploded again, bathing the void in pure white light. It did not matter whether or not the evil purging divine spear hit the territory lords directly, as just the radiant purifying light would be enough to give them a hard time. The pure light would constantly melt away their strength, weakening and injuring them further. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters did not drop their guard though. Even if they had the absolute advantage, they didn't try to force a quick end to the battle with the territory lords, instead choosing to seal off all escape routes before slowly chipping away at the enemy's strength. In less than the time it takes one to boil a cup of tea, another territory lord had fallen. A moment later, another. And then another. After finishing the 3 territory lords, Chen Yuan immediately ordered Jing and Zhou Heng, "You go take care of the leftover trash. Dao Hong, come with me to assist the army commander." The sudden change in the highest level battlefield had a massive impact on the armies of the 2 races. Originally, the humans could only passively defend against the continuous attacks of the Black Ink clan army. This kind of defense had lasted for several decades and the soldiers had already grown accustomed to it. But today, when the first territory lord fell and the 3 heavily injured territory lords were surrounded by Chen Yuan and the others, the Black Ink clan army was thrown into confusion. Every member of the Black Ink clan army knew that even if they held a great advantage over the human race in terms of numbers, once the territory lords were all defeated, they would be mercilessly slaughtered by the unencumbered human masters next. Thus, many feudal lords instantly led their subordinates to try to rescue the trapped territory lords. But unfortunately, these Black Ink clan reinforcements did not even manage to get close to the battlefield. The rich purifying light blocked most of the Black Ink clansmen's advance, and even if some of the feudal lords still tried to rush in fearlessly, they were easily taken out by Chen Yuan and the others. The Eighth Order Masters might struggle against the innate territory lords, but slaughtering feudal lords was a simple matter for them. As a result, the pressure on the human race's defensive line was greatly reduced. When territory lords fell one by one, the Black Ink clan army besieging the human base knew that the tides of war had turned against them, so how could they dare to remain here? They immediately fled in a helter-skelter. On the other hand, the morale of the human race army soared as they charged out. Assisted by 2 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Zhang En and Zhou Heng, countless Black Ink clansmen's corpses were left floating across the void as the humans hunted down the routed enemies. By now, Chen Yuan and Dai Hong had already converged with Yang Kai, and the 3 of them were attacking the fleeing territory lord together. To be honest, this territory lord was quite shrewd. When he saw that the situation wasn't looking good, he immediately tried to escape, and he would have gotten away had Yang Kai not been here. Trying to escape from a master of the Tao of space was nothing more than a futile dream. In the entire universe, if Yang Kai declared he was second when it came to escaping, no one would dare claim to be first. Throughout his life he had been chased by countless powerful enemies and faced innumerable near-death situations, but he had managed to escape all of them by relying on his space secret techniques. The Territory Lord wanted to escape from right under Yang Kai's nose, but his skill was lacking to achieve such a feat. Quickly realizing he couldn't escape, he could only fight with his life on the line. This Territory Lord was originally quite wary of Yang Kai. After all, when the latter appeared in profound Nether territory a few months ago, he had taken out 3 Territory Lords on his own in a single battle. Furthermore, it was reported that multiple Territory Lords had also died under his spear at the No Return Pass. But after fighting with Yang Kai for real, he discovered that although Yang Kai was strong, he was not strong enough to crush a Territory Lord head-on. At the very least, he could still handle him. Suddenly, he remembered the information he had received from the No Return Pass. The Royal Lord had speculated that the human named Yang Kai had the means to severely wound his enemies' souls, because every time a Territory Lord died at his hand at the No Return Pass, their deaths were preceded by a flash of spiritual energy. Ordinary Black Ink clansmen were unable to sense this, but everything was clear to the Royal Lord. It was through this method that this human was able to kill Territory Lords so easily. Since this means of attack was so strong though, it seemed to put a great burden on the human. In other words, he wouldn't be able to use it too many times in quick succession. Remembering the Royal Lord's speculation, the Territory Lord had been extremely wary of this method, but after fighting for a while, Yang Kai did not seem to have any intention of using it. How could the Territory Lord not realize that the Royal Lord's guess was correct? This human should not be able to use that strange method for the time being. Nonetheless, he was still having a hard time dealing with Yang Kai. He had fought many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but those that were as strong as the one before him were extremely rare. All of Yang Kai's methods were extremely bizarre, and his spear skills were superb, making it all but impossible to guard against. After a short exchange, both sides had suffered heavy losses. The Territory Lord was in a sorry state, but the same went for Yang Kai. Both their bodies were covered in blood. Strictly speaking, the injury Yang Kai had received to his soul from using the soul-rending thorns in Acacia territory had not fully healed yet. After all, only a few months had passed since then. Even if he had spent some time resting in the star boundary, the soul-warming lotus was still unable to completely repair his soul in such a short time. After using 3 soul-rending thorns just now, Yang Kai felt like he had hit his limit and could lose consciousness at any moment. Even so, he had to stop this Territory Lord from escaping. Fortunately, Chun Yuan quickly rushed over with Dai Hong to assist Yang Kai, attacking the Territory Lords from all sides. The situation had been decided. 4 of the 5 Territory Lords had been killed on this auxiliary front, and the last one remaining was besieged by 3 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so it was certain he would also die sooner or later. Whether it was Chun Yuan or Dai Hong, both of them felt extremely satisfied. They had been posted to this front for several decades now and had fought with the Black Ink clan army countless times, but every time they clashed, they would be forced to passively defend themselves. The few times they had taken the initiative to attack, they were quickly repelled. They had killed a lot of Black Ink clansmen, but not a single Territory Lord had fallen in this decades-long war. This left these 8th Order Masters very discouraged. They had been painstakingly cultivating for thousands of years, but they felt powerless in the face of the current situation. Today, however, 4 Territory Lords had died at their hands in less than an incense stick worth of time, and the 5th one would join his comrades on the journey to the Yellow Springs soon. All of this was thanks to Army Commander Yang Kai. Originally, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were apprehensive when they heard about Yang Kai being appointed as the Army Commander from the Supreme Headquarters. After all, Yang Kai was far inferior to the other 8th Order Masters both in terms of age and seniority. Yang Kai's personal strength might be great, but strength alone was not enough to lead an entire army. One must also have the skills to break the deadlock and show the army a path towards victory. Previously, when Yang Kai left with 2 warships through the Black Ink clan's territory gate under the watchful eyes of many of the Territory Lords by himself, many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters admired him, but some felt he was being impetuous and reckless. If the Territory Lords were to suddenly attack him at that time, it would lead to terrible consequences. Taking such risks as the army commander was truly unwise. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5569. Black Ink Clan withdraws. Fortunately, Yang Kai had returned safely. Now, when Yang Kai led these Eighth Order masters to kill several territory lords in succession with unstoppable force, Chun Yuan could not say anything about others, but he and his comrades were totally convinced. No matter whether this newly appointed army commander was young and impetuous, just his overwhelming personal strength alone put him ahead above the other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm masters. They had never fought side by side with Yang Kai before, so although they knew he was strong, they didn't know how strong exactly. Until today. Although the last surviving territory lord was going all out, he was still suppressed by Yang Kai to the point where he could not even catch a breath. Chen Yuan and Dai Hong basically did not need to put their guard up. All they had to do was keep attacking the territory lord with their strongest methods. They found this battle quite cathartic. With someone so powerful overseeing profound nether territory, everyone's future would be much brighter. On the auxiliary front, the Black Ink Clan army collapsed like loose sand following the fall of the territory lords. The Black Ink Clan soldiers panicked and fled, allowing the tens of thousands of human soldiers to relentlessly chase after them. The situation on the main battlefield was originally extremely tense. Furthermore, the Black Ink Clan held the upper hand. However, when the first territory lord fell in the distant void, the hearts of all the territory lords on the main battlefield skipped a beat. No one had any idea what happened, but a territory lord undoubtedly died. Although it was quite far away, and the disturbance was very faint, all the territory lords had sharp senses and naturally, the death of another territory lord did not go unnoticed by them. It had to be known that not many territory lords had fallen in profound nether territory, only 5 over several decades, 3 of which were killed by Yang Kai last time. If these 3 were excluded, the profound nether army had only managed to kill 2 territory lords in several decades. Innate territory lords were not easy to kill, especially when the Black Ink Clan had the overall advantage in terms of numbers. The human race had paid a great price just for this. But today another territory lord was killed. Six Arms, who was overseeing this place, stared into the distance as a deep furrow appeared on his brow, seemingly wanting to see through the void and determine what was happening. Unfortunately, the distance was too great and he had no idea what was going on. All he could do was ask a subordinate feudal lord to send a message to inquire about it. There was a black ink nest on the auxiliary front, and although it was only low rank, it was enough for the Black Ink Clan to quickly gather information. The death of a single territory lord was not a critical blow to their army, but it was not a small matter either. Just as Wei Junyang had said, however, Six Arms was an extremely cautious territory lord, so he immediately wanted to inquire about the situation of the auxiliary front. While waiting for the report, Six Arms looked towards the raging battlefield as his gaze swept over the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm masters one by one, like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. If any of the Eighth Order masters showed any signs of weakness, he would make a move. He had done this multiple times over the past few decades, and many Eighth Order masters had fallen victim to his ploys. So, all the Eighth Order masters in profound nether territory were extremely wary of him. It would not have been a big deal if he really fought with the Eighth Order masters head-on. The problem was that not only was Six Arms powerful, he was also cunning and insidious. Therefore, every time he appeared on the battlefield, the Eighth Order masters would have to divert part of their attention to guard against him. As a result, he alone was able to restrain many Eighth Order masters. This was an open scheme, and Six Arms did not attempt to conceal himself as he kept a hawk eye from the edge of the battlefield. The human race army was helpless about this though, as the Eighth Order masters were fewer in number than the territory lords, so they could not spare one to especially guard against Six Arms. One time, Ouyang Lai had taken a risk to act as bait, feigning injury to make it appear he was no match for his opponent, enticing Six Arms into attacking him. In the end though, he was almost beaten to death by Six Arms, leaving Ouyang Lai fuming in anger. He had sworn that he would tear Six Arms to pieces to soothe his rage. As the battle continued, Six Arms patiently waited for an opportunity. At a certain moment, his eyes lit up as he spotted an Eighth Order master being besieged by 2 territory lords. Just as he was about to make his move though, his head suddenly swiveled as he stared off into the void. Spreading from that direction were the undulations of another territory lord's fall. Another one. Six Arms' expression now became solemn. The death of a single territory lord was not that big of a deal. The situation on the battlefield was constantly changing, and if a territory lord showed the slightest neglect, the Eighth Order human masters would seize the opportunity to kill. But now, 2 territory lords had fallen in quick succession, which was highly abnormal. Did a human race master come to help? In the direction he was staring was one of profound Nether Territory's auxiliary fronts. According to the intelligence Six Arms had gathered, 4 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were stationed on that front, while the Black Ink clan had 5 territory lords. The territory lords had always maintained an upper hand all these years, so the known Eighth Order humans couldn't kill a territory lord. Why has the situation changed so suddenly today? Could Xiang Shan have come? A possibility crossed Six Arms' mind. If there was any Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master he feared, it was Xiang Shan. Xiang Shan had been moving between the various Great Territory battlefields, his whereabouts always elusive. He would suddenly appear and attack a territory lord while the battle was raging before slipping away, only to reappear on a distant battlefield sometime later. Quite a lot of territory lords had fallen at the hands of Xiang Shan over these past years, and many more were injured. Be that as it may, even if a territory lord had fallen victim to Xiang Shan's ambush, another couldn't fall. The territory lords were not stupid and would promptly raise their guard or even flee upon noticing that the tides were not in their favor. Six Arms suddenly felt uneasy. He had always been a cautious individual and could not tolerate any surprise or situation which he had no control over, so having no information on what was going on at that auxiliary front was giving him a headache. The deaths of 2 territory lords did not go unnoticed by the other territory lords either. This left every territory lord confused and even a bit nervous. Even their suppression over the Eighth Order masters had weakened, allowing the human masters to catch their breath. Many territory lords who were engaged in fierce battles shot a questioning glance at Six Arms, who slowly shook his head in response. He was completely oblivious to what was happening on the auxiliary front. The only thing he was certain of was that something highly unexpected had happened there for the things to have changed so suddenly. The feudal lord who was responsible for relaying intelligence had yet to report back, causing Six Arms to grow even more restless. Originally, his entire focus was on finding a flaw in the Eighth Order Master's defenses, waiting for an opportunity to strike. But now, he was in no mood to do so. When he sensed the demise of the 3rd Territory Lord, Six Arms' face turned ashen. Xiang Shan. It's definitely Xiang Shan. Xiang Shan was the strongest of the Eighth Order human masters, and he appeared and disappeared mysteriously. The humans couldn't kill 3 powerful innate territory lords in a short time without his help. However, Xiang Shan alone could not achieve such a feat. The humans must have deployed more reinforcements to the auxiliary front. Before Six Arms could finish speculating though, he felt the passing of a 3rd territory lord followed soon after by the 4th. The 2 deaths happened so close together they practically occurred at the same time. The auxiliary front has been lost. The interval between the territory lords' deaths became shorter and shorter, indicating that the human race's advantage was getting bigger. Nonetheless, what Six Arms failed to understand was how all 5 territory lords could be so stupid. Even if the humans had received powerful reinforcements, why did the territory lords not run when they could not defeat them? Innate territory lords were quite strong, and if they were determined to flee, no Eighth Order master could stop them, unless the humans had somehow sealed the entire battlefield. But how could the human race have such ability? If they wanted to seal off the entire battlefield, they would need many Eighth Order masters, a force that they simply did not possess. Six Arms didn't consider the possibility of a Ninth Order master appearing, because the only 2 Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were pinned down in Wind Mist territory. They couldn't leave. Of the 5 territory lords on the auxiliary front, 4 were already dead. Six Arms blew his top as he silently cursed those territory lords for being foolish and useless. Gloom filled his eyes as he stared into the depths of the void with regret, but ultimately, he could only raise his hand and shout retreat. Originally, they planned to make the best of the absence of the profound Nether Army commander, who was trapped in Acacia territory, but unbeknownst to them, the humans seemed to have already made arrangements. Not only had they failed to achieve their original objective, but they had also lost 4 territory lords, forcing Six Arms to withdraw their forces. The auxiliary front had collapsed, and the human race's reinforcements would surely be arriving soon. Before that happened, the Black Ink clan had to withdraw before they were flanked and overwhelmed. The Black Ink clan army slowly started retreating under Six Arms' command. The territory lords who were fighting against the Eighth Order masters also gradually left the battlefield. The human race had no intention of pursuing them, as the situation on the main battlefield was different compared to the auxiliary front. The territory lords on the auxiliary front had been defeated and the enemy army routed, so it was only natural for the humans to give chase. On the contrary, the Black Ink clan here was retreating on their own initiative, in an orderly manner, so chasing them was risky. The Eighth Order masters gradually gathered around. Everyone's body was riddled with wounds, but fortunately, most of them weren't seriously injured. They would recover after some rest. Some of the injuries were serious, but they were not fatal. Only they all had grim looks on their faces. This was the greatest advantage the humans had over the Black Ink clan. When a human was injured, they could take healing pills to recover from their injuries. Whereas if Black Ink clansmen were injured, and the injuries were not light, they would need to enter a Black Ink nest to recover. That was why there were so many territory lords hibernating in the Black Ink nests at the No Return Pass. It could even be said that the only reason the humans had been able to hold on for so long was because of this advantage. If the Black Ink clan could use spirit pills to heal themselves, the humans would have been facing at least 30% more territory lords on every battlefield. That kind of pressure was definitely not something the human race could bear. Although the territory lords were greater in number than the Eighth Order masters, the human race was still able to barely hold their ground because the Eighth Order masters were willing to exchange injuries with injuries during their battles. As long as a territory lord was seriously injured, they would have to go to the No Return Pass to rest for several years if not decades. Ouyang Lai was drenched in blood, and his face was pale. He was a valiant man who fought with all his might in every battle, so his injuries were not light at all. Be that as it may, he would go all out again in the next battle, no matter how serious his injuries were. The territory lords in profound Nether territory found Ouyang Lai to be a pain to deal with. Although Ouyang Lai had not killed any innate territory lords over the last few decades, he had forced at least 7 of them back to the No Return Pass. So now, every time the Black Ink clan fought, 2 territory lords would join forces to pin him down, making Ouyang Lai feel helpless and angry. He felt like he was being targeted. Gazing in the direction the Black Ink clan army was retreating, Ouyang Lai asked, frowning, "What's going on at the auxiliary front? How did 4 territory lords die? Has Big Hetsiang come?" His questions were naturally directed at Wei Junyang. Martial Peak, Chapter 5570. Heartily. In Ouyang Lai's opinion, this sudden unforeseen change on the auxiliary front was most likely related to Xiang Shan. It wasn't as if this had never happened before. Xiang Shan had a few times snuck into a great territory battlefield and then suddenly attacked, beheading a territory lord and turning the tide in the human race's favor. There were several peak Eighth Order masters like Xiang Shan attached to the Supreme Headquarters. They were not deployed to any particular great territory battlefield, but they could suddenly appear anywhere, knocking the Black Ink clan's advances on their head. It was partly thanks to these peak Eighth Order masters that the humans had been able to maintain the front lines in various great territories at critical moments over the years. Without their assistance, the humans would have at least lost 2 or 3 great territory battlefields. But soon, Ouyang Lai shook his head. That's not right. Even Big Hetsiang wouldn't be able to do something like this. The deaths of 4 territory lords had not gone unnoticed by any of the masters here. There were only a total of 5 territory lords on that auxiliary front, and by the looks of it, they were about to catch all of them in one net. Ouyang Lai had worked with Xiang Shan for many years and was well aware of what the latter was and wasn't capable of. He didn't believe that Xiang Shan had the strength to kill 4 territory lords in a row. Even if he was helped by other Eighth Order masters, that was simply an impossible feat. As soon as he finished speaking, Ouyang Lai sensed the death of the 5th territory lord. Ouyang Lai was stunned for a moment before grinning ear to ear. Good. Now that all the territory lord there have been wiped out, the profound Nether Army detachment should be able to completely occupy that auxiliary front. Has the army commander returned? Fei Yongzhe suddenly glanced at Wei Junyang and asked. Xiang Shan might not be able to accomplish this, but that didn't mean that no one in this world could. In fact, among all the 8th Order masters alive today, there was only one person who could make this impossible feat possible. Profound Nether Army Commander Yang Kai. The last time he appeared in Profound Nether territory, Yang Kai managed to kill 3 territory lords all by himself, so it would not be impossible for him to kill 5 with the help of 4 other 8th Order masters. The other 8th Order masters were astounded after hearing this. The army commander is back? Wasn't the army commander trapped in Acacia territory? How did he return? The territory gates in Acacia territory had been blockaded by millions of Black Ink clan soldiers, and at least a dozen territory lords had also been deployed there. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, he probably would not be able to break out of such an encirclement. Immediately, someone anxiously asked Senior Brother Wei, "Has the army commander really returned?" Wei Junyang slightly nodded in agreement. Yes, the army commander is back. He also took charge of that auxiliary front. No wonder. Realization suddenly dawned on everyone. They had at first thought that it was Xiang Shan's handiwork, but apparently it was Yang Kai's doing. How did he return? Did he kill his way out in Acacia territory? Yang Lai looked confused. He had been quite worried when he heard that Yang Kai had been trapped in Acacia territory. After all, the Black Ink clan had deployed a massive force to keep him trapped. Yang Kai was responsible for rescuing the human refugees trapped in Acacia territory, so he was surely encumbered by a huge burden. Yang Lai was afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't be capable of taking the ruthless path, and instead decided to live and die together with the trapped cultivators. That would be incredibly foolish. However, who would have thought that Yang Kai had already returned? It was too strange. Moreover, the war broke out in Profound Nether territory because the news of Yang Kai being trapped in Acacia territory had spread, allowing the Black Ink clan to act fearlessly. Did the Black Ink clan not know that Yang Kai had escaped? Yang Lai was confused, and it wasn't not just him. All the other 8th Order masters had similar doubts. Wei Junyang replied, shaking his head, "I don't know how the army commander managed to escape. You can try asking him yourselves if you're curious." Saying so, he stared into the depths of the void. The deadlock at the auxiliary front had been broken with the fall of the 5 territory lords stationed there. The human army should be able to eradicate the Black Ink clan army before long. This was a huge win for Profound Nether territory, enough to set everyone's heart aflame. The human race was currently lacking such victories. After continuously fighting for decades, everyone, from the higher-ups to the lowest-level soldiers, was mentally and physically exhausted, and with so little good news coming from the various battlefields, everyone had started to lose hope. But now perhaps there would be a new light. At the same time, the territory lords were also looking in the direction of the auxiliary front. When they sensed the passing of the 5th territory lord, resentment took over the territory lords' faces. The Black Ink clan had held the superior position on the Profound Nether territory battlefield for years, and had not suffered any significant losses during that entire time, but ever since Yang Kai came, they had suffered 2 consecutive defeats. The first time he had killed 3 territory lords, and this time 5 had perished. Furthermore, the Black Ink clan still had no clear idea what happened at the auxiliary front. "Sir Territory Lord." A feudal lord hurriedly rushed over and saluted him, panic clearly visible on his face. It was the very same feudal lord who was sent by 6 Arms to inquire about the auxiliary front situation. The Black Ink clan could quickly gather information throughout the entire Profound Nether territory, with the help of their Black Ink Nest network. The feudal lord hurried over to 6 Arms, who asked him in a deep voice, "What happened at the auxiliary front? Is Xiang Shan here?" A look of fear covered the feudal lord's face as he shook his head and reported, "It's not Xiang Shan, it's that human named Yang Kai." Some feudal lords witnessed him suddenly appear and kill the territory lords one by one. What? The territory lords were greatly taken aback. 6 Arms also had a serious look on his face. "Yang Kai? Are you certain?" The feudal lord replied, "That is what the report said." "Impossible." One of the territory lords firmly shook his head. Emonayi in Acacia territory sent word that Yang Kai was still trapped and there hasn't been any movement on that side. So how could he appear here? The other territory lords also felt that it was impossible. Even if Yongkai was somehow able to kill his way out of Acacia territory, he would not have been able to return to Profound Nether territory in such a short time. Everyone felt that the information from the auxiliary front was wrong. Check it again. Also, send a message to Amonayi in Acacia territory to ask about the situation over there. Even though Six Arms himself didn't believe it, this was a critical matter, so he had no choice but to be prudent. The feudal lord received the order and hurriedly flew towards the Black Ink clan's base camp. There was a mid-rank Black Ink nest at the camp that could communicate with all the other Black Ink nests in Profound Nether territory. "Sir, how about I go take a look personally?" one of the territory lords asked. Six Arms pondered for a moment before refusing, shaking his head. "There's no need, that front has already fallen into enemy hands. It's pointless to go there now. On the contrary, you might fall victim to the human race's ambush. Go back and rest." He looked around and noticed that two territory lords' auras were in disorder. Obviously, they were seriously injured. He could not help but lightly sigh in his heart. These two probably wouldn't be able to participate in the war for quite some time, as they would need to return to the No-Return Pass to heal their wounds. He didn't know if the No-Return Pass would be able to transfer more territory lords here, as recently the territory lords in Profound Nether territory had suffered quite a few casualties. If there were any more losses among the top ranks, the Black Ink clan might not be able to maintain pressure on the human race. At the same time, a sense of unease gripped Six Arms' heart. Has Yongkai really returned and made an appearance at the auxiliary front? But that shouldn't be possible. Meanwhile, Yongkai, leading 4 Eighth Order masters and tens of thousands of soldiers, was chasing after the Black Ink clan. Chun Yuan and the others were on a rampage. It had been a few decades, no several centuries, since they had been able to kill Black Ink clansmen so easily and freely after the Great Crusade. For the past few hundred years, every time they fought, their opponents would be the powerful innate territory lords. But now, with all 5 territory lords in the vicinity dead, there were no more Black Ink clansmen who could match them. Once they started the bloodbath, none among the Black Ink clan here could stop them. Even the feudal lords were being taken down in one attack. A 1,000,000-strong Black Ink clan army lost countless soldiers under this pursuit, and the human race army soon killed their way to the enemy's camp, a universe world where dozens of low-ranked Black Ink nests had been planted. In just the time it took to burn a stick of incense, these dozens of Black Ink nests were completely destroyed and ransacked. Although the quality of resources looted from these Black Ink nests was not that great, they won out in quantity. Half a day later, the battle came to an end. The Black Ink clan were wiped from this universe world, and the human race army that had chased them all the way here let out a thunderous cheer. After several decades, the Black Ink clan at this auxiliary front had finally been purged. This also meant the human race would no longer need to deploy significant forces here in the future, and could instead send more troops to the main battlefield. Now that the battle was over, everyone started cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the corpses of the fallen soldiers. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Yongkai did not immediately leave and instead lay in ambush on the universe world with Chan Yuan and the other Eighth Order masters. He was not sure if the Black Ink clan would send someone to check up on the situation here, so he was just taking a chance. If a territory lord came to investigate this place, it would be an unexpected bonus. Unfortunately, there was still no movement even after waiting for several days. Yongkai did not want to waste his time waiting here any longer, so he immediately ordered the troops to return to camp. Leaving the aftermath to Chen Yuan and the others, Yongkai flew alone to the frontline camp. The Eighth Order masters were waiting for him, and when they saw him, they all cupped their fists in greeting. Yongkai returned the gesture to everyone one by one. When he saw that most of them were injured, especially Ouyang Lai and several other Eighth Order masters, who were seriously wounded, he couldn't help but ask, "Why aren't you all healing?" Ouyang Lai explained, grinning. "Old Wei said you're back, but we could not believe him. We wanted to see it for ourselves." It wasn't that they didn't trust Wei Junyang, but this matter was simply too bizarre. The Black Ink clan started a war in Profound Nether territory, because they wanted to take advantage of Yongkai being trapped in Acacia territory, and inflict heavy casualties on the Profound Nether army. Unexpectedly, the information was wrong, and the Profound Nether Army took advantage of the situation to deal a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai stated with a smile, "You've all fought hard. Please go and heal your injuries." Everyone quickly dispersed. Yang Kai also wanted to leave, but was stopped by Wei Junyang. "Sir, hold on a moment." "What's the matter?" Yang Kai curiously asked. Wei Junyang stated, "Although we have won, our Profound Nether Army has also suffered some casualties. Sir, as the commander of the Profound Nether Army, it is only right for you to coordinate the entire army and have a grasp of the Profound Nether Army's information so that you can deal with the next battle." Yang Kai immediately felt a headache coming on. "There's no need for that. You and senior brother Kong can take care of it." Wei Junyang shook his head in response. "Brother Kong and I are just assisting, sir. After all, the Profound Nether Army is still under Sir's command." Yang Kai sincerely stated, "I trust my two senior brothers." "This isn't about trust." Before Wei Junyang could say anything else, Yang Kai raised his hand and prevented him. "Senior brother Wei, my injuries are serious and I urgently need to recuperate. I'll have to trouble you and senior brother Kong to manage the army." Wei Junyang sized up Yang Kai from head to toe as a look of ridicule appeared on his face. Yang Kai earnestly added, "It's an internal injury. My soul is currently unstable. I feel like I'm about to pass out." Martial Peak Chapter 5571 2 years. After much persuasion, Yang Kai finally managed to get rid of Wei Junyang. He knew that what Wei Junyang said was true, but the military affairs of an army were too cumbersome, and he did not want to interfere in it either. The Profound Nether Army had been functioning fine without him, so there was no reason for him to be the one in charge of it now. Strictly speaking, asking him to be the army commander was like asking a donkey to dance. Deep down, he would rather be like Ouyang Lai, a fierce general who charges into battle. Shouldering the hopes and lives of millions of soldiers was a heavy responsibility. As he walked outside the palace, Yang Kai saw a large group of people waiting in the distance, all of them covered in blood and radiating intense murderous intent. By the looks of it, they had just withdrawn from the battlefield. After seeing who these people were, Yang Kai immediately understood why they were waiting here. Seeing him arrive, the leader Zhu Jian quickly approached him and cupped his fists. "Sir?" The other divine spirits also bowed, wearing complicated expressions. They had been waiting in Profound Nether territory these past few days, but when the war broke out, they had no choice but to join the battle as well and had contributed a lot to the effort. In any case, there were several dozen divine spirits here, so they were a force to be reckoned with in any place. The deaths of 5 territory lords in succession on the auxiliary front had also been noticed by all of them. Originally, none of them had a clear idea about the situation, but after learning that it was connected to Yang Kai, all of them were relieved. The scene of the unruly Tao Wu being killed in one blow a few months ago was still vivid in their minds. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai looked at them, not having expected these divine spirits to be waiting here. Zhu Jian explained, "Sir, you told us to kill 2 territory lords within 3 months to make up for our mistakes. We fought numerous bloody battles and fortunately, we did not fail in our mission. We are here to report our success." Saying so, Zhu Jian took out 2 corpses from his space ring. These were the corpses of 2 territory lords, mangled beyond recognition. Clearly, they had experienced a brutal battle before their death. In fact, these divine spirits had arrived in Profound Nether territory long ago, but Yang Kai had already left by the time they came, so they had no choice but to wait here for his return. Yang Kai did a quick check before slightly nodding. "Good work. Don't make the same mistake again." Yang Kai brought these divine spirits out from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, but they had not been very obedient because he was not around. After making a show of force by killing Tao Wu, and with their bloodline oath as a constraint, Yang Kai was sure that these divine spirits would not dare act rashly in the future. In any case, these divine spirits were indispensable to the human race. Yang Kai could kill one to set up his prestige, but he didn't want their relationship to become too strained, so he refrained from further killing. Hearing this, Zhu Jian and the others breathed a sigh of relief. "Does Sir have any other instructions?" Zhu Jian cautiously asked. "Go back to the Supreme Headquarters and listen to their deployment orders. Yongkai simply waved them away. Since he was overseeing profound nether territory, the Black Ink clan probably wouldn't dare act up here. On the other hand, the situation was quite tense in other great territories, so these divine spirits would be of great use there. The divine spirits felt like they had been granted amnesty as they quickly bid farewell and left. Divine spirits had been arrogant since ancient times, not taking any other being seriously. This was especially so with the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, as they rarely had the opportunity to interact with the outside world. This was why they had been disregarding the Supreme Headquarters orders before Yongkai's return. They could ignore the other human masters, but they couldn't ignore Yongkai as he had proven he was willing to kill in a heartbeat. Tao Wu was a good example for this. Moreover, Yongkai was not a human anymore, but a member of the Dragon Clan. All divine spirits revered the dragons and phoenixes as their leaders. Their pitiful pride was nothing in front of a pure-blood dragon. Yu Rumeng's squad also returned soon after. Although the 10 of them were disheveled, none of them were seriously injured. Few human squads had survived so many battles without losing a single member. Even when Yongkai was leading Dawn, he had lost Ning Qiji and Qi Taichu in battle. One of the reasons why Yu Rumeng's squad was able to achieve this feat was because their individual strength was extraordinary. Not only were all of them in the 7th Order, there were also Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan members among them. Even if they were to encounter a territory lord, they would still be able to put up a fight. Everyone in the squad was a 7th Order master or equivalent. In all the battlefields, this was the only squad to have such a luxurious lineup. Generally, there would only be 1 or 2 7th Order masters in a squad, but the higher-ups of the Profound Nether Army knew that they were Yongkai's wives or close associates, so they made an exception and allowed them to do as they pleased. Otherwise, how could a single squad have such a grand lineup? Secondly, their worship was transformed from Baishi's soul clone, so its defense was much stronger than ordinary. It could even be said that if one wanted to kill them, they would have to first destroy Baishi's clone. But how could Baishi's soul clone be so easy to kill? The Black Ink clan would have to send 2 territory lords to deal with such a squad, which would clearly be a waste of manpower, so up until now, Yu Rumeng's squad had been able to rampage about freely. Everyone had suffered varying degrees of injuries and all of them required rest and recovery, especially Yongkai. The pain of his soul being torn apart was simply unbearable. After speaking to Yu Rumeng briefly, Yongkai immediately went into retreat. Both the humans and Black Ink clan had suffered great losses in Profound Nether territory recently, but the Black Ink clan's casualties were far more substantial than the humans. Not only did they lose 5 territory lords, but they even lost the battle for one of the auxiliary fronts they had been contesting for several decades. This sent 6 Arms, who had been overseeing this place, flying into a rage as a cold and grim look permanently covered his face. From the information he had received, the loss of the territory lords and the auxiliary base was likely related to the army commander of the Profound Nether Army's unexpected return. Only, 6 Arms was unable to determine the authenticity of this news. There were indeed many feudal lords who claimed that they had seen Yongkai, but how was that possible? The Black Ink clansmen in Acacia territory had sent word that Yongkai was now just a turtle hiding in its shell. Deep down, 6 Arms was actually willing to believe that Yongkai had returned. A single human master like Yongkai was enough to give the Black Ink clan a serious headache, but if there was another who had abilities on par with his, able to slay multiple territory lords at once, how was the Black Ink clan supposed to survive? But if that was the case, what was Mo Nayi doing? Acacia territory had been thoroughly sealed off, so how could Yongkai have escaped? Unable to understand, 6 Arms sent out scouts to the human race's side to investigate, while at the same time, he waited for news from Acacia territory. Half a month later, Acacia territory sent a message. 6 Arms checked it at once. The 5 territory gates in Acacia territory had been completely cordoned off, and not a single human had breached their defenses. All the hunters who tried to enter Acacia territory to gather information had been either captured or killed by the Black Ink clan army. Be that as it may, according to the Black Ink clan's investigation, the Universe Cave Heaven in Acacia territory where the human race cultivators were originally hiding was now empty. Reading this report, 6 Arms' face sank as he cursed. That idiot Mo Nayi has caused us a lot of harm. He was almost certain that Yang Kai had already left Acacia territory, and the previous loss in Profound Nether territory was definitely because of him. The feudal lords who managed to escape that slaughter were indeed not mistaken. Cursing inwardly, Six Arms continued reading the report. In the message, Emonai also swore that Yang Kai was still trapped in Acacia territory, but he had no idea where he was hiding. He planned on having the Black Ink clan army sweep the entire Great Territory and swore that he would find Yang Kai sooner or later. Find him, my ass. Six Arms couldn't be bothered to read any further. Yang Kai was already back in Profound Nether territory, so who the hell was Emonai going to look for? If it weren't for the unforeseen incident in Profound Nether territory, Six Arms would have firmly believed Emonai's report. After all, how could such a large group of humans escape when all the territory gates were sealed? But all hopes and speculations were false in the face of facts. Yang Kai had long since disappeared without a trace. It was laughable that idiot Emonai was still wasting his time in Acacia territory. However, what shocked Six Arms even more was that the Black Ink clan in Acacia territory had also suffered incredible losses. To his shock and dismay, Yang Kai had managed to kill 7 territory lords with the help of a mere 3 squads. Six Arms was horrified. 3 at the No Return Pass, a total of 8 in Profound Nether territory, and 7 in Acacia territory. In total, the number of territory lords who had died due to Yang Kai directly or indirectly had reached 18. This was all the information he could gather, but there were still some things he had yet to grasp. What is this human? Holding the jade slip from Acacia territory in his hand, Six Arms felt that Yang Kai was definitely the Black Ink clan's greatest and most dangerous enemy. What was laughable was that although Yang Kai had killed so many territory lords, the Black Ink clan did not actually have much information on him. All the Black Ink clan knew that he used some kind of strange method to attack souls, and finished off his opponent in one blow after his initial sneak attack. He could not use this soul attack method too frequently in a short period, but apart from this the Black Ink clan knew nothing else. I guess I've to collect some information about this person. Six Arms began making plans. After the most recent battle, Profound Nether territory once again welcomed a rare period of peace. The human race and Black Ink clan armies stood on opposite sides of the void, glaring at each other. Although there were some small skirmishes, both the human race and Black Ink clan were restraining themselves, as if they were afraid that another war would embroil the entire territory. For the humans, this period of peace was extremely precious. Many of the soldiers had suffered injuries in the last battle and needed to recuperate, but how could the Black Ink clan fare any better? Not only did the Black Ink clan need to recuperate, they also needed to call in more troops. Below the territory lord level, their individual strength was inferior to the human races, so they could only rely on numbers to win. 2 years passed by in a flash. From a certain palace, Yang Kai finally emerged from his retreat. This time it took him quite a long time to heal, mainly because he had used the soul-rending thorns too frequently. While he had still not recovered from the injuries his soul had sustained in Acacia territory, he had used more soul-rending thorns as soon as he returned to Profound Nether territory. The damage had simply become too much at that point. Fortunately, Yang Kai's soul had stabilized after recuperating for such a long period, thanks to the soul-warming lotus. Furthermore, he could feel that his soul cultivation had progressed a little further. In the past, he discovered that every time his soul recovered after using a soul-rending thorn, his spiritual energy would become slightly more refined. This was also in line with the principle of, there is no construction without destruction. Perhaps one day, he would be able to use soul-rending thorns 4, or even 5 times in a row without much stress. At that time it would be even easier for him to kill his opponents. Walking out of the palace, Yang Kai immediately sent a message to Wei Junyang and the others. A short while later, all the 8th Order masters were gathered in the main conference hall. Yang Lai looked at Yang Kai in excitement and asked, "Are we going to fight?" He was quite a belligerent fellow. Even though he had not yet recovered from his injuries, he had been crying for war all the time. Unfortunately for him, Yang Kai was in a retreat, so the Profound Nether army could not make a rash move. Now that Yang Kai had finally come out of his seclusion, how could Yang Lai restrain himself? Marshall Peak. Chapter 5572. Do you understand? Oh, Yang Kai nodded slightly. We can't just keep resting forever. It's been 2 years since the last major battle, and although everyone has yet to fully recover, I don't think the Black Ink clan is in any better shape. No one will have the upper hand right now. Ouyang Lai immediately became excited. This old master requests to serve as the vanguard. Wei Junyang, on the other hand, was a little hesitant. Sir, Profound Nether Territory has been in a constant state of war for decades, and it's rare for us to have peace for even a few days. If we start another war now, I'm afraid the soldiers won't be able to hold on. If a Black Ink clansman got seriously injured, they could get back on their feet after slumbering in a Black Ink nest for a while. On the other hand, if humans got injured, although they were not bogged down by so many nuisances, it was not that easy to heal either. For example, Ouyang Lai had still not recovered from his injuries even after 2 years of rest. Ouyang Lai shot a glance at him. What's there to be afraid of? Yang boy is right, we might not be in top shape, but the Black Ink clan isn't faring any better. As such, no one will have the advantage. What's more, things are different now. We have more evil purging divine spears than before. The artifact refiners in the Profound Nether Army had been constantly refining evil purging divine spears over these past 2 years, and although they had not refined many of them, it was enough for a single large-scale battle. With the evil purging divine spears, the human masters would surely have it easier. Wei Junyang shook his head, stating, "It's not that I'm afraid, it's just..." He looked at Yang Kai. "Sir, what is your idea?" He wasn't convinced that in their current position the humans should be the ones to initiate a war, but he still decided to listen to Yang Kai's plan. Yang Kai explained, "The Black Ink clan has a stronger and bigger army, while our human race army is weaker and fewer in number. In all these years it has always been the Black Ink clan on the offense, while we humans are forced to passively hold our ground, which is understandable. I want to launch an attack, but not because I want to end the battle in Profound Nether Territory in one fell swoop. We humans don't currently have that kind of strength." Kong Chengde pondered for a moment before asking, "Sir, you mean?" Yang Kai added, "I want the Profound Nether Army's main force to launch a campaign to divert the attention of the Black Ink clan army." He raised his hand and pointed towards a certain spot on the void chart. "I will head here and assist the 8th Order Division commanders in taking down the territory lords here, allowing us to occupy this front." Ouyang Lai happily smiled, just like last time. Yang Kai nodded his agreement. Yang Kai's last ambush had brought about stellar results. Not only did he kill 5 territory lords, but the Black Ink clan army at one of the auxiliary fronts was utterly routed and had suffered massive casualties. The auxiliary fronts in Profound Nether Territory were not just limited to one area. There were several of them, and they were now Yang Kai's targets. Kong Chengde and Wei Junyang glanced at each other before the former smiled wryly and explained, "Sir, you've been in a retreat for the past 2 years, so I'm afraid you don't know about the situation in Profound Nether Territory. It's my fault for forgetting to report it to you." "What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. Kong Chengde answered, "The Black Ink clan suffered such immense losses the last time you struck that they have completely given up on all the auxiliary fronts. All the Black Ink clan armies have retreated, and they've even moved their Black Ink nests away." Yang Kai was at a total loss. He had been planning on attacking the other auxiliary fronts one after another, but it never occurred to him that the Black Ink clan would withdraw completely after just a single defeat. What the hell? 6 arms is quite decisive. Yang Kai lightly nodded his acknowledgement. This really came as a surprise to him. If Yang Kai really targeted the other auxiliary fronts, the Black Ink clan would not be able to defend themselves and would be forced to retreat sooner or later, but it seems 6 arms understood this and simply decided to cut their losses and retreat preemptively. This was a frustrating development for Yang Kai. Nonetheless, this was also quite beneficial for the human race. Since the Black Ink clan was no longer attacking the auxiliary fronts, the Profound Nether Army could concentrate all of its forces to guard the main battlefield and did not have to divert manpower elsewhere. Kong Chengde pondered for a moment before asking, "Sir, were you planning to kill more territory lords?" Yang Kai nodded his agreement. "The territory lords are much higher in number than our 8th Order masters. Although we've killed a number of them here, that hasn't really closed the gap in high-level combat strength between our 2 races. In fact, this gap may never be closed, but where there is a will, there is a way. We can only reduce the pressure on our human race by killing more territory lords. I want all those territory lords to tremble in fear in the future." The Eighth Order masters looked at each other, sighing at the hot-bloodedness of this young man. Although these old Eighth Order masters weren't afraid of dying in battle against the Black Ink clan, they were still lacking in vigor compared to Yang Kai. Perhaps this was also the reason why the Supreme Headquarters had appointed Yang Kai as the army commander of the Profound Nether Army. Yang Kai's fearsome strength was a critical factor, but the other reason was that the Supreme Headquarters wanted to bring some changes to the war situation. The other army commanders were all old and serious people, but that also meant that they acted more conservatively and cautiously. Kong Chengde stated, "Sir, if that's what you want, there is no need to hesitate then. The army will press forward and draw the Black Ink clan into a battle. The Eighth Order Division commanders will be tasked with keeping the territory lords occupied. So you just need to find an opportunity to kill them." Someone worriedly stated, "The Profound Nether Army prioritized defense mainly because there was a gap in strength, so we've been relying on various tricks and traps to defend against the enemy. If we were to rashly launch an attack without any support, we might land ourselves in trouble." The human race had also been primarily focused on defense on the Black Ink battlefield because the human race had the Great Passes. The same was true for the Profound Nether Army. Although there weren't any impregnable passes they could use here, being able to decide the battlefield allowed them to set up numerous defensive emplacements that bolstered their combat strength. These arrangements could greatly make up for the difference in combat strength between the humans and Black Ink clan. Kong Chengde interjected, "That's not a big problem. While launching an offensive does have its fair share of drawbacks, we can compensate for them with the evil-purging divine spears. If we disregard consumption, the Black Ink clan may not be able to gain any advantage for a short time. Of course, the more drawn out the battle, the harder it will become for our side." Yang Kai asked, "Senior Brother Kong, by your estimation, how long can the Profound Nether Army persist if we utilize every evil-purging divine spear we have?" Kong Chengde pondered for a moment before replying, "Half a day." After 2 years of continuous refining, they would only be able to hold strong for half a day at most, which was understandable as it was quite difficult to refine the evil-purging divine spears en masse, but using them was extremely simple. It all depended on the right timing. Yang Kai understood and ordered, "In that case, our troops must withdraw within half a day after the start of the battle, or else we will suffer excessive casualties." Yang Kai then focused his attention on the void chart, remaining silent. The Eighth Order masters patiently waited for Yang Kai to finish contemplating, whereas Ouyang Lai kept signaling Yang Kai with his eyes. His face filled with encouragement, as if he wanted this little brat to let him do as he pleased. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly looked up and shouted, "Relay my orders. Unless a war breaks out at the front line, all forces are to return to the main camp. We will attack in 3 days with each division acting as an independent unit, forcing the Black Ink clan's army to come out and fight. We will engage the Black Ink clan army for 12 hours and then retreat. Every 8th Order division commander will find an opportunity to join the battle and draw out the territory lords. You don't need to kill them. Your task is simply to fully occupy their attention." "Yes, sir." The 8th Order masters received their orders. Some were excited, some were worried, and some wore a stoic look. After the military order was given, the Profound Nether Army's main force could be said to have completely mobilized. Something like this had never happened in the last few decades. It was quite a risky move, and if the Black Ink clan came to learn of it in advance, it would have disastrous consequences. All the Black Ink clan needed to do was divide their forces and cut off the Profound Nether Army's retreat to inflict heavy damage. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't understand this point, but how could he kill territory lords without taking some risks? He needed to defeat the Black Ink clan in Profound Nether territory in the shortest time possible to imbue a sense of terror of him into them. These weren't just empty words, this was his real objective. Yang Kai then turned to Kong Chengde and stated, "Senior Brother Kong, I'll leave the rear to you to coordinate the overall situation." Kong Chengde nodded in response, "Rest assured, sir. This Kong will do his best. Prepare yourselves." Yang Kai waved everyone away. The 8th Order masters quickly dispersed. Ouyang Lai, on the other hand, followed Yang Kai out of the hall. Yang Kai turned around and asked, "Senior Ouyang, do you need something?" Yang Lai glanced around before pulling Yang Kai to a remote corner by his arm. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If someone who didn't know what was going on saw them acting sneaky, who knows what they would think? Sir Yang, if you have something to say, just say it. Yang Kai was planning to return to his temporary palace to warn Yu Rumeng and the others on some matters, so he didn't have the time to chat with him. Yang Lai beamed with a broad smile. Junior brother, we've known each other for many years. How did your senior brother treat you? Whenever he needed something, he would address Yang Kai as junior brother. If not, he would call him Yang Boy. Yang Kai thought for a moment before replying, I saved senior brother's life. Yang Lai's expression froze. Yang Kai had not said a single lie. Back then, Yang Lai was separated from the human race army and got stranded beyond the no-return pass with a group of remnant soldiers. It was Yang Kai who had led him and the other humans to the barren territory from the no-return pass. In truth, Yang Kai had saved his life. Yang Lai agreed, nodding, that's right. In other words, we have a life-and-death friendship. How did he come to that conclusion? Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to refute him. Yang Lai happily smiled. Since that's the case, junior brother must take good care of your senior brother. Yang Kai couldn't help but shoot a glance at him. I didn't expect senior brother to be so afraid of death. Yang Lai was stunned for a moment before cursing. What nonsense! This old master has fought on the battlefield for so many centuries, but when have I ever feared death? Then what does senior brother mean? Yang Lai cursed, Chan Yuan, that bastard. Ever since he had returned from the auxiliary front, he's been bragging that he beheaded an innate territory lord with a single stroke of his sword. Others may not have any idea about that bastard's strength, but I'm well aware. In a one-on-one fight, this old master can beat him with just one hand to the point that not even his disciples would recognize him. He was only able to kill a territory lord thanks to you, junior brother. At this point, Yang Lai put on a meaningful grin and continued, junior brother, you can't let your fertile water into another's land. Speaking of which, we're also one family, and we both have served in the Great Evolution Army. When you were injured, Gong Lian and I even took care of you. You want to kill territory lords, right? Then, this senior brother will find a territory lord and try my best to keep him occupied. Then you can sneak over and give him a blow to the head. Do you understand? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry and quickly nodded. I understand. Yang Lai was overjoyed, so we have a deal. Yang Kai earnestly stated, senior brother, I can only promise to do my best. Senior brother also knows that the situation on the battlefield is constantly changing, and I can't attack too many times either. Without waiting for him to finish, Yang Lai cut him off. I understand, your senior brother understands. Then I'll leave everything to you. After smacking Yang Kai's shoulder a few times, he turned around and flew away. Yang Kai stared at his back thinking, what do you understand? Marshall Peak. Chapter 5573. Mantis stalks the cicada. A heavy and murderous aura pervaded the universe fragment where the front line's main camp was located. Although no direct order had been issued yet, the soldiers could feel the oppressive pressure of the calm before a storm. Having fought the Black Ink clan for years, most of the soldiers had developed a keen perception of an impending war, and there were clear signs everywhere that a battle was about to break out. The human race army on the universe fragment at the main front all began preparing for the war. Inside a certain palace, Yang Kai watched as Yu Rumeng's squad took off, heading towards the gathering point of their division. He did not give them too much advice as there was nothing for him to worry about. All of the women in this squad were 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and they had a customized warship built around by Shi's soul clone. In terms of safety, they were far better off than other soldiers. Since a foreign enemy had invaded the 3,000 worlds, every human capable of contributing their strength had to do so. So, even if Yu Rumeng and the others were his family, they couldn't shrink from this. Especially now when Yang Kai was the army commander of the Profound Nether Army, he could not show any kind of favoritism. Quite the contrary, he had to set an example. Watching Yu Rumeng and the others gradually disappear into the distance, Yang Kai's figure also flickered as he disappeared from the spot. The entire main army was just a distraction, while his actions were the key to this operation. Yang Kai hoped that he could return with a full harvest this time. The human race troops began to gather in the void, with each division acting as a unit and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters patrolling back and forth. The army looked quite imposing. Soon the void was filled with densely packed warships, forming a massive fleet. Ouyang Lai was standing on the deck of a huge purifying black ink battleship, staring into the void. His expression was cold and his fighting spirit was soaring. After receiving the go from the Central Command, Ouyang Lai pointed ahead and shouted, "Set off!" There was a specially made battle drum on the purifying black ink battleship. As Ouyang Lai's only disciple, Gong Lian was holding the drumsticks and personally struck it. Even in the vast void, when Gong Lian started beating the drum, sonorous inspiring beats resounded out one after another, lifting the army's morale. The vanguard set off. Ouyang Lai loved fighting, so almost every time the Profound Nether army took action, he would be at the head of the charge. Right behind the vanguard forces were the various divisions, which began to move out one after another, fanning out to the left and right while Kong Chanda remained behind at the command center, coordinating the entire battle. The original boisterous universe fragment was now completely empty, leaving only a few non-combatants or cultivators who were still too injured to participate. Seeing the army off, the Black Ink clan quickly noticed the human race army's movements. Nothing could be done about this though, as the size of the Profound Nether army's main force this time was 400,000 strong, and if the small stone race members were included, the size of the army would easily reach the million mark. If the Black Ink clan did not notice the movement of such a massive army, they would simply be blind. The Black Ink clan scouts who were monitoring the situation were all taken aback and quickly reported back to the main camp. Unlike the human race frontline camp that was located on a universe fragment, the Black Ink clan main camp consisted of several universe worlds, one of which was originally located here, while the others had been moved over by the Black Ink clan's masters. Black Ink nests were indispensable for the Black Ink clan, and so were these universe worlds. All these universe worlds had many Black Ink nests planted on them, some of them even mid-rank, which towered over the others. Currently, Black Ink clansmen were healing in and around these Black Ink nests. Reports from the frontline scouts came one after another, and soon were in Six Arms' hands. When he learned that the human race's main army was advancing, Six Arms was shocked. This had never happened before. Ever since he had taken command of the Black Ink clan's war in Profound Nether territory, the human race had been on the defense. Of course, there were some occasional attacks, but nothing even close to this levels. What is the human race planning? Six Arms was unable to understand, which made him a little depressed. In fact, Six Arms had been feeling quite frustrated because of Yang Kai for the past 2 years. Even if he shrugged off the fact that 8 territory lords had died in Profound Nether territory because of him, the thing that was giving Six Arms the biggest headache was the fact that the Black Ink clan's actions were being completely restrained because of Yang Kai's presence. In the past, the Black Ink clan held the initiative, able to fight and retreat whenever and wherever they pleased, while the human race was helpless against them. The territory lords also outnumbered the 8th Order masters, which was a source of great confidence for the Black Ink clan. But now... So what if there were more territory lords than 8th Order humans? Six Arms didn't dare act rashly, afraid that Yang Kai would suddenly appear from somewhere and butcher them. Even he did not have the confidence to resist Yang Kai's insidious means. If he accidentally fell into Yang Kai's hands, he would be severely injured in the best-case scenario, and at worst he would die. Because of this, Six Arms cursed Mo Nai an uncountable number of times these past 2 years. Had Mo Nai not sent out false information, leading him to think that Yang Kai was still trapped in Acacia territory, how could he have lost 5 territory lords 2 years ago? On the other hand, Mo Nai's reply was only that Yang Kai was definitely in Acacia territory and could not have escaped. But what was the end result? Millions of Black Ink clansmen and 9 territory lords searched through the entire Acacia territory, but didn't find any trace of Yang Kai. They were unable to figure out when or even how he had left Acacia territory. If it weren't for the Royal Lord's orders, Mo Nai would still be wasting his time combing through Acacia territory. Thinking of this, Six Arms couldn't wait to skin Mo Nai alive. Information played a decisive factor on the battlefield, and one mistake could lead to the destruction of 1 million soldiers and the death of several territory lords. Just as he was thinking this, Emoni rushed into the hall shouting, "Sir Six Arms, the human race army is advancing." Obviously, he had also obtained some information. Six Arms glanced at him coldly and indifferently stated, "I know." The loss in Acacia territory had pushed Emonaya's hatred for Yang Kai to a whole new level. After confirming that Yang Kai had indeed left Acacia territory, he immediately sent a message to the royal lord, requesting permission to transfer to Profound Nether territory, vowing to kill Yang Kai to redeem himself. The territory lords in Profound Nether territory had suffered a massive loss and needed to be replenished anyways, so the royal lord naturally agreed. As such, Emonayi led a few other territory lords and some Black Ink clan troops to Profound Nether territory a year ago as reinforcements. For the past year, Emonayi had repeatedly requested to launch a war, but he had always been suppressed by Six Arms, making Emonayi dissatisfied with him. However, Six Arms was the one in charge of Profound Nether territory, so even if Emonayi was dissatisfied, he could do nothing about it. Today, after learning that the human race army had actually taken the initiative to attack, Emonayi was extremely excited and felt that he finally had a chance to take revenge. Yang Kai was indeed strong. Emonayi acknowledged that much. 7 territory lords in Acacia territory had died because of Yang Kai's actions, and because of this, Emonayi regarded Yang Kai as the greatest enemy of the Black Ink clan. As long as he could kill Yang Kai though, they would not need to fear any other 8th Order masters in the future. Moreover, Emonayi felt that he had found a way to deal with Yang Kai. Since the human race army is attacking, Yang Kai will definitely appear. This is a good opportunity to kill him, Emonayi excitedly stated. Six Arms coldly snorted. That human is quite strong. His movements elusive and his methods bizarre. Do you think you can kill him? Emonayi shook his head in response. I alone won't be able to. I'll need help. Six Arms was surprised at this admission. He was dissatisfied with Emonayi because territory lords under his command had suffered heavy casualties as a result of the misinformation, but judging by Emonayi's words, it seemed he was willing to cooperate to deal with Yang Kai, which was good news. On another note, Emonayi was even more incensed than Six Arms. If he did not want to wash away his shame, he would have never have come to Profound Nether territory where he would be forced to listen to Six Arms' orders. He was more than capable of being in charge over one of the other great territory battlefields. After a moment of silence, Six Arms lowered his tone and asked, "Do you have any ideas?" Emonayi replied, "There is a way, but it will depend on whether or not Sir Six Arms is willing to sacrifice a pound of flesh." "Let's hear it," Six Arms asked. The biggest problem in Profound Nether territory was Yang Kai. If they could really deal with him, it would solve essentially all of their problems. Emonayi explained, "I'm sure Sir Six Arms also knows that Yang Kai has some kind of strange method to target his opponent's soul. This method is so powerful that even innate territory lords like us find it difficult to guard against. Since the human race army is attacking us, Yang Kai will definitely be hiding and waiting for an opportunity to strike. As such, our territory lords will all be on edge, and if they are worried about something else during their fights, it will be difficult for them to display their full strength." Indeed. Six Arms nodded his agreement. When he received the news of the human army's advance just now, what he was most worried about was Yang Kai. He didn't even bother sending anyone to investigate as he knew that they definitely wouldn't be able to find Yang Kai's whereabouts. Just as Emonayi had said, this human would definitely be hiding in the shadows and waiting for an opportunity to kill. With someone like him on the human race's side, every territory lord would be worried. It could be said that Yang Kai alone was enough to suppress the combat strength all the Black Ink clan's top masters in Profound Nether territory. However, his methods aren't without cost. According to what I've gathered, he can only use that strange soul attack 3 times in quick succession. Furthermore, it's quite possible that doing so comes at a heavy cost, such as injuries to his own soul. The human race has a saying, "The mantis stalks the cicada," unaware of the oriole behind. Since he wants to secretly attack our territory lords, all we need to do is give him a chance to do so, and he will definitely take advantage of it. However, once he makes a move, he won't be able to hide himself anymore. At that time, I will lead several territory lords to attack him. At that point, what does it matter how strong he is? Six Arms' eyes lit up when he heard this and glanced over at Emonayi. If Yang Kai is the mantis, Then are you the Oriole? Emonayi nodded. Only then will we have a chance to kill him. Then who will be the cicada? That will have to depend on Sir Six Arms' arrangement. Six Arms pondered for a moment. He had no choice but to admit that Emonayi was quite smart. This was indeed an excellent way to deal with Yang Kai, but if he really went with this plan, he should be mentally prepared to sacrifice a territory lord, because once Yang Kai struck, the territory lord who was targeted would most likely die. No wonder Emonayi had said he would need to be willing to give up a pound of flesh to succeed. However, what was there to hesitate about? As long as they could kill Yang Kai, it did not matter if a territory lord was lost. After all, almost 20 territory lords had died because of Yang Kai already. If he could sacrifice a territory lord in exchange for eliminating Yang Kai, Six Arms would more than welcome it. Seemingly seeing through his thoughts, Emonayi continued in a grave tone, Sir Six Arms, one cicada won't be enough to act as bait. Martial Peak Chapter 5574, Initiating the Attack. Six Arms asked, How many do you want? Emonayi replied, Since Yang Kai can attack 3 times at least 3, it would be best if there were 5. Six Arms couldn't help but furrow his brow, hesitantly asking, You want that many? Emonayi explained, slowly shaking his head, Sir, from what I can tell, Yang Kai is an extremely cautious person, despite his actions seeming so bold and bombastic. If he doesn't have absolute confidence in succeeding, he won't act rashly. What's more, he is now the army commander of the Profound Nether Army, so he will be more cautious than ever. Even a fool will get suspicious if there is just one vulnerable target. Yang Kai won't take such obvious bait. We need to dispel his suspicions. Of course, we can't use too many, as too much vulnerability will also be suspicious. Six Arms pondered for a moment. Although he had some resentment towards Emonayi, he had to admit that what the latter said made sense. Seeing him hesitate, Emonayi added, Sir, this Yang Kai is already so strong when he is just an 8th Order master. Has Sir thought about what would happen if he were to break through to the 9th Order someday? Six Arms had not considered this before, but after giving it a thought, he couldn't help but shiver. That's right, Yang Kai is already so powerful in the 8th Order. What would happen if he broke through to the 9th Order? At that time, even royal lords would not be his opponent. Without any more hesitation, Six Arms declared, Go get ready. I have arrangements to make on my side. Although he didn't obtain the answer he wanted, Emonayi knew that Six Arms was tempted, and since he was tempted, he would definitely act according to his plan. Without further ado, Emonayi nodded and left. A short while later, the Black Ink clan army also began to mobilize under a series of Six Arms orders, preparing to deal with the assault of the human race. The Black Ink clansmen who were healing in the Black Ink nests also emerged one after another. The battle was about to begin. The scouts of both sides constantly shuttled back and forth, passing information they had obtained from the front line back to their respective command centers. Half a day later, the two armies drew closer to each other. They looked like 2 swarms of locusts. 7th Order cultivators were shuttling around the fleets, passing orders for the squads to check their armaments and prepare for battle. This was the first time the Profound Nether Army had launched such a large-scale attack on their own initiative, and it was quite a significant move. As a result, the morale and fighting spirit of the soldiers had risen to a whole new level. Soon, when the distance between the two armies had reached a critical point, the beats of war drums started reverberating across the battlefield from the vanguard one after another. Under the leadership of Ouyang Lai and the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, the human race army began their attack. The battle broke out in an instant, and the moment the two armies clashed, the entire Profound Nether territory appeared to shudder. The brilliance of secret techniques and artifacts filled the entire void, brightly illuminating the previously dark Profound Nether territory. Warships shuttled here and there, coordinating with each other as they bombarded the approaching Black Ink clan troops. Every time a war broke out, the human race would always hold the advantage in the opening moments as they killed countless enemies at long range. This was not because the human race army was stronger per se, but rather because the Black Ink clan always sent out weak cannon fodder first as a means of exhausting the humans. The Black Ink clan could spawn as much cannon fodder as they wanted, so no matter how many of them died, so long as they had black ink nests and ample resources, the ranks could be refilled. It was completely different for the human race. The current human armies might not hold a candle to the elites who fought back on the Black Ink battlefield, but they were still plenty stronger on average than the Black Ink clan cannon fodder. Not to mention the humans still had their warships to bolster their strength. Most of the Black Ink clan cannon fodder charging at the forefront had been killed in less than an hour, while the main force of the Black Ink clan army took action soon after. The main Black Ink clan army mainly consisted of low-rank Black Ink clansmen, equivalent to low-rank Open Heaven Realm human masters. The Black Ink clan's casualties continued to rise, but the human race's momentum had been blunted quite dramatically. After all, the human race was at a huge disadvantage in terms of numbers. 6 Arms in the rear failed to understand the human race's plan. Nor could he understand where the human race was getting its confidence from. Even if they could kill some useless cannon fodder, they still wouldn't be able to resist the main army of the Black Ink clan. It might look like the Black Ink clan had taken quite huge losses, but their casualties were still within a tolerable range. On the other hand, if the humans tired themselves out too quickly and got themselves surrounded by the Black Ink clan army, their losses would be devastating. Since he couldn't figure it out though, 6 Arms did not brood too much over it. Right now, his entire focus was on finding Yang Kai's whereabouts. Unsurprisingly, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. He must be hiding somewhere and waiting for an opportunity to strike. Intentionally or unintentionally, 6 Arms' gaze swept across a few particular locations on the battlefield. Those were the locations where he had set the bait. If Yang Kai really made a move, he would definitely target those territory lords. Mo Na Yi was nowhere to be seen either, and would not make an appearance unless Yang Kai did. 6 Arms furrowed his brow and looked behind him towards where the main camp of the Black Ink clan was situated. There were many Black Ink nests there, which could be considered the foundation of Profound Nether Territory's Black Ink clan. Could Yang Kai be planning to invade their main camp? 6 Arms was a little suspicious, but it did not matter even if Yang Kai really went to the main camp, as 10 territory lords were still standing guard there. Yang Kai would not be able to raise any waves, even if he tried to sneak in. The territory lords were far greater in number than the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, which was why 6 Arms had made such arrangements. The battle had been raging intensely from the very start. It was like the human race army had lost their minds as they were going all out right from the start, as if they wanted to vent all the resentment they had accumulated over the years in this one battle. Nonetheless, the human race's offense was stopped soon after when the Black Ink clan main army launched a counterattack and quickly put them into a disadvantageous position. Yang Kai has still not been sighted. It seems he's quite patient. Just as 6 Arms was thinking so, a sun-like brilliance suddenly flashed somewhere on the battlefield. This sun-like flash appeared to be some kind of a signal as small white suns erupted all over the battlefield, one after another, illuminating the entire void. Even though the suns had erupted quite a distance away from him, the pure rays of white light blaring one after another made 6 Arms feel extremely uncomfortable. 6 Arms had seen this light before and knew that it was the power of some artifact. The human race also used these artifacts in the war 2 years ago. 6 Arms had no idea about this artifact's name, but Black Ink clan survivors of that battle had reported that it had an extremely suppressive effect on Black Ink's strength. The rays originating from what seemed to be spears could actually vaporize Black Ink's strength. Back then, much to the Black Ink clan's dismay, a territory lord hit by this artifact was instantly injured, and had he not quickly escaped, he would have been killed by an 8th Order human master. When these flashes of light reappeared, a despondent look appeared on 6 Arms' face. They had been fighting the Profound Nether army for several decades now, but the human race had not used this artifact before. It was used for the first time 2 years ago, but at that time the humans did not possess many of these artifacts, so the Black Ink clan did not suffer too many casualties from them. However, the current situation was different. That pure white brilliance was erupting all across the battlefield one after another, and it covered a vast expanse of space every time. How could the human race have so many such artifacts? Why didn't they use them before? Although he was unable to understand, 6 Arms knew it was this human race trump card that gave them the confidence to launch an attack. He reached this conclusion because the human race army, which was at a disadvantage just a moment ago, instantly became as fierce as a tiger and mighty as a dragon after the appearance of these brilliances, overwhelming the Black Ink clan army to the point that they were unable to mount any counterattack. Some territory lords were injured, and numerous feudal lords died at the hand of this artifact. Six Arms would not even bat an eye at the deaths of low-rank Black Ink clansmen, regardless of how many of them died. But the deaths of feudal lords were different. The birth of each feudal lord was not easy, and the Black Ink clan was counting on these feudal lords to become territory lords and then royal lords in the future. Their annihilation would set the Black Ink clan towards a bleak future. Fortunately, the Black Ink clan army quickly stabilized the situation and maintained their formation after a short period of panic and loss. Now though, they didn't try to kill their opponents and instead focused on defending themselves. For a time, the situation on the battlefield reached a stalemate. The Black Ink clan had the absolute advantage in terms of numbers, but thanks to the evil purging divine spears, the human race would not be at a disadvantage for a short time. Be that as it may, the evil purging divine spears would eventually be exhausted, and once that happened, if the humans had not yet retreated, what awaited them then would be a merciless slaughter. Somewhere on the battlefield, Ouyang was bathed in blood as he engaged in a life-and-death battle. Since the start of the battle, he had been caught in a 1 versus 2 situation. It had been a difficult fight, but fortunately, he had been through this very situation multiple times, so even though he had fallen into a disadvantageous position, his life was not in immediate danger. On top of that, Ouyang was also keenly aware that his two opponents were not using their full strength as they were obviously on guard against something. Regarding this, Ouyang was well aware that these people were worried about Yang Kai sneak attacking them. Although this situation would make it difficult for Yang Kai to launch a sneak attack here, it did make Ouyang situation a little more bearable. Pitifully, he had just asked Yang Kai to give him a helping hand in killing a territory lord so he could brag about it, but by the looks of things it was highly unlikely to happen this time. Since 2 territory lords were targeting him, it would not be the best choice for Yang Kai to attack here. In the void, Emonayi and 4 other territory lords were hiding inside a Black Ink cloud, concealing their auras as they observed the battlefield. Black Ink clouds were everywhere on the battlefield, and the human race would not venture inside to investigate them if they could avoid doing so, so it was the best place to hide without worrying about being exposed. Through the Black Ink cloud, Emonaye's sharp eyes were scanning the surroundings. He was certain that Yang Kai was hiding somewhere, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Perhaps, Yang Kai was also hiding in a Black Ink cloud? Emonayi looked towards the various Black Ink clouds, having no clue. Suddenly he muttered, "Yugong, if you dare to escape again, I will not forgive you." Beside him, Yugong's face flushed red as he muttered, "Don't worry, I also want to kill that Yang Kai. If he dares to show his face, he will definitely die." Emonayi glanced at him coldly and snorted, stating, "That's for the best." Last time in Acacia territory, Yugong was scared witless by Yang Kai, which Emonayi still felt indignant about. If it weren't for Yugong's cowardice back then, they would not be in this trouble today. Martial Peak Chapter 5575 The Oriole Behind. 5 territory lords had set up an ambush for Yang Kai this time. Emonayi was confident that so long as Yang Kai dared to show himself, he could hold him down. While they were talking, a burst of spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly surged somewhere on the battlefield before disappearing in a flash. All kinds of energy fluctuations were surging across the chaotic battlefield, so if one was not deliberately paying attention, it would be difficult to detect these specific fluctuations. But since Emonayi had been constantly monitoring the surroundings, how could he miss this sign? A bright gleam flashed across his eyes. Yang Kai made his move. These spiritual energy fluctuations were extremely familiar. In Acacia territory, every time Yang Kai launched a sneak attack, such fluctuations would appear. Emonayi immediately looked towards the source of the spiritual energy fluctuations and instantly spotted Yang Kai rushing out from a Black Ink cloud. As expected, he was hiding inside a Black Ink cloud. Emonayi had been keeping an eye on the various Black Ink clouds, but he had no idea when Yang Kai had snuck inside of this particular one. Helpless, he could not help but secretly sigh at Yang Kai's elusiveness. The other 4 territory lords also caught sight of Yang Kai and were about to rush out, but Emonayi raised his hand and stopped them. Wait. The territory lords were puzzled. They were hiding to ambush Yang Kai. But now that Yang Kai had appeared on the battlefield, they could not understand what they were waiting for. Emonayi had no intention of speaking further, but he still patiently explained. He can use that attack 3 times. He did not elaborate after that, but the territory lords instantly understood. Emonayi was quite insidious. He was waiting for Yang Kai to exhaust his trump card on the other territory lords. Once Yang Kai had used up his unique method, he would be no different than an ordinary 8th Order master. At that time, what did this team of 5 territory lords have to fear? However, one of the territory lords hesitatingly asked, if we don't act now, how would we explain it to Sir Six Arms? If a territory lord died because of their delay, Six Arms would definitely blame them. Emonayi indifferently stated, killing Yang Kai is the best explanation. The territory lords looked at each other in dismay as a chill gripped their hearts. Apparently, Emonayi had gone somewhat insane after the defeat in Acacia territory. He was now even willing to sacrifice a few territory lords just to kill Yang Kai. Doing so might be cruel and unacceptable, but it could still significantly increase their own safety. After all, they were reluctant to face Yang Kai when he still could use his ultimate move. Thus, no one had any objections. By the time they looked in that direction once more, the battle had already ended on that part of the battlefield as they sensed the fall of a territory lord. The territory lord's opponent was none other than Chen Yuan, who knew right away that Yang Kai was making his move the moment he sensed the unique spiritual energy fluctuations. Having experienced the same thing 2 years ago, why would Chen Yuan hesitate? He immediately unleashed his strongest divine ability, splitting his sword into 3,000 beams of light that rained down on the territory lord. 2 years ago, when Yang Kai had launched a sneak attack, Chen Yuan had beheaded a territory lord in one attack. It could be said that everything had gone very smoothly. But this time, the territory lords were obviously on guard, so Chen Yuan failed to kill the opposite party in one move, only managing to severely injure him. Fortunately, Yang Kai timely attacked with his spear, piercing it straight through the territory lord's heart. Chen Yuan swung his sword once more, beheading the territory lord. The territory lord seemed to have cursed something or someone before his death. His eyes filled with indignation, but Chen Yuan could not be bothered with the cries of the defeated. He raised his head to look around, but Yang Kai was nowhere in sight. He had already gone back into hiding who knows where. Chen Yuan lifted up his sword, turned around, and flew towards another battlefield where another 8th Order master and territory lords were locked in a heated battle to provide assistance. The 8th Order master was besieged by 2 territory lords, so even if he used an evil purging divine spear, he would still be in danger. What he did not know was that the territory lord had cursed Emonayi before his death. According to what he had heard from Six Arms, Emonayi would immediately come to assist him once Yang Kai appeared. He also knew that he was a bait arranged by Six Arms to lure Yang Kai out, so he had always been on guard and had been defending his soul zealously. This was the reason why the soul-rending thorn failed to completely incapacitate him, and Chen Yuan failed to kill him in one attack. If Emonayi had timely come to his aid, he might not have lost his life, but Emonayi did not show up, so how could he not curse the latter? The death of a territory lord affected the entire battlefield. From the get-go, the territory lords had always been on guard against Yang Kai's sneak attack. They had not been using their full strength against the 8th Open Heaven Realm Masters, worried that Yang Kai would suddenly appear out of thin air and attack them, but even after all of their preparations, a territory lord had still died. All the territory lords started to feel insecure after the first of them fell, especially the territory lords who had been arranged to act as bait by Six Arms. They could not wait to turn tail and flee. Emonayi, who was hiding in the black ink cloud, was also feeling nervous now. Emonayi believed that as long as Yang Kai's whereabouts were exposed, he would be unable to hide once more. It was for this reason he had decided to wait until Yang Kai had exhausted all his special soul attacks before taking him down. Emonayi's plan was quite good, but he had never expected that Yang Kai would be able to vanish without leaving any trace after swiftly taking down his target. It was as if he had simply disappeared into thin air. The problem was that Yang Kai had finished his assault too quickly. In less than 3 breaths after making an entrance, he had chewed up and spat out the bait with the assistance of another 8th Order Master. Emonaye was simply powerless to track him. Emonaye's expression suddenly became extremely unsightly as he came to realize that he had still been too naive. The situation had developed completely differently from his calculations. How was he supposed to track Yang Kai if the latter could just up and vanish? Right then, another burst of spiritual energy fluctuations flared up. Emonaye immediately looked towards its source, where he saw Yang Kai reappear in a distant location. Emonaye could not sit still anymore and fiercely shouted, "Let's go!" Having said so, he flew straight towards that location. Yugong and the other territory lords were momentarily taken aback, but quickly chased after him. At this moment, Yang Kai was wantonly attacking a territory lord with another 8th Open Heaven Realm Master. His azure dragon spear moved back and forth, leaving gaping wounds on the territory lord's body. It was a simple matter to defend against the soul-rending thorns. Once the territory lords decided to heavily shield their souls, the soul-rending thorns might was greatly reduced, but so what? In a life-and-death battle between masters, even a momentary flaw could lead to a disastrous end. No 8th Order Master was to be trifled with, so once they saw an opportunity, they would seize upon it with all their might. The moment a territory lord was struck by a soul-rending thorn, whether they were on guard or not, they would be momentarily distracted, which was a huge flaw. Yang Kai promptly followed up with a deadly attack. In this world, how could a territory lord resist the combined might of him and another 8th Order Master? Killing the second territory lord took a bit longer, about 10 breaths from start to finish, but the moment this territory lord fell, Yang Kai felt a few fierce aura lock onto him from a distance. Looking up, he saw 5 territory lords rushing over, 3 of whom looked a little familiar. Didn't I encounter them in Acacia territory? Yugong, if I recall correctly. 5 territory lords, they really think highly of me. Yang Kai sneered in his heart as he realized that these 5 territory lords were specifically targeting him. Otherwise, they had no reason to rush straight towards him. Obviously, the 8th Order Master had also noticed them and promptly proposed with a stern look on his face, "Sir, please leave first, I'll block them." Yang Kai snapped, "Block them my ass. You go help the others." Anyone who stood in the way of these 5 territory lords would be killed right then and there. Even Yang Kai himself did not dare to confront them head-on. Hearing this, the 8th Order Master didn't hesitate and headed straight towards a nearby battlefield. Like Chan Yuan, Yang Kai didn't escape using space principles like before, but rather glanced provocatively at the 5 territory lords charging towards him before shooting off in another direction. In that direction was another bait arranged by 6 arms. Since it was bait specially prepared for him, it naturally attracted Yang Kai's attention. Just like the 2 territory lords who had been killed before, this territory lord was also fighting an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master one-on-one in a remote part of the battlefield. Only by doing so could he be considered bait. Heeding Emonaye's advice, 6 arms had arranged a total of 5 such bait on the entire battlefield. Whereas other battles between 8th Order Masters and territory lords were group battles, like with Ouyang Lai, 1 against 2 or 2 against 3. In short, the human race was at a disadvantage almost everywhere. Fortunately, the territory lords were preserving their strength to defend against sneak attacks. Furthermore, the human race masters had evil purging divine spears to defend themselves, so things were not that bad for the moment. Otherwise, the humans would have suffered heavy losses as they were the ones to initiate the attack, and had no additional 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters for backup. All the territory lords on the entire battlefield were wary of Yang Kai's movements, and the death of 2 of their comrades in such a short time had struck terror into their hearts. When the nearest bait noticed Yang Kai charging straight at him with murderous intent, the territory lord immediately discarded any notion of continuing his battle and focused his entire strength on fleeing. Although the human race 8th Order Masters tried their best to stop him, he was unable to. Innate territory lords were powerful to begin with, so if they were determined to flee, even 8th Order Masters were powerless to stop them. Witnessing the territory lord transforming into a streak of black light, trying to flee, Yang Kai sped up and surged his space principles, solidifying the nearby space. At the same time, he launched a soul-rending thorn. The black ink cloud that was about to leave the battlefield momentarily froze before suddenly scattering, reverting back to the Territory Lord's figure. However, the Territory Lord was howling in pain at this moment, his face distorted in pain. His cry was so sharp that even the Eighth Order Master who was fighting him felt his heart clench. In fact, Yang Kai's use of soul-rending thorns to assassinate the enemy was no secret among the higher-ups of the Profound Nether Army. After all, Ouyang Lai knew about the soul-rending thorn and was not one to hold his tongue when asked. They also knew that every time Yang Kai used a soul-rending thorn, he would need to sacrifice a piece of his own soul. However, very few people had personally experienced such heart-wrenching pain, so they could not understand just what sort of agony this technique produced. Although the Eighth Order Master had never tasted such pain, he could imagine how much it would hurt from the reaction of the Territory Lord after he was hit by the soul-rending thorn. The soul-rending thorn was a sacrificial technique, and once used, both the user and its target would suffer intense pain. The Territory Lord was in so much agony that he would rather die. But even though Yang Kai's face had gone completely pale from the pain, he did not utter a single cry. The Eighth Order Master was awe-inspired after seeing Yang Kai's endurance and perseverance. Yang Kai had paid such a huge price, so if he were to let the enemy escape now, that would truly be a joke. This Eighth Order Master's face immediately darkened as he promptly summoned his divine manifestation, preparing to go all out. Unlike Yang Kai's golden crow casts the sun, and Feng Ying's myriad sword dragons venerable, this Eighth Order Master's divine ability manifestation was even more majestic and brilliant. Impressively, it conjured up a dazzling golden humanoid phantom that was exuding a fearsome and overwhelming aura, giving the impression as if an ancient god had descended. The humanoid phantom stood behind the Eighth Order Master, holding a long sword just like him, but the sword was bigger and thicker. The next moment, the Eighth Order Master raised his sword and swung it hard as the phantom behind him mirrored his actions. Immediately after, the void was cut apart and black ink strength started dissipating. Right then, a slit spread across the Territory Lord before his body separated into two. Martial Peak Chapter 5576, Chasing and Intercepting. The Eighth Order Master was filled with joy after successfully killing the Territory Lord. But before he could rejoice, Yang Kai's voice rang in his ear. When he looked up, Yang Kai was already quite a distance away. At the same time, he also sensed several fearsome auras rapidly heading in his direction. When the Eighth Order Master looked towards the auras, he saw 5 powerful Territory Lords, including Emo Yi, heading straight towards him. This scared the hell out of him and he quickly turned tail and fled in the opposite direction from Yang Kai. Apparently, Emo Yi and the others were not interested in this Eighth Order Master as their target was only Yang Kai. Quite a lot of Territory Lords in Profound Nether Territory had lost their lives because of Yang Kai, so unless he was killed, not a single Territory Lord could feel at ease. Furthermore, Yang Kai had already used his ace 3 times in a row, killing 3 Territory Lords. Yang Kai did not have the strength to use it again. The current Yang Kai was like a tiger without his fangs, so how could Emo Yi and the other Territory Lords be afraid of anything? This was a rare opportunity. If they failed to kill Yang Kai this time, who knows when they could find another opportunity like this. As such, Emo Yi, leading the other 4 Territory Lords, chased after Yang Kai doggedly. During the chase they crossed the vast battlefield. At some point Emo Yi and the others heard the beating of war drums from the human race. The rhythm was quite distinct and powerful, but they had no idea what kind of order they were issuing. In any case, the 5 Territory Lords couldn't care less about it as all of their focus was on Yang Kai. Emo Yi's face distorted with frustration after chasing Yang Kai for a while as he realized that even if Yang Kai had become a toothless tiger, they were still powerless to do anything to him because he was simply too fast. They could not catch him and thus could not kill him no matter how badly they wanted to. Just like how Eighth Order humans could not do anything if an innate territory was determined to escape, Territory Lords were powerless to do anything if an Eighth Order Master tried to escape with everything they had. This was also the reason why not many Eighth Order Masters and Territory Lords had fallen over the last few decades. When things went south, no one just sat around waiting to die. 2 Eighth Order Masters had fallen in the battle 2 years ago, mainly because Profound Nether Territory was about to fall, and they had no choice but to fight to the death. Had they not been willing to sacrifice their lives, the humans would have suffered even greater casualties, and they might have even lost profound nether territory to the Black Ink clan. Emonayi had fallen into an awkward situation. With the 5 territory lords working together, they indeed had a real chance of killing Yongkai, but that was only if the other party stopped fleeing and faced them in battle. This left Emonayi with a stomach full of grievances but nowhere to vent them. He was the one to propose this strategy to Six Arms, and Six Arms had done his part to cooperate. However, if he failed to gain anything despite the fact that they had sacrificed 3 territory lords, Six Arms would definitely lose his temper. Left with no choice, Emonayi summoned a black ink nest into his hand. It was an extremely small black ink nest, roughly the size of his palm. It was an incompletely hatched black ink nest, and naturally incapable of breeding black ink clansmen. Be that as it may, it could still be used for communication. This was only a low-rank black ink nest, for it was just used for communication, so its rank did not really matter. Emonayi's divine sense surged as he sent a message using the tiny black ink nest in his hand. Unable to catch Yongkai, Emonayi had no choice but to request reinforcements. A short while later, 3 of the territory lords remaining on the primary universe world where the Black Ink clan's main camp was located rose into the sky and flew off into the void. Frustration piled up in the pursuing Emonayi's heart as he continued to make new arrangements while the fleeing Yongkai was completely relaxed. Although the repeated use of the soul-rending thorns ended up giving him a splitting headache, he was already used to it by this point, so it did not affect him much. At most, his combat effectiveness had suffered a little. As he was unable to use more soul-rending thorns for the time being, he could not bother to engage the territory lords. The main reason he was fleeing now was that he wanted to lure these 5 territory lords away from the battlefield. According to the original plan, the human race army should be withdrawing right about now. The humans did not have that many evil-purging divine spears, and their army's strength was no match for the Black Ink clan in a straight-up fight. Yongkai had already heard the beating of war drums, signaling the retreat, and he knew that leading 5 territory lords away would make it easier for the army to withdraw. In fact, he could easily escape from his pursuers using space principles if he wanted to. Even if the territory lords' auras had locked onto him, so what? When even royal lords failed to capture him in the past, what could mere territory lords do? Since he could escape at any moment, Yongkai naturally had nothing to fear, and that was why he was letting them follow him. After a while, Yongkai sensed something and looked up, vaguely sensing a powerful aura rapidly approaching him. Yongkai raised his brow as he muttered to himself, "Someone is blocking the way ahead." He thus promptly changed direction. But a moment later, another territory lord rapidly approached him from the front, blocking his way. Yongkai changed direction once more. After about an hour of this situation repeating itself, Yongkai stopped in the void and looked around. Emonayi was gleeful as his request for help had not gone in vain. Having been chased and intercepted like this, Yongkai now had nowhere to run. "Let's see how you will escape from this." For the distance, territory lords' powerful auras had locked onto Yongkai like chains. If he made any rash move, he would be showered with attacks from all sides. As the gap between them was shortened, Emonayi could faintly see Yonkai's figure. While both sides were looking from across the distance, their eyes suddenly met. Emonayi's eyes were burning with fury, but a look of joy was also present in the depths of their eyes, whereas Yongkai had a completely calm and stoic look on his face. Yonkai's lips moved up and down, but Emonayi did not hear what he said, but from his lip movements, he could only vaguely tell that Yongkai was calling him an idiot. Immediately after, he saw Yongkai lift his hands as they started radiating yellow and blue light. Emonayi immediately had a bad feeling and shouted, "Kill him!" Immediately after giving the order to attack, Emonayi's aura surged as fearsome black ink strength started to gather, transforming into a pure and powerful secret technique that shot straight towards Yongkai. The other territory lords beside him also simultaneously attacked Yongkai. In a flash, the world was flipped upside down. Nonetheless, Emonayi's heart started pounding in anxiety because the moment they attacked, the yellow and blue light suddenly converged and transformed into a burst of pure white light. Under the brilliance of this white light, the territory lord's senses that had locked onto Yongkai were all cut off. following which, they lost track of Yang Kai's aura. When the dust settled, 8 territory lords converged together, staring at the place where Yang Kai once stood. Yang Kai's traces were still there, along with faint fluctuations of space principles lingering in the void. Everyone looked at each other while Amonaya's face filled with such grief that it was as if he had just lost both his parents. After making a few detours, by the time Yang Kai returned to the frontline camp, the human race army had already retreated. As it was an organized large-scale retreat, even if the Black Ink clan relentlessly pursued them, they did not gain any advantage. On the other hand, since the humans spared no expense and used countless evil-purging divine spears, the Black Ink clan had suffered massive casualties. When the Eighth Order Masters saw Yang Kai appear, they hurriedly came forward and greeted him one by one, cupping their fists. Yang Kai's gaze alternated between the Eighth Order Masters. Discovering that despite all of them being injured, not a single one was missing, he lightly nodded. Everyone who is injured, go and recuperate. We won't be engaging in any battle for the time being. Also, order the artifact refiners in the army to focus on refining more evil-purging divine spears. Yes, sir. Everyone loudly responded. Yang Kai waved off everyone. Go, I'm going to heal my injuries. Saying so, he headed straight towards his palace, leaving behind a group of Eighth Order Masters who still had something to say. This battle could be considered to be the most satisfying battle they had ever fought over the decades they had defended profound nether territory. It was also the first time the human race had launched such a large-scale attack. All the battles they had fought in the past had lasted from half a month to even half a year. But today, from the moment they engaged with the Black Ink clan to the moment the army retreated, only half a day had passed, that's all. It could even be said that this battle was as fast as lightning. Yet the results were simply amazing. Just the number of territory lords alone killed in this battle had reached 3. While the Black Ink clan casualties below the territory lord level reached the million mark. Although most of the Black Ink clansmen killed were cannon fodder, there were also many feudal lords among the dead. Although the profound nether army had also suffered some casualties compared to their gains, it was completely negligible. All of this was thanks to the evil-purging divine spears. The human race army had taken a great risk by attacking the Black Ink clan without any reinforcements. In the past, the humans had always relied on various prearranged defensive emplacements to resist the Black Ink clan's attacks, but such a strategy could only prolong the war, not win it. It was not that the Eighth Order Masters did not want to go on offense, it was just that they did not have the capital to do so. However, the evil-purging divine spears made up for this shortcoming. Using the evil-purging divine spears without any regard to the expense had greatly restrained the Black Ink clan army. However, in just one clash, the profound nether army had consumed all the evil-purging divine spears they had amassed over the past 2 years. And this was when the battle had lasted just half a day. Without the evil-purging divine spear's suppression, the human race's casualties would have definitely been tremendous if they had not retreated in time. Of all the gains though, the death of 3 territory lords was undoubtedly the biggest. No matter how many Black Ink clansmen were killed, if none of the territory lords died, everything would have been useless. The territory lords were the top forces of the Black Ink clan. If the humans managed to kill all the territory lords in profound nether territory someday, no matter how many Black Ink clansmen were left thereafter, they wouldn't amount to anything. Sir Army Commander is young and promising. Every soul-rending thorn momentarily stuns a territory lord, leaving them at the mercy of us humans. Just one swing is enough to behead a territory lord. Like chopping off a melon. Chun Yuan's blood started boiling as he recalled the scene of the last battle. He had killed a territory lord with Yang Kai's help 2 years ago, and got the opportunity to kill another one during this battle. And soul-rending thorns are the best method to attack the territory lords. When the territory lord who was fighting me was hit by one, his strength plummeted by about 70%. He tried to escape, but Sir Army Commander arrived in the nick of time and stopped him. Sir Army Commander is really brave and unflappable. He even managed to escape safely from the pursuit of 5 territory lords. That's truly admirable. The group of Eighth Order Masters were chattering like children who had seen something for the first time in their life, singing praises in admiration. It wasn't that they wanted to brag, but the dire situation in profound nether territory had suddenly improved after Yang Kai's arrival, a fact they all had to acknowledge. The soul-rending thorn is so powerful. I wonder if we can cultivate it too? Someone pondered. If this method could be disseminated to everyone, it would be a huge boon to the human races. From then on, they could all easily kill territory lords. From what I've heard, this technique requires the use of a special artifact, and the price of using it is too high. Both the user and its target will have to endure the pain of their souls being torn apart. So it can't be used by just anyone. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5577, Frequent Attacks. Where's Brother Ouyang? He's the most familiar with the army commander, and he knows about the soul-rending thorn the best. Chun Yuan looked around and soon spotted Ouyang Lai standing in the corner. He then politely asked Ouyang Lai, "Brother Ouyang, you're here." "Go away, I don't know anything, don't ask me." Ouyang Lai turned around and stormed off. Chun Yuan scratched his head. He had no idea how he had offended Ouyang Lai. After that intense battle, profound Nether territory once again fell into a period of calm and quiet. Be that as it may, both the Black Ink clan and the human race knew that this calm was only temporary and the next storm was already brewing. While the human race army was diligently recovering, the Black Ink clan's morale was crumbling. They still failed to stop the killer even after sacrificing 3 territory lords. This sent Six Arms into a rage, while Amonayi was also extremely unresigned. His original plan was to kill Yang Kai with the combined assault of 5 territory lords. But apparently, this strategy was completely useless. Yang Kai's ability to escape was top-notch, and he simply refused to face them head-on, giving Amonayi no chance to use this strategy. Yang Kai was a true thorn in their side. Ever since they had left the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, the territory lords had never encountered such a difficult and terrifying enemy. The Black Ink clan had no way to deal with the current predicament. The only thing they could rejoice about was that there was only one Yang Kai among humans. If there were a few more human masters like him, the Black Ink clan would be in a very dangerous spot. Although Xiang Shan was strong, the territory lords were not too afraid of him as they could see the limits of his strength. On the other hand, Yang Kai was simply unfathomable. 2 years later, Yang Kai emerged from retreat and gathered the 8th Order Masters to discuss dispatching troops. Though there was nothing much to discuss. Having gained such a huge harvest in the last battle, all they needed to do was repeat the same strategy. Obviously, the Black Ink clan had no way to counter this strategy. After all, they had no choice but to defend themselves if the human race army attacked them. So long as the Black Ink clan defended themselves, Yang Kai would have a chance to kill. It might be a simple strategy, but as long as it worked, it did not matter. After some orders and arrangements, the 8th Order Masters left. Ouyang Lai, on the other hand, looked at Yang Kai with a bitter expression before leaving, like a wife who had been wronged, leaving the latter quite puzzled. The human race army launched another attack. Although they had suffered some casualties in the last battle, the recruitment hall in High Heaven territory had seen a massive increase in those signing up to fight. So the Supreme Headquarters had dispatched reinforcements over the past 2 years. Yang Kai had also pulled 100,000 more soldiers from the auxiliary army, so the profound Nether army was even more powerful than last time. When the Black Ink clan received word that the humans were on the march again, a solemn look appeared on the faces of every territory lord. They had lost 3 territory lords in the last human attack, so who knew how many would die during this one? Even though the territory lords were not confident in taking down Yang Kai, they had come up with various countermeasures to deal with his various methods. After all, the territory lords still held a numerical advantage over the 8th Order Masters. Not to mention, several more territory lords had come from the no-return pass to assist. A day later, the battle broke out between the 2 races as they clashed in the void, shaking the universe. The human race army held nothing back this time, and immediately summoned their evil-purging divine spears. After 2 years of constant accumulation, the profound Nether army had the capital to squander evil-purging divine spears for a short time. One after another, glowing white suns flared up in the void. Even though the Black Ink clan had the absolute advantage in terms of numbers, they were the ones being suppressed in this battle. Countless Black Ink clansmen fell under this dazzling light, causing many formations to collapse. Everyone in the profound Nether army knew the battle plan. All warships were to advance and retreat in an orderly manner. As such, none of the warships recklessly pursued the enemy, and instead focused on maintaining their positions regardless of how great their advantage was. Meanwhile, Yongkai was hiding in the shadows amidst this fierce battle, searching for a target like a predator hunting for prey. The Black Ink clan was smarter this time though, with no territory lords acting alone unlike last time. Obviously, they knew that once they were alone, they would become victims of Yongkai's hunt. All the territory lords were acting in groups of 3s or even 4s. Everyone in the team was covering each other's back, making it much harder for Yongkai to sneak attack anyone. After searching for a long time, Yongkai finally decided to act. He was targeting a group of 3 territory lords. 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters happened to be fighting them, and these 2 8th Order Masters had already used 5 evil purging divine spears, but all they had managed to do was weaken their opponent's strength slightly. They had been unable to gain any kind of advantage. Fortunately, the territory lords were also not using their full strength. All the territory lords had diverted some of their strength to defend against the sneak attack that was surely lurking behind them, just like in the previous battle. As such, even though the 2 8th Order Masters were hard-pressed, they were still able to hold their ground. When spiritual energy fluctuations suddenly appeared nearby, the 2 8th Order Masters, who were already prepared, immediately used their strongest methods to attack their opponents without a moment of hesitation. The 3 territory lords had always been on guard, but frustration and indignance could not help appearing on their faces at that instant, unable to figure out why they were so unlucky. There were so many territory lords on the battlefield, but Yongkai just had to target them. But before they could react, their heads started ringing as they felt excruciating pain as if their souls were being torn apart. Obviously, they had been hit by soul-rending thorns. Fortunately, the 3 territory lords had their guards up, so while the damage to their souls might be unbearable, they still retained enough clarity to instinctually retreat. Be that as it may, the already prepared 8th Order Masters had timely attacked one of the territory lords together, stopping him in place. At the same time, Yongkai appeared and swept his Azure Dragon Spear towards the other 2 territory lords. He had fired 3 soul-rending thorns almost instantly, so the pain in his soul was even worse than before. He was in so much agony that he felt as if his entire head was about to explode. As such, Yongkai was unable to bring out his full strength. The result was that the 2 territory lords managed to get past him by working together before escaping in the blink of an eye. By the time Yongkai wanted to stop them, it was already too late. He could not help but admire the decisiveness of these territory lords. Without any regret, he decisively turned around and charged towards the last territory lord who had been stopped. It was 3 against 1, and the territory lord's soul was badly injured, so the result was already decided. The territory lord was killed by one of the 8th Order Masters in a few breaths. At the same time, the drums signaling retreat echoed out as the human race army started slowly withdrawing. Meanwhile, Emonayi was already rushing towards Yongkai with 4 other territory lords. Although Emonayi and the other territory lords had returned empty-handed last time, they were still responsible for keeping an eye on Yongkai. They did not participate in the battle as their mission was only to kill Yongkai. Once Yongkai appeared, they rushed straight towards him. It did not matter whether they could succeed or not, they had to ensure that Yongkai could not just run rampant. Yongkai had also sensed their auras, which was why he didn't try to pursue the 2 injured territory lords despite having the ability to stop at least one of them. The Black Ink clan chased after the retreating human race army, with the soldiers of both races attacking each across the void, leaving blood and corpses littered everywhere. The Black Ink clan only retreated reluctantly when the profound Nether army reached the defense perimeter of their frontline camp. In the distance, fire was almost spewing out of the eyes of every territory lord. They could not wait to charge the human army, but owing to the home advantage the other side had, the Black Ink clan had no choice but to retreat. The result of this battle was unsatisfactory, as although they had killed many Black Ink clansmen, they only managed to kill 1 territory lord. The territory lord's strategy for dealing with Yonkai's sneak attack might not completely guarantee their safety, but it could still greatly reduce their casualties. Although Yongkai had injured 3 territory lords using his soul-rending thorns just like last time, he only managed to kill 1. Compared to losing 3 territory lords like last time, The loss of one territory lord was within acceptable range for the Black Ink clan. The human race thus entered another round of recuperation. After another 2 years, the human race army attacked for the third time. After tasting success during their first attack, the Profound Nether army would attack the Black Ink clan almost every 2 years, and basically the Black Ink clan would lose territory lords every time. Sometimes it was just 1 and sometimes 2. Only twice did all the territory lords targeted by Yongkai manage to escape alive with heavy injuries. Luck was quite a big factor those 2 times, as Mo Na Yi and the 4 territory lords, who were responsible for keeping Yongkai in check, happened to be nearby and had quickly arrived. Seeing that things were not looking good for him, Yongkai did not stubbornly try to finish his targets. In any case, there was over a 50% chance that the territory lords hit by Yongkai's soul-rending thorns would not escape death, even with Mo Na Yi and his team keeping a vigilant eye out for Yongkai. In just a short span of 30 years, the human army had attacked over a dozen times and killed some 20 territory lords. Counting the territory lords who had died at Yongkai's hands previously, the Black Ink clan had lost almost 30 innate territory lords in Profound Nether territory alone. This was an enormous figure. The entire Profound Nether territory had basically become the burial ground of the territory lords. The territory lords who were slumbering at the no-return pass to recuperate were now terrified of being sent to Profound Nether territory, as Yongkai's name struck fear into the hearts of all of them. It wasn't that the Black Ink clan had no way to turn things around. The human race's attacks followed a very set pattern. They would basically attack once every 2 years. The Black Ink clan speculated that this was because the humans needed time to recuperate and reorganize, and also Yongkai needed time to heal after using that strange attack. The territory lords were not afraid of the human army, they were only afraid of one person, Yongkai. Therefore, after going through the same thing a few times, the Black Ink clan army relentlessly pursued the Profound Nether army when they retreated, trying to take advantage of Yongkai's injuries to deal a heavy blow to the enemy. However, the universe fragment where the humans' frontline camp was located had already become impregnable after decades of preparation. Thanks to various arrangements, the human race army was not completely helpless in facing this assault. This was especially true now that the human race also had evil purging divine spears in their arsenal. An 8th Order master could kill an innate territory lord with the help of evil purging divine spears if they got lucky. The Black Ink clan's desire to take down the frontline camp of the Profound Nether army was no different from a fool's dream. The territory lords grew even angrier and more frustrated. Too many territory lords had died because of Yongkai, but they had not been able to do anything about it. They could not catch him, much less kill him. It was as if the entire Profound Nether territory had become his slaughterhouse. Every time he appeared, territory lords would fall prey to his spear. The only difference was whether it would be 1 or 2. The Black Ink clan did have many innate territory lords, many more than the number of 8th Order masters, but they still could not bear this kind of loss. If this situation continued, it would not be long before they would lose Profound Nether territory to the human race. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5578, Attending the Meeting Alone. Inside a majestic meeting hall at the Black Ink clan's main camp, territory lords were convened, wearing solemn looks on their faces. The Black Ink clan in Profound Nether territory had been having a difficult time these last 3 decades. Compared to the other great territory battlefields, the Black Ink clan casualties in Profound Nether territory were simply astronomical. So much so that Profound Nether territory received about 30% of all reinforcements sent to the various great territories. It had to be brought to notice that the Black Ink clan currently occupied the vast majority of the 3,000 worlds, and had abundant resources to use in their innumerable Black Ink nests to constantly spawn more Black Ink clansmen. A terrifying number of Black Ink clansmen were born every day, and all the members born would be sent to various battlefields like Profound Nether territory. Currently, the Black Ink clan and the human race were fighting in over a dozen great territory battlefields. Under normal circumstances, the Black Ink clan reinforcements would be evenly distributed among these great territories, but nothing was normal in Profound Nether territory. Things here were quite tense and the Black Ink clan had suffered enormous losses, so naturally, more troops were sent here. It would have been alright if things were just limited to this, but the crux of the problem was that the Black Ink clan had lost nearly 30 territory lords here. which was by far the greatest loss the Black Ink clan had suffered in the entire war for the 3,000 worlds. And all of this was because of one person. The royal lord at the no-return pass had repeatedly summoned and reprimanded Six Arms, leaving the latter disgraced and aggrieved, but what could he do? He also wanted nothing more than to kill Yang Kai, but Yang Kai was cunning and treacherous, as well as terrifyingly strong, so how was he supposed to accomplish this? Once, even Six Arms almost got himself killed at Yang Kai's hands as he had used himself as bait to lure the latter out. As expected, Yang Kai took the bait and attacked him, making a lightning-fast attack that was so overwhelming that even Six Arms couldn't defend himself. Had Mo Na Yi and the others not saved him in a nick of time, Six Arms would have died then and there. Having personally stared death in the face, Six Arms was extremely fearful of Yang Kai. Now the 2-year countdown was rapidly reaching its end. The human race would definitely launch another attack within a month, and when they did, another territory lord or two would be killed. At this moment, all the territory lords had been convened in the hall to discuss how to deal with Yang Kai's sneak attacks. However, when Six Arms presented this question to them, the hall immediately sunk into silence. This exact same meeting had been convened many times over the past 3 decades. Every time the human race army attacked, Six Arms would gather all the territory lords to discuss possible countermeasures, but each meeting would end up with nothing accomplished. Watching every territory lord remain silent, Six Arms flew into rage. Are we really going to let him continue to run rampant? He's just 1/8 order human, yet none of you can think of any way to deal with him? The territory lords remained silent. If there really was a way, Profound Nether Territory's situation would not have been so gloomy all these years. The territory lords had racked their brains and tried all kinds of methods to deal with Yang Kai, but they were simply unable to stop him. No matter what kind of tactics they applied, all of them proved useless. One of the territory lords thoughtfully suggested, "I'm afraid only if Sir Royal Lord took action would it be possible to take down Yang Kai. We territory lords are not weak, but if he is determined to escape, we are all powerless to stop him." Many territory lords, especially Mo Na Yi, nodded in agreement. All these years, he had been targeting Yang Kai with 4 other territory lords. They had managed to stop him from killing others multiple times, but so what? He had still fled right under their noses. Space secret techniques were truly unmatched when it came to escaping. The Royal Lord is guarding the no-return pass, a matter of the utmost importance. How can he take action so easily? One territory lord shook his head. Almost all the high-rank Black Ink nests were planted at the no-return pass, making it the foundation of the current Black Ink clan. If the human race masters attacked the no-return pass when the Royal Lord was away and destroyed those Black Ink nests, the Black Ink clan would become a tree without roots, a river without a source. The Black Ink clan only had one Royal Lord left, leaving them in quite an awkward situation, but the territory lords were also a little relieved at this situation. If at that time the last Royal Lord had not stayed behind to guard the no-return pass, he too would have died in the Barren Territory. The Barren Territory War was especially tragic, as almost all of the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm humans had sacrificed their lives to kill all but 2 Black Ink clan Royal Lords. Every time the territory lords thought back to that battle, shivers would shoot up their spines. Even they were shaken by the ruthlessness the human race had displayed that day. Six Arms stated, coldly snorting, "It's impossible for the Royal Lord to act, so it is up to us to come up with another strategy." Though he dismissed this idea decisively, Six Arms could not help feeling some regret about it. It would not be a problem for the Royal Lord to take down Yang Kai, as no matter how great the latter was at escaping, so long as the Royal Lord attacked the Profound Nether Army, Yang Kai would have no choice but to come to their aid. The territory lords remained silent. Six Arms blew his top again. "Is there really nothing we can do? Yang Kai is already so strong despite only being in the 8th Order. If he breaks through to the 9th Order someday, what will happen then?" Six Arms' roar echoed throughout the hall, causing the territory lords to look at each other, but they still remained silent. Mo Na Yi suddenly stated, "If Sir Six Arms is worried about him advancing to the 9th Order, you need not be." Six Arms looked at him gloomily and asked, "What do you mean?" Mo Na Yi explained, "According to the information I obtained from some Black Ink disciples, it is impossible for Yang Kai to advance to the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm. The human race's method of cultivation is very different from our Black Ink clan's. Every human has their own innate limits, with their future achievements determined the moment they break through to the open heaven realm. After pondering for a moment, Six Arms agreed with a nod. I've heard a bit about this. So, is the 8th Order open heaven realm Yonkai's limit? Emonayi nodded. That's right. According to the Black Ink disciples, Yonkai broke through to 5th Order open heaven realm. Originally, his limit was the 7th Order, but after consuming something called a world fruit, he managed to increase that limit to the 8th Order. However, this is already his limit. It's impossible for him to break through to the 9th Order open heaven realm. It had been many years since the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds. So, the number of Black Ink disciples that corrupted was naturally not small, especially among the hunters who would accidentally run into large Black Ink armies or territory lords. The Black Ink clan liked to turn human cultivators into Black Ink disciples to make humans serve them, so there was now an abundance of Black Ink disciples out there. This was how they had gathered some of their current intelligence on the human race. Yonkai was now a great threat to the Black Ink clan in profound nether territory, so obviously Emonayi tried to find out more about him. Yonkai's reputation had also spread far and wide in the human race. As such, his initial breakthrough to the 5th Order open heaven realm and subsequent consumption of a world fruit was not a big secret. It was not surprising that Emonayi had been able to learn about this. Many territory lords looked gratified after hearing Emonayi's revelation. As a matter of fact, Six Arms was not the only one who was worried about Yonkai advancing to the 9th Order open heaven realm one day. The other territory lords were also worried about this. Yonkai was already this strong when he was just in the 8th Order, so if he really broke through to the 9th Order, even a royal lord would find it hard to survive a conflict with him. If that really happened, how was the Black Ink clan supposed to survive? These territory lords were all afraid of being killed by Yonkai. One of the territory lords stated solemnly, "Nothing is absolute. I heard that the human race has a way to break these innate shackles. As long as they can find open heaven pills produced by the universe furnace, they can break their limits." Emonayi nodded in agreement, and that is indeed true, but that so-called universe furnace is an innate supreme treasure of the universe. It is ethereal and cannot be found even if one seeks it out. No one knows when or if it will appear. Moreover, even if this universe furnace did appear, why would we allow the human race to get their hands on it? The open heaven pills produced by the universe furnace might be useless to us, but we can't let the humans have them either. All the territory lords nodded. If that universe furnace really appeared, it would definitely set off a bloody storm. The Black Ink clan would never allow the humans to get their hands on it, no matter what price they had to pay. Six Arms tapped the armrest as he stated, "Let's not talk about this for now. Everyone should think of a way to contain Yonkai. We're approaching the 2-year deadline, so the humans will surely invade again. You don't want another territory lord or two to die, right?" As soon as he brought this up, the territory lords immediately turned pale. Although there were quite a few territory lords present, who knew if they would be the unlucky one this time? Nonetheless, if they were really asked to find a way to suppress Yonkai, they simply had no idea. Just as the territory lords were at a loss, a feudal lord suddenly rushed in and reported with a bewildered look on his face, "Sirs, there is something going on the human race's side." The territory lords turned pale as one of them hurriedly asked, "Is the human race attacking? Why is the human race moving so early? There should still be some time left." "Those bastards. I say we ignore Yonkai entirely. If they can kill a territory lord, why can't we respond by killing their 8th Order masters?" Oh! The territory lords started shouting all at once, setting off Six Arms once again. Speaking of which, he felt quite aggrieved. In all the other great territory battlefields, the Black Ink clan basically held the initiative and were able to attack and retreat as they pleased. But Profound Nether Territory's situation was the exact opposite. When had the Black Ink clan ever been worried about the human race attacking them? Saying it out loud would be a disgrace. Looking at the territory lords under him all but panicking, Six Arms suddenly felt tired. He looked at the feudal lord who had come to report and asked, "Is the human race really attacking?" The feudal lord replied, "The human race army is showing no signs of mobilization, but a human is approaching us. According to the scouts' report, this person is suspected to be Yang Kai. The territory lords were all shocked. Emonayi anxiously asked, "Alone?" The feudal lord nodded. "There is only one person. What the hell are humans up to now? What is Yang Kai's planning?" For the moment, Emonayi was unable to grasp the situation. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, it was foolish for him to come here alone. What's more, Yang Kai had proven himself to be both cunning and insidious, so he wouldn't do something as stupid as this without purpose. Of course, Six Arms also understood this and frowned for a moment before ordering, "Double the scouts monitoring the situation. Immediately report if anything happens." Yes. The feudal lord accepted the order and left. Not long after, the scouts indeed sent a series of reports, further confirming the situation. The human race army was not attacking, but there were signs of large-scale mobilization. This was not surprising though, as the human race would basically attack once every 2 years, so the Black Ink clan was already used to this. A lone human was indeed approaching the Black Ink clan, and that person was none other than Yang Kai, who the territory lords feared. Furthermore, he seemed to be intentionally exposing his whereabouts. He didn't try to conceal himself at all along the way, and his speed wasn't fast either. Some Black Ink clan scouts were even closely monitoring him, but he made no move to kill them. This made the territory lords even more confused. What the hell is he planning? Is he just trying to taunt us? This human was simply too arrogant. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5579 Ceasefire. In the void, Yang Kai was flying towards the Black Ink clan's main camp at a leisurely pace. There were many Black Ink clan scouts hiding along the way, but these scouts were only at the level of feudal lords at best, so they were unable to hide themselves from his senses. Yang Kai was indeed unafraid of revealing himself, as he was not here to kill anyone. Rather, he was here to discuss some business with the territory lords. The human race army had attacked the Black Ink clan over a dozen times during the past 3 decades, killing some 30 territory lords, which was more than enough already. It was the right time for him to initiate his plan, as the sooner it was implemented, the better. Looking towards the depths of the void, he could vaguely see the Black Ink clan's main camp that was spread across a few universe worlds. He could not wait to slaughter all of them, and why would he not? But not only would this take a lot of time, even if he did manage to kill all the Black Ink clan troops in Profound Nether territory, what would that really accomplish? Perhaps it would ease some of the human race's current troubles, but it would not solve the root of their problem. Ultimately, it would all be in vain. As long as Mo was still alive and kicking, it would be able to continuously breed more Black Ink clansmen and even create more Black Ink giant spiritual gods. If Yang Kai wanted to solve the problem once and for all, he would have to go to the primordial heaven source grand restriction and kill Mo. Of course, that was impossible to do with just an 8th order open heaven realm cultivation. Only by reaching the 9th order would this even become a remote possibility. There was only so much one man could do alone. The human race's future depended on the efforts of the entire younger generation. More and more Black Ink clan scouts started to gather around Yang Kai, and even Black Ink clan patrol teams were beginning to move around him, but because of his reputation, none of them dared to get too close. Nonetheless, Yang Kai kept moving forward. Chaos and confusion had already broken out in the Black Ink clan main camp. Yang Kai's act of venturing into the Black Ink clan's perimeter alone was extremely bewildering. Some territory lords believed it to be another one of the human race's schemes, and that Yang Kai was just bait to attract their attention. They believed that the human race masters were lying in ambush somewhere, waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Some territory lords were clamoring that it was a rare opportunity, saying that the most important thing right now was to use all of the Black Ink clan's strength to kill Yang Kai. His death would definitely cripple the morale of the entire Profound Nether territory's human race army, leaving them vulnerable and giving the Black Ink clan an overwhelming advantage. Listening to their constant bickering and shouting, Six Arms finally couldn't help but roar, "Shut up!" The chaotic voices finally fell silent. Six Arms glanced around with a gloomy expression as his face turned dark and disgraced. The fact that 1/8 open human had sent so many territory lords of Profound Nether territory into utter panic had left him speechless. Although he knew that it was because many territory lords had died at this human's hands, his subordinate's behavior here had still disappointed him. After glancing around for a moment, Six Arms' gaze finally landed on Emoni as he asked, "What do you think the human race's plan is?" Although Six Arms and Emoni had not been on good terms these past few decades, Six Arms had to admit that Emoni was not only strong, but his mind was also sharp. Emoni replied, "The human race may not have any plan." Emoni's reply left the territory lord speechless. "What nonsense! What do you mean by no plan?" Six Arms' face turned black. He had lowered himself to ask for Emoni's opinion, but he had not expected the other party to give such an answer. Fortunately, Emoni quickly continued, "The human race army is showing signs of mobilization, but they haven't dispatched any troops yet. The scouts also haven't discovered any trace of other Eighth and Heaven Realm Masters moving. Which means that Yang Kai really came alone. He didn't conceal his tracks either, so I think he didn't come here to start a war. Perhaps he wants to discuss something with us?" "Discuss what?" Six Arms raised his brow. Emoni shook his head. "I don't know either. Yang Kai is both strong and bold, but most importantly, his ability to escape is unmatched. He probably thinks that even if he comes here alone, we wouldn't be able to do anything to him." Emoni felt a little ashamed when he said this last sentence, but it was the truth. He had pursued Yang Kai countless times with 4 other territory lords over the years, but they had never once managed to even hit him. "So what do you think he's here to discuss with us?" Emoni replied, "It's just my guess. Whether it's true or not, Sir Six Arms will have to determine." Six Arms nodded slightly. To be honest, he also felt this was the case, as there was no other explanation for Yang Kai's strange actions today. There is an irreconcilable feud between the Black Ink clan and the human race. Rivers of blood flow every time a war breaks out, so what could Yang Kai want to discuss? After a moment of silence, Six Arms stated, "Since that's the case, let's go and meet him." He then selected 9 other territory lords and ordered, "Follow me. As for the rest of you, conceal yourselves and wait for my orders." If possible, he did not want to miss an opportunity to kill Yang Kai. If he could kill Yang Kai somehow, they would be able to suppress the entire profound Nether territory within a couple of years. The territory lords understood this and immediately obeyed. In the void, Yang Kai continued to move forward at a leisurely pace. He had already gotten quite close to the Black Ink clan main camp when suddenly, he looked up and saw 10 figures with powerful auras flying out of a universe world in front of him. Their leader was none other than Six Arms. Not only that, Yang Kai also keenly noticed many more territory lords hiding in the nearby Black Ink clouds. He had already anticipated this, so he just continued moving forward with a smile on his lips, fearlessly. On the other side, Six Arms couldn't help feeling a sense of admiration, watching Yang Kai flying towards them in a totally undisturbed manner. This human truly doesn't know any fear. No one else would have dared to act like this, for walking into the enemy's encirclement alone was akin to suicide. The distance between them was rapidly shortening, and at some point Yang Kai came to a halt and smiled at Six Arms. Six Arms almost couldn't help but give the order to attack. Yang Kai's current position was quite tempting to the Black Ink clan, as he was surrounded by territory lords from all directions and was locked onto by all of them. The territory lords were ready to attack at a moment's notice, so as soon as Six Arms gave the order, they would rain down hell on Yang Kai. Even if he is proficient in the Tao of space, he might not be able to escape unscathed, right? Should we attack or not? At this moment, Six Arms' heart rate began to accelerate. But before he could make a decision, Yang Kai chuckled. "Six Arms, since I dared to come alone, I naturally have the confidence to escape too. I might be surrounded by many territory lords, but you won't be able to kill me. At best, you would only be able to seriously injure me." Six Arms' face turned dark and gloomy, but he did not retort back. The other territory lords' faces also turned ugly as they felt that Yang Kai was being too arrogant. Had it been any other Eighth Order human, the territory lords would scoff at these words, but since Yang Kai said them, they had no choice but to take his words seriously. They knew that this human was no fool. If he didn't have absolute confidence, why would he dare come here all alone and let himself be surrounded? Yongkai continued without any sense of urgency. So long as I'm alive, you'll always have to watch your backs. I'll keep killing one or two of you every time we fight. I wonder how many territory lords the Black Ink clan can sacrifice? Listening to this, a territory lord beside Six Arms angrily shouted, Yongkai, don't act so arrogantly. Since you've come here alone, you can forget about leaving here alive. Yongkai looked at him, sizing him up before indifferently stating, I remember you. You managed to escape from my hands 10 years ago. Have you recovered yet? The territory lord immediately choked and couldn't speak as he subconsciously touched his waist where there was still a deep wound that had yet to heal. Even to this date, he would tremble in fear whenever he recalled the scene of him escaping from Yongkai's spear a decade ago. He was lucky that time as Emonayi and the others had hurriedly come to his rescue, forcing Yongkai to retreat. Yongkai's tone suddenly turned cold. The next time war breaks out, you will die first. The territory lord's expression changed drastically as terror filled his eyes. He couldn't help but step back in fear, but the next moment when he felt everyone's gaze on him, he felt so ashamed that he wanted nothing more than to crawl into a hole and never come out. Although he was ashamed, he did not speak again. He was not confident that he would manage to escape if he was really targeted by Yongkai on the battlefield. Profound Nether territory was too dangerous right now. He wanted to go back to the Noritern Pass to recuperate. Enough! Six Arms coldly snorted as his expression turned ugly. Yongkai had come alone, but not only did he not act cautiously, he was even more imposing than ever. Worse, with just a few words he managed to frighten a territory lord under him so badly that he actually stumbled backwards in panic, enraging Six Arms completely. How could the human race produce such a monster? He stared deeply at Yongkai and asked, Your Excellency, you didn't come here to fight with us, right? A calm and peaceful smile appeared on Yongkai's lips. Of course not. I came here mainly to negotiate peace with all of you. Negotiate peace? Six Arms and the territory lords were stunned. Everyone had guessed that Yongkai had come here alone for some purpose, but no one had expected him to say something like this. Peace? What peace? Oh. The human race and the Black Ink clan had been locked in a bloody war for millions of years. The Black Ink clan could not help but think that Yongkai had lost his mind. It's impossible for them to coexist peacefully. The war between the two races would only come to an end once one side was completely annihilated. Yet Yongkai actually said he came here to discuss peace. The territory lords almost thought they might have heard wrong. They looked at each other, subconsciously thinking that this was another one of the human race's schemes. Yongkai, on the other hand, earnestly continued, That's right, I'm here to negotiate a ceasefire. Of course, not a complete ceasefire, just one between the territory lords and Eighth Order human masters. Yongkai then let out a heavy sigh before continuing with a look of frustration. My human race is suffering. We have lost countless people over these years. We even lost the 3,000 worlds. Now we are confined to just a dozen or so great territory battlefields, struggling to resist your Black Ink clan's onslaught. Not to mention other great territory battlefields, Profound Nether territory alone has suffered heavy casualties over these few decades of fighting. Every war would result in a river of blood flowing across the void and corpses piling up like mountains. Soldiers sacrificed their limbs, and even their lives to block you all. My human race is really suffering deeply. Hearing his sorrowful overtures, Six Arms' face turned red with rage while all the other territory lords wore warped expressions. What nonsense is this bastard spewing? It might be the case for other great territory battlefields, but could the human race be suffering more than the Black Ink clan in Profound Nether territory? Indeed, the human race suffered casualties in every battle, but compared to the losses the Black Ink clan endured, the human race's casualties were insignificant. The Black Ink clan's casualties here were so high that 30% of all Black Ink clansmen spawned for battle were sent to Profound Nether territory just to maintain their lines. No less than 1 million Black Ink clan soldiers would die every time a war broke out here. Not only that, ever since Yongkai arrived at Profound Nether territory, some 30 territory lords had been slaughtered by him either directly or indirectly. Why is this guy speaking such drivel, and in such a serious manner? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5580. Tempted. The shamelessness. This was a new impression the territory lords had of Yong-kai. Usually, the strong cared a great deal for face, even the territory lords did, let alone the humans. So with Yong-kai waxing so forlornly like this, the territory lords couldn't help but feel like their horizons had been broadened. Six Arms' expression became unsightly as he asked, "The human race and Black Ink clan have an irresolvable enmity. It's impossible for us to coexist in this universe, so why are you proposing an armistice?" He had a feeling that Yong-kai was up to something, so although Six Arms felt that the two races couldn't agree, he still wanted to ask. Yong-kai stopped lamenting and replied as a smile appeared on his lips, "I just said it's not a real ceasefire, only one limited to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Territory Lords." Six Arms thoughtfully murmured, "You mean?" "It's very simple. From now on, your Territory Lords won't participate in the battle regardless of its scale, and the same goes for the Eighth Order Masters of my human race." The moment he stated this, the Territory Lords broke into an uproar. Even the Territory Lords who were concealing their auras and hiding in the nearby black ink clouds were shocked and accidentally exposed themselves. "Really?" one of the Territory Lords excitedly asked. Six Arms could not help but glare at that Territory Lord, who immediately shut up as shame filled his face. Nonetheless, Six Arms did not blame him. To be honest, even he was tempted by Yong-kai's proposal. Be that as it may, he warned himself that this was definitely one of the human race's schemes, and he should not easily believe it. They had all experienced just how cunning and underhanded humans were. Six Arms stared deeply into Yong-kai's eyes, as if he wanted to see into the depths of his soul, and suspiciously asked, "What does your excellency mean?" Yong-kai replied, "I mean exactly what I said." Six Arms didn't say anything more. He couldn't understand what was going on, so he turned to Emonai to seek his opinion. Emonai too furrowed his brow, appearing to be deep in thought. Yong-kai added, "There is no need to be suspicious. I have sincerely come here to negotiate an armistice with you, and I feel that it's also a good proposition for the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clan has lost almost 30 territory lords at my hands in profound nether territory over these years. Yes? If you agree to this ceasefire, I will withdraw from the front lines too. Of course, the premise is that you and the other territory lords also uphold the conditions of the ceasefire." An ugly look immediately appeared on the face of the territory lords. The death of 30-odd territory lords in profound nether territory was a matter of great humiliation for them. By mentioning this, Yong-kai was simply rubbing salt into their wounds, which was truly infuriating. Nonetheless, it was the truth, and they could not refute it. Seeing the territory lords remain silent, Yong-kai's smile slowly faded as his tone became dark and cold. "What's wrong? I've shown you sincerity by coming alone to discuss this matter, and giving you an enormous concession. Are you still not satisfied? Perhaps I need to kill a few more of you before you agree?" Saying so, he took out his azure dragon spear and arrogantly declared, "Good, since that's the case, we all know what will happen next. Every 2 years henceforth, when war breaks out, I'll kill 1 or 2 territory lords until all of you are gone. Let's see how you dare to disagree then." The moment he summoned his azure dragon spear, all the territory lords immediately became tense and their aura instantly broke out as they began circulating their black ink strength. The calm and peaceful situation immediately became highly agitated. Six Arms jumped back in fright, no longer having any thoughts of killing Yong-kai, as he quickly raised his hand and stated, "Your Excellency, please don't be rash." Yong-kai pointed his spear at him and asked him in a grim voice, without any trace of politeness, "Agree or disagree? It's a one-word answer." Six Arms was completely infuriated. He was one of the top innate territory lords, and also the commander of the Black Ink clan in profound nether territory. Never had he been pointed at and shamed by an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If Yong-kai's proposal had not been so tempting, he would have already given the order to attack. He solemnly looked at Yong-kai and stated, "Your Excellency's proposal is truly intriguing, but this ceasefire is really unimaginable. I find it hard to believe you would request it." "Why is that?" Six Arms inquired. "According to your Excellency's proposal, the human race's Eighth Order Masters and our territory lords won't be able to join the battle in the future, which on the surface appears extremely beneficial to my Black Ink clan. So my question is, what does the human race get out of this? This was the sticking point he simply couldn't figure out. The Black Ink clan in profound Nether territory was currently at an extreme disadvantage. They would lose 1 or 2 territory lords every time a war broke out every 2 years. Now, every time war was about to break out, the territory lords would become restless, terrified they would be targeted by Yong-Kai. However, if they could agree with the human race to not send their 8th Order masters into battle after today, it would be wholly beneficial to the Black Ink clan. Six Arms could not figure out why the humans would make such a proposal, much less uphold it. Why would the humans do something which would not bring them any benefit? Six Arms wasn't naive enough to believe that Yong-Kai was considering the Black Ink clan's interests. The two sides were sworn enemies, so it made no sense. Yong-Kai asked, frowning, "What does my human race's gains from this have to do with you? Why ask so many questions?" Six Arms solemnly stated, "If Your Excellency can't give us a satisfactory answer, we can only think that this is some type of sinister plot and we will have to move to capture Your Excellency here today." "Do you think you can?" Yong-Kai sneered as he swept his gaze around arrogantly. Six Arms shouted, "Since you're here to discuss an armistice, show us real proof of your sincerity. Do you really think we territory lords are afraid of you?" Yong-Kai pursed his lips in annoyance, obviously not wanting to explain himself, but in the end he still answered, "Fine, I suppose there's no harm in telling you. The reason I want to discuss an armistice with you is because I want to let my human race's soldiers rest. Although the 8th Order masters of my human race have not suffered any casualties over the past few decades, we have lost far too many below the 8th Order, and most of them died because they were caught up in the fights between the 8th Order masters and the territory lords. You might not care about the deaths of your weaker clansmen, but it is very different for my human race. Every human who dies was a loyal patriot of my human race. It would not have been an issue had they lost their lives while fighting the Black Ink clan. Even when masters on our level clash, it is more often those around us who suffer the consequences, dying pointless deaths. As the territory lords outnumber the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm masters, the 8th Order masters must go all out and have no ability to care about anything else around them. Even if other human soldiers get swept up in their battlefields, they can do nothing about it, which is not just heartbreaking but a costly loss. However, if there is a treaty which prevents the 8th Order masters and territory lords from joining the battle, then such situations won't happen again. It is for this reason I am here today to negotiate a ceasefire with you. Are you satisfied with this answer?" The group of territory lords glanced at each other, somewhat believing Yong-Kai's words. The important thing was that Yong-Kai was telling the truth. Low-rank soldiers of both races were caught up in the clash between the 8th Order masters and territory lords every time they fought, and many of them died as a result. The territory lords did not care about the deaths of low-rank Black Ink clansmen, but the deaths of so many human soldiers obviously troubled the 8th Order masters. Be that as it may, they could not hold back in the current environment. On top of that, the territory lords outnumbered the 8th Order masters, so the territory lords would often be able to slaughter their way into the midst of the human race army. At that time, even the 8th Order masters, who were already short-handed, would be forced to rush to block them. This put the human race into an even more passive situation. Six Arms tightly furrowed his brow and glanced at Mo Nayi, who looked back and lightly nodded. Although Yong-Kai's answer was still a little suspicious, it was indeed a valid reason. Six Arms asked, "Can you represent the entire human race?" Yong-Kai scoffed, "You wish. Of course I can't represent the entire human race, but I am the army commander of the Profound Nether Army, so I can represent all human forces in Profound Nether territory." Six Arms probed, "In other words, the scope of this treaty is limited to the territory lords and 8th Order masters in Profound Nether territory." "That's right. The human race is quite devious. How can we trust you?" "I can swear, but would you believe me?" Yong-Kai looked at Six Arms with a serious expression. "Trust is built based on mutual understanding between two sides. No matter what I say, you won't believe me anyway, but the fact that I came alone is enough to show my sincerity. You will know whether I'm telling the truth or not after seeing how the human race acts in the future. From today on, the 8th Order masters of my human race will not take the initiative to take part in the war in Profound Nether territory. I hope that you territory lords can also abide by the agreement. Of course you can also not abide by it, but I will kill anyone who dares to do so. Don't think that you'll be safe if you go into hiding. Even if you scurry back to the no-return pass, I can still go there, kill you, then escape. The territory lord's expressions immediately became ugly as this was a naked threat. I've said what I came to say, farewell. Yong-kai put away the azure dragon spear, turned around and left, without caring whether the territory lords agreed or not. The group of territory lords stared at Six Arms, seeking an answer from him. Six Arms, on the other hand, appeared to be struggling as to what to do. Only when Yong-kai had truly left did the territory lords break the encirclement, while Six Arms heaved a long sigh of relief as a sense of exhaustion hit him. Just now, he was almost unable to hold himself back from giving the order to attack Yong-kai. If he gave the order, this so-called peace treaty would have naturally been broken, and the profound Nether Army would have undoubtedly retaliated. The reason why he didn't give the order was because he wasn't confident he could take Yong-kai down here, as the latter was just too calm. Six Arms was not the only territory lord who let out a sigh of relief. It had to be said that many territory lords were tempted to accept Yong-kai's so-called peace treaty. If they could reach an agreement with the human race that the Eighth Order Masters and territory lords would not partake in the battle here any longer, then they would have nothing to worry about in the future. Over the past few decades, every time the human race army attacked, it would cause the territory lords extreme anxiety. No one knew which territory lord would become Yong-kai's target. Only when Yong-kai really made his move could they finally put their pounding hearts to rest. When Six Arms saw the expressions on the territory lords' faces, he became a little depressed. These territory lords of profound Nether territory had been thoroughly traumatized by Yong-kai, and likely would never recover. He then turned to Emo-na-yi and asked, "What do you think?" Emo-na-yi confirmed, frowning, "Does Sir Six Arms mean the peace treaty or?" "Naturally, the peace treaty. It's a good deal," Emo-na-yi replied, "although I doubt we understand all its implications, and I don't think the human race will be so kind. If they abide by the agreement, it will be a good thing for us territory lords." Six Arms nodded slightly in agreement. "I think so too. I'm just afraid that the humans have some hidden agenda that we're still unaware of." Emo-na-yi added with a smile, "The territory lords are the most important targets in profound Nether territory, and since Yong-kai is willing to give up the opportunity to kill us to negotiate, it's not surprising that he has some ulterior motive. It also feels that the reason he gave is lacking. For the consideration of the human race soldiers, huh?" Six Arms understood. Emo-na-yi agreed with a nod, and although many of the human race's soldiers have died at the hands of the territory lords over the years, giving up on killing territory lords for the sake of those weaker human soldiers is very foolish. Perhaps there is some greater motivation we haven't guessed yet. Marshall Peak Chapter 5581 The Human Race Must Train. Although he realized that Yong-kai was hiding something, Emo-na-yi couldn't figure it out. When Yong-kai returned to the human race's main camp, all the Eighth Order Masters happened to be waiting for him. Yong-kai raised his head and nodded lightly to the crowd. It's settled. From now on, the Eighth Order Masters and the territory lords will not be allowed to participate in further battles. Yong-kai had discussed the treaty with the Eighth Order Masters before heading out. Some were against it, some were puzzled, but none of them endorsed it. The human race had the upper hand in profound Nether territory. Everyone believed that they should be taking revenge, especially when Yong-kai could kill one or two territory lords in every battle. The territory lords had suffered heavy losses over these past 30 years, but not a single Eighth Order Master from the human race had fallen. If this continued, the human race's advantage would grow bigger and bigger. The Eighth Order Masters could already imagine flattening the Black Ink clan army in profound Nether territory after a few more centuries. As such, no one had expected that Yong-kai would actually want to make a peace treaty with the Black Ink clan in these circumstances, especially since this treaty was only limited to the Eighth Order Masters and territory lords, which was equivalent to the human race giving up their greatest advantage. Nonetheless, Yong-kai eventually convinced them. The human race must train its soldiers. The human race happened to have many good seedlings who had advanced directly to the 6th and 7th Order Open Heaven realm, thanks to the Star Boundary World Tree clone's feedback. These seedlings had high hopes of reaching the 8th or ninth order open heaven realm in the future. So, if they could grow, it would greatly alleviate or even reverse the decline of the human race. Many of the geniuses who had advanced to the 6th order open heaven realm had entered the battlefield right away, but those who had broken through straight to the 7th order were regarded as precious treasures by every cave heaven and paradise. They were hidden away, where they were given a large amount of resources. They were painstakingly cultivating in seclusion, hoping to break through to the 9th order open heaven realm as soon as possible and lead the human race out of this predicament. Even Hua Qingxi of High Heaven Palace had hidden 200 such elites. But was it possible to cultivate to the 9th order open heaven realm in seclusion? If it was really that easy to advance to the 9th order open heaven realm, the human race wouldn't only have had 100 or so old ancestors at its peak. Even if someone somehow managed to advance to the 9th order open heaven realm like this, they would be like a flower in a greenhouse that had never experienced true winds and rains. As such, their strength would be doubtful. Yang Kai only managed to reach his current heights because he had forged his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The same was true for every 8th order master present today. As such, the human race needed to temper their troops. They needed to send the geniuses who had broken through straight to the 6th and 7th order open heaven realm to the battlefields and let them taste real hardship while allowing them to understand the predicament of the human race. However, the current Great Territory battlefields were a little dangerous to train these geniuses. The territory lords outnumbered the 8th order masters. Sometimes the 8th order masters failed to contain all the territory lords, giving them a chance to kill unscrupulously. Because of this, even the most talented elites had a high chance of dying. In fact, many geniuses have fallen over the years because of this. Losing the geniuses who had advanced straight to the 6th order open heaven realm was one thing, but losing even just one who had advanced straight to the 7th order open heaven realm would be quite heartbreaking. The purpose of training them was to make them stronger, not to let them die in vain. On the barren territory battlefield, the 9th order old ancestors willingly sacrificed their lives to kill all the royal lords to create a safe space for their juniors to grow. They even managed to severely injure the black ink giant spirit god to buy more time. The 9th order old ancestors played a huge part in the current status quo the human race had managed to maintain, barely holding their ground in a dozen or so great territory battlefields. Nonetheless, it was not enough. Yang Kai's wish to make a peace treaty with the territory lords was simply an extension of the wills of the 9th order old ancestors. The old ancestors had wiped out most of the Black Ink clan royal lords, whereas Yang Kai kept the territory lords in check in profound nether territory, thereby creating a haven for the human race's younger generation to grow. This was the reason why the profound nether army had constantly been on the offensive for the last 3 decades, and why he had been indiscriminately killing the territory lords on the battlefield. He was attacking the territory lords so that he could force them to accept this peace treaty. This plan was already in motion when Yang Kai had returned from the star boundary, but he had never told anyone about it. Now, since the 8th order masters and territory lords in profound nether territory would not be making any further moves, the human race could send their geniuses to this battlefield, where they could wander between life and death, comprehend the mysteries of the Grand Tao, and stimulate their potential. Of course, some geniuses would lose their lives in the process. After all, the Black Ink clan still held the advantage over the human race currently, but such losses could be accepted for the future of the human race. In any case, a dead genius was not a genius. The star boundary and the myriad monsters world were constantly being nurtured by 2 world tree clones. So how could the human race lack geniuses in the future? Of course, by doing this, the profound nether army had tied themselves up and let the territory lords of profound nether territory gain an immediate advantage. From now on, they no longer had to worry about being ambushed by Yang Kai in battle. Be that as it may, this war was not just Yang Kai's war alone. It was a struggle the entire human race had to participate in as it concerned its very survival. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, he could not end it alone. He had advanced straight to the 5th order open heaven realm and then consumed a mid-rank world fruit, which allowed him to have a foundation of the 6th order open heaven realm. Owing to this, his current cultivation of the 8th order open heaven realm was his limit. It would be next to impossible for him to advance to the 9th order open heaven realm without the appropriate opportunity. The current him could kill a territory lord with the help of his soul-rending thorns, but if he was up against a royal lord, he would have no choice but to flee. In the future, the Black Ink clan would not be lacking territory lords and royal lords. After thousands of years, when the advantages created by the Ninth Order old ancestors were completely gone, what would the human race do? What the human race lacked was peak Eighth Order masters who could kill innate territory lords, and Ninth Order masters who would fight neck and neck with royal lords in the future. All of this depended on the effort and growth of the young geniuses. As such, Yang Kai had to make arrangements while he still had some deterrence against the territory lords. Yang Kai's reasoning had convinced the Eighth Order masters of Profound Nether Army. Many Eighth Order masters even felt ashamed after the discussions came to a close. They only saw the current success of the Profound Nether Army, and failed to look further into the future. Every time war broke out, the Black Ink clan was unable to lift their heads, and the territory lords would be in complete panic. Only a few people could see that the current advantage of the Profound Nether Army was nothing more than a reflection of the moon in the water. The human race's advantage would slowly fade away, and eventually disappear with time. When this matter was reported to the Supreme Headquarters, they promptly agreed to the arrangements of the Profound Nether Army. They even deliberately turned Profound Nether territory into a testing site. However, the Profound Nether Army had also made preparations to launch an all-out attack when Yang Kai went to negotiate the treaty. The moment the territory lords made a move on Yang Kai, the Profound Nether Army would definitely charge out to attack. Fortunately, Yang Kai's negotiation went extremely smoothly. The territory lords also did not take advantage of the fact that Yang Kai was alone to try to attack him. Yang Kai's calmness made the territory lords doubt whether they could kill him or not. Furthermore, the treaty was also quite tempting to the territory lords. Because of these points, Yang Kai was able to safely return. After hearing from Yang Kai that the matter was settled, Yang Lai shouted as a look of disbelief took over his face, "Don't the territory lords have any balls?" Wei Junyang smiled. "It's not that they don't have any balls, it's more like they are too afraid of being killed." 30 territory lords had lost their lives at Yang Kai's hands over the past 30 years. So who wouldn't be afraid? Only because of Yang Kai was this possible. If it were anyone else, even if it was Xiang Shan, the territory lords would have swarmed him. If one couldn't exert this level of deterrence, they would only be courting death if they went into the enemy's den alone. Then doesn't it mean that we won't have to do anything in Profound Nether territory in the future? Stated an Eighth Order master, frowning. This is going to be boring. Yang Lai rolled his eyes and stated, "We can go support the other great territory battlefield." "I'm afraid that's not possible." Yang Kai shook his head. "Although we have made a treaty, Profound Nether territory still needs Eighth Order masters to act as deterrents. Firstly, it would be hard to ensure that the Black Ink clan don't go back on their word without sufficient Eighth Order masters present. The Black Ink clan cannot be trusted. We may have agreed to a peace treaty, but if they found an opportunity to devastate our army, they would definitely take it despite the risks. For that matter, I want to establish 10 forward outposts in Profound Nether territory, which will require everyone here to oversee them." "Forward outposts?" an Eighth Order master asked curiously. Yang Kai explained, "Since we're going to be training our soldiers, a large-scale army strategy will no longer be suitable. In the future, the confrontation between the human race and Black Ink clan soldiers in Profound Nether territory will probably only happen on a small scale. Profound Nether territory is quite large, so we'll be building forward outposts as places where our soldiers can rest and heal." The Eighth Order masters immediately understood after hearing this. Wei Junyang agreed with this plan, nodding, "You're right. These outposts can also provide a certain degree of security to our soldier." "That's right. Training is one thing, but we still need to minimize our losses." 10 outposts could roughly cover the entire Profound Nether territory. Even if each forward outpost only needed 3 Eighth Order masters to oversee it, that would still be 30 Eighth Order masters. Because of this, the Eighth Order masters of the Profound Nether army could not easily withdraw. So Yang Lai's request to go support the other great territory battlefields was simply a fantasy. "Sir is quite thoughtful," Wei Junyang nodded. "If none of you have any objections, then let's start immediately. You can discuss the location of the 10 forward outposts among yourselves. There's no need to consult me." The Eighth Order masters glanced at each other, none of them having any objections. They were already used to Yang Kai acting like an arm-flinging shopkeeper. Basically, the Profound Nether Army's affairs had been managed by Wei Junyang, Kong Changda, and the others all these years. Yang Kai was only in charge of a general plan, not the details or implementation. Soon the Profound Nether Army began moving. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers were divided and sent out in various directions in units of 2 or 3 divisions each. The Black Ink clan instantly got the news and sent out scouts to investigate. When the scouts sent back their reports, Six Arms and the others were shocked to discover that the human race was establishing numerous outposts in another Profound Nether territory, each one overseen by several Eighth Order masters. Although Yang Kai had come to discuss a peace treaty with them, the territory lords did not completely believe him. No one could guarantee that this was not a scheme of the human race. The treaty did not prevent them from sending out some of their forces to investigate though, so after a few days, an army of over 1,000 Black Ink clan soldiers appeared near a human outpost that was recently built, secretly scouting it. However, their whereabouts were soon discovered, and they were pursued by several human squads. Although they had suffered heavy casualties, they were not completely wiped out. The Black Ink clan kept testing the waters multiple times over the next few months. Although they were hunted down by the humans every time, the Eighth Order masters never came forward. The human race was indeed keeping their side of the treaty. Marshall Peak Chapter 5582. Only 2 Ninth Order Masters. While the human race's military training was in full swing in Profound Nether territory, Yang Kai had already rushed to Wind Mist territory. He had come here to see the last 2 living Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Wind Mist territory was the first great territory that the Black Ink clan army had invaded, and it was in complete shambles now. Traces of the Black Ink clan's invasion could be seen everywhere, and all its universe worlds lay in utter ruin. At the place where the territory barrier was breached, old ancestors Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing were sitting cross-legged in the void, each of them slowly forming hand seals one after another. Right in between the two of them, an arm that seemed capable of shattering the sky was reaching out through the territory barrier. This arm belonged to none other than the Black Ink giant spirit god, who had awakened in the divine spirit ancestral land. When the Black Ink giant spirit god was awakened, he had rushed straight to the barren territory from the divine spirit ancestral land. Resisting the fierce attacks of the human race masters, he reached the weak point of the territory barrier and smashed it with a single punch, thrusting its arm through 2 great territories. Since then, the passage between the barren territory and Wind Mist territory had been forced completely open. The Black Ink clan army, which was locked in a fierce battle with the human race in the barren territory, passed through this broken territory barrier and flooded into Wind Mist territory. Ever since, the Black Ink clan's invasion became unstoppable. Soon after that incident, the vast majority of the Ninth Order old ancestors sacrificed themselves to open up an opportunity for the next generation of the human race, exterminating all but 2 of the Black Ink clan royal lords and severely wounding this Black Ink giant spirit god. The surviving Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing led the human race army out of the barren territory, and ordered the remnants to split up and go to the various great territories to preside over a mass evacuation and migration of the human race's cultivators. As for the 2 of them, they rushed straight to Wind Mist territory and restrained the Black Ink giant spirit god with a joint secret technique, taking advantage of the fact that the Black Ink giant spirit god had to keep its arm in place to ensure the territory barrier remained open. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 years had passed. Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing had managed to restrain the Black Ink giant spirit god all these years, but that also trapped them in Wind Mist territory. If the human race still had the help of these 2 Ninth Order masters, the situation in the great territory battlefields would not have been nearly as tense as it was now. When Yang Kai arrived at this place and laid eyes on that thick and enormous arm, his expression still changed, even if it was not his first time seeing it. The Black Ink giant spirit god was simply too powerful. As for Mo, who was able to create the Black Ink giant spirit gods, Yang Kai was simply unable to gauge its true depths. The arm was currently tightly bound by numerous chains. If one looked closely, one would discover that these chains were actually manifested from innumerable complex runes. Obviously, these chains were the manifestation of the secret technique executed by the 2 Ninth Order old ancestors. Initially, Yang Kai thought that there would be many Black Ink clansmen here monitoring the situation or worse, attacking the 2 old ancestors, but after arriving, he realized that he was mistaken. There was not a single Black Ink clansman here. This left him quite puzzled. Logically speaking, since the Black Ink giant spirit god was so powerful, the Black Ink clan's top priority should be helping him escape. In order to help him escape, attacking the two Ninth Order Masters was the fastest solution. The reason Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing were able to restrain this Black Ink giant spirit god was not because they were stronger, but because they had certain advantages on their side. The Black Ink giant spirit god had shoved its arm through a territory barrier, meaning its main body was in one great territory, while its fist and forearm were in another. This had allowed the Black Ink clan army to pass through this opening, but it also helped Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing to shackle the Black Ink giant spirit god. While the two old ancestors could use their full strength, the Black Ink giant spirit god could only exert a fraction of it, as most of its strength was used to keep the passage open. If it weren't for this, the Black Ink giant spirit god would have broken free long ago. In the past, a dozen old ancestors had needed to join forces to resist a single heavily injured Black Ink giant spirit god, and even then they were barely a match. Now that the human race only had two Ninth Order Masters remaining, how could they possibly restrain it? Sensing Yang Kai's aura, old ancestor Xiao Xiao opened her eyes and asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Yang Kai respectfully bowed, "Greetings, old ancestors." He was quite familiar with old ancestor Xiao Xiao. As for Wu Qing, Yang Kai had met him when he went to Yinyang Pass, but he was not that close to him. Wu Qing nodded slightly in response. Yang Kai then answered, "I came to see the two old ancestors. Is there anything I can help you with?" Old ancestor Xiao Xiao shook her head. "It's all right, you can't help us in this matter. How is the human race doing recently?" The two perennially remained in wind mist territory, and had no contact with the outside world. Although Xiang Shan had come here twice, he could not remain for long. The last time he had come was some 3 or 4 decades ago, and the Great Territory battlefields happened to be in dire straits at that time. Yang Kai replied, "The situation is still relatively stable for the time being. Although the fighting never ceases, it will not be easy for the Black Ink clan to defeat the human race. In addition, this junior is highly valued by the Supreme Headquarters, and has been appointed as Army Commander of the Profound Nether Army." Old ancestor Xiao Xiao nodded, "You deserve it." Suddenly, a smile appeared on her lips as she asked, "Since you are overseeing Profound Nether territory, the Black Ink clan there must be having a difficult time, right?" Yang Kai thought for a moment before replying, "Junior has negotiated a peace treaty with them." Xiao Xiao was taken aback by this revelation. A peace treaty? Wu Qing, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, also frowned and asked, "What treaty?" "The human race must train." Yang Kai explained his thoughts, to which old ancestor Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing repeatedly nodded in agreement. "You've considered it carefully. In fact, when Xiang Shan first came here, he also mentioned this matter," Wu Qing thoughtfully stated. This time it was Yang Kai's turn to be surprised. Sir Xiang was also considering signing a peace treaty. Wu Qing shook his head in response and explained, "He didn't say anything about a treaty. He was just worried about the future of the human race. He said that the good seedlings who had been hidden away might not be of much use in the future. However, he didn't have any solution to this problem. You, on the other hand, have already taken a step ahead of him. Good work." Yang Kai immediately understood something that had puzzled him. It was no wonder the Supreme Headquarters quickly agreed when he reported the matter of treaty to them. Apparently, Xiang Shan had long considered this issue, and had been searching for a solution all this time. Thinking about it, it was impossible for a prudent and far-sighted man like Xiang Shan to just focus on the present. The Black Ink clan actually agreed? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao was a bit puzzled. After killing enough of them to leave them terrified and traumatized, they naturally agreed. Yang Kai calmly stated. Wu Qing and old ancestor Xiao Xiao glanced at each other, secretly wondering just how many of the territory lord had died at his hand for them to be this afraid. "Boy, you are quite arrogant for your age." Suddenly, a voice rang out in their ears. This voice seemed to be coming from an extremely faraway place, and yet it also seemed someone was whispering in their ears. Obviously, it was the Black Ink giant spirit god who was speaking. Yang Kai could not be bothered with it though, and simply looked at the two Ninth Order Masters and continued, "The situation in Profound Nether territory has stabilized for the time being. But if we want to train the next generation up, a single great territory may not be enough. This junior is planning on patronizing the other great territory battlefields in the future to open up a few more training grounds. Wu Qing agreed with a nod. Good. But we still need to leave a few as they are. When those brats advance to the 8th order, they will need to fight with the territory lords to stimulate their growth. This junior had the same idea. The black ink giant spirit god spoke again. Brat, why must your human race keep struggling so strenuously? Now that Song and the others have all fallen, the universe is destined to belong to my black ink clan. The day this Supreme One breaks free will be the day all submit to us. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before activating the great sun and moon marks, creating an enormous ball of purifying light that shot straight towards that thick arm. The ball of pure light immediately disintegrated the lingering black ink strength, and the black ink giant spirit god could not help but let out a groan, but he still continued. If you submit to this Supreme One now, I can guarantee on the behalf of the entire Black Ink clan that we won't corrupt you with black ink strength and will allow you to retain your sentience. Yang Kai remained silent for a moment before creating another massive ball of purifying light. In any case, he now had a lot of yellow and blue crystals. Even if he ran out of them, he could still go to the chaotic dead territory and ask Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan for more. The black ink giant spirit god groaned again and shut its mouth. It had finally discovered that the dog that bit him didn't bark. Yang Kai simply had no intention of communicating with it. If it continued to blabber on, Yang Kai would definitely just use that purifying light again. Although it would not hurt its foundation, the dissipation of its strength was extremely discomforting. This thing seems to be full of energy. Can the two old ancestors restrain it? Yang Kai worriedly asked. Wu Qing replied with a smile, if it decides to escape, the two of us won't be able to stop it. Many things had become clear to them over the past century. Yang Kai immediately became worried. Then what should we do? If this black ink giant spirit god really managed to escape, the human race would not be able to resist him. Even if Fu Guang came out of seclusion and teamed up with old ancestor Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing, they still would not be its opponents. Don't worry, old ancestor Xiao Xiao reassured. He would have to pay a huge price in order to forcefully break free right now. At the very least, he will have to leave behind this arm that has crossed the two great territories. Furthermore, he is currently injured, so even if he breaks free, his strength will be greatly reduced. In the past, when the black ink giant spirit god awakened from the divine spirit ancestral land, he traversed through the shattered heaven and rushed to the barren territory, bearing the bombardment of countless human race masters. No matter how powerful he was still injured at that time, and to break the territory barrier, he had no choice but to pay a certain price. After the black ink giant spirit god had shattered the territory barrier, the 9th Order old ancestors went all out to kill the invaders. By sacrificing their lives, not only did they manage to completely wipe out all but 2 royal lords, they also heavily injured the trapped black ink giant spirit god. He's also waiting for an opportunity while healing himself. There won't be any problem for the time being, old ancestor Xiao Xiao explained. Yang Kai nodded in response, feeling much more relieved. Only now did he understand why the Black Ink clan had not sent troops to attack the 2 human race old ancestors. Even if they helped the Black Ink giant spirit god in escaping, he would still need time to heal himself. On the other hand, this way the top masters of both races could still restrain each other. Fu Guang was still recuperating in the dragon pool, and it would probably take him hundreds or even over 1,000 years before he could leave. Once he came out of seclusion, he could come and help old ancestor Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing, making it safer. What troubled Yang Kai was that he didn't know where Ada had gone. It had been so many years, but he was still nowhere to be found. Logically speaking, now that the Black Ink clan had invaded the 3,000 worlds and countless universe worlds had died, Ada should have appeared by now. Yang Kai suspected that this guy was fast asleep in some remote great territory, which would make it all but impossible to find him without an exhaustive search. Old ancestors, you don't need to worry about the matters of the human race. Us juniors will handle them. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao nodded. Do your best, but don't feel too pressured. We old fogies have failed to live up to their expectations, and forced the burden onto all of you. Yang Kai shook his head. Do you need anything? Do you have enough supplies? Wu Qing replied, You can leave us just a few supplies, we don't need that much right now. Yang Kai immediately took out some provisions and placed them into a space ring before handing them to Wu Qing. He then bowed again and bid his goodbye. This junior will take his leave. Go on. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao nodded. Yang Kai stared at the thick arm for a moment before using space principles and teleporting away. Martial Peak, Chapter 5583, 3 Self-Source Reconstitution Art. Yang Kai returned to profound nether territory. In just several months, things had gotten on the right track when it came to training the profound nether army. Based on Yang Kai's initial plan, they had managed to build 10 forward outposts which served as resting places for the human soldiers. Every forward outpost was guarded by at least 3 Eighth Order Masters to ensure its safety. During this period, the profound nether army had broken up and scattered around the territory. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan had repeatedly tested the waters and confirmed that the Eighth Order Masters indeed wouldn't make a move, allowing them to finally set their minds at ease. Now, no large-scale battles were occurring in the entire profound nether territory, though the number and intensity of smaller conflicts had soared. Since the human soldiers had scattered around, the Black Ink clan soldiers had to follow suit. The soldiers of both races now clashed and killed each other in every corner of this territory. In every great battle in the past, the fights between the Eighth Order Masters and Territory Lords were the focal point as well as the key to determining victory or defeat. However, after the peace deal, the Eighth Order Masters and Territory Lords abstained from taking part in any kind of fighting. Now, the Seventh Order Masters and Feudal Lords took center stage. The squads, led by Seventh Order squad leaders, went all out to destroy the enemy, while some powerful feudal lords now rose up to lead their subordinates to slaughter the humans. Inside his palace, Yang Kai had started cultivating in seclusion. It hadn't been a long time since he ascended to the Eighth Order in the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon. As such, there was still much room for improvement in the Eighth Order realm for him. Nevertheless, to increase his strength quickly, he had to actually sit and cultivate hard. He had been traveling around everywhere for the past 100 years, never having a chance to focus on his cultivation. This was another reason he was eager to secure a peace deal with the Black Ink clan. The need to train the next generation of human soldiers was the primary reason, but Yang Kai also needed such an environment so he could enter retreat to cultivate. The Eighth Order was indeed his limit, but he was far from being at the peak of this realm. Right now, he needed to use soul-rending thorns to swiftly kill innate territory lords, but if he managed to reach the peak of the Eighth Order, he had the confidence to pull off the same feat without the help of soul-rending thorns. The accumulation process in the Eighth Order was extremely long. Fortunately, Yang Kai had a world tree clone. The reason Duan Hongchan and the others could rapidly increase their cultivation was that they had the star boundaries help. They were great emperors acknowledged by the star boundaries' will. As such, the abundance of heritage in the star boundary could be absorbed by them so they could cultivate far more swiftly. The great emperors of the star boundary had gained massive benefits by sharing the benefits of a world tree clone between them, but Yang Kai had a world tree clone all to himself in his small universe. He wasn't short on any resources either. What he needed was a stable, safe place to cultivate. While the human soldiers were training, Yang Kai had to cultivate hard as well. Hence, he had no choice but to secure a peace deal with the territory lords. Yang Kai had one more reason to secure a stable environment for himself. For a long time, he would probably fall into a weakened state. He had no idea how frail he would become, but he was certain that his strength would be significantly weakened. As such, he had to force the territory lords off the battlefield before he could carry out his plan with peace of mind. Yang Kai ordered that unless it was a critical matter, no one was to disturb him, and then he set up multiple layers of restrictions around his cultivation chamber to ensure he was not interrupted. A large amount of resources were stored in his space ring so that he could use them at any moment. It had come to a point in his cultivation where consuming open heaven pills to cultivate was far too inefficient. Hence, he had to refine Seventh Order or even Eighth Order sets of resources. Having said that, even though he had loads of resources, Yang Kai only had a small amount of Eighth Order ones. The resources he possessed were mostly in the Sixth Order and Seventh Order. All the same, the resources were more than enough. In the past, no one could ever squander resources to cultivate like him. After all, even though the cave heavens and paradises had a large reserve of 5-element resources, high-order yin and yang element materials were still extremely rare. On the other hand, Yongkai had countless yellow and blue crystals, so yin and yang materials were the least of his concerns. On the contrary, it was a lack of high-order 5-element resources which restricted his lavish consumption. Yongkai hadn't been able to cultivate with uninterrupted focus for a long time, so as a massive amount of resources were consumed by him, he could sense the heritage of his small universe gradually increasing. This kind of noticeable growth was quite gratifying. While cultivating, he also diverted some of his attention to monitor the entire void continent, for he had to look for a suitable carrier to carry out his next plan. Before Yongkai parted ways with Wu Kuang outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, the latter had taught him a method that would help him break through to the ninth order. It was a kind of secret art created by Shi back when he was alive. Song and the others each had different talents, and among them, Shi was skillful in the formulation of secret arts and techniques. Evidence of this was he was the one who created the astonishing heaven-devouring battle law. In modern times, some 50% of all secret arts and techniques that the human race had inherited had traces of Shi's influence. As such, this method passed down from him was extremely precious. However, even though Shi had worked out this secret art, he had done so after the primordial heaven source grand restriction was established. No one had cultivated the method before, so no one could be certain if it was even feasible at all. All the same, Yongkai didn't mind giving it a try as the 8th order was the limit in his lifetime. Giving a dead horse medicine can't harm it after all. This couldn't be helped. There was no doubt that as an 8th order master, he could charge around profound nether territory and slaughter innate territory lords. However, what would happen a few thousand years from now? By then, there would be new royal lords in the Black Ink clan and new 9th order masters in the human race. As an 8th order master, how useful would he be then? Any random royal lord would be able to kill him with ease when that time came. Yongkai wanted to secure a place for himself in the future when battling powerful enemies. It wasn't like he could just sit back and pin all his hopes on the next generation. For that reason, he longed to become a 9th order master. It would be wonderful if this method worked, but even if it didn't, there was no harm in giving it a shot. The 3-self source reconstitution art was the method that Shi had come up with. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a secret art. It was more of a secret technique that was supposed to make up for the deficiencies in the open heaven realm method that had been passed down from the late ancient era. During that era, Song and the others made use of the world tree's power to gain enlightenment into the open heaven realm cultivation method, which allowed the humans to rise to power and build a foundation that lasted for many generations. However, there were some clear deficiencies in this open heaven realm method. Strictly speaking, it was incomplete. That was because every cultivator who used this method to make it to the open heaven realm had their own innate limit. The 5th order was the limit for those who directly ascended to the 3rd order. Similarly, the 6th order and the 9th order were respectively the limits for those who directly made it to the 4th order and 7th order. What about the road after the 9th order? The martial Tao was a long journey of exploration, so there wasn't a true peak or limit to speak of. Song and the others might have realized the deficiencies in this method. However, this method was the only option available for the humans at that time. Given enough time, the martial ancestors might have devised a more perfect method of cultivation. But the great monsters roamed the universe in that era and humans struggled to survive. Hence, they didn't have time to experiment with and adjust the method. Song had said that he was still a 9th order master, though he was further ahead than the current 9th order old ancestors. He also declared that there was a higher realm beyond the 9th order. While Song was stuck in the 9th order, it was the same case for Shi, Mu, and the others. That was because the open heaven realm method they had cultivated was incomplete. As such, the road ahead of them had been cut off when they reached the 9th order. Regardless of how far they went, they were unable to move past the 9th order. Having been trapped in the primordial heaven source grand restriction for several million years, Shi kept pondering this issue and eventually came up with a solution. Before he merged with the restriction, he had sent out a thread of consciousness, which surmounted countless obstacles and was reborn. He had the intention to start over and cultivate from the beginning, but unfortunately, his wish wasn't granted in the end. Eventually, Wu Kuang, Shi's partial reincarnation, passed down this method to Yongkai. Over the past 100 years, Yang Kai had been trying to comprehend this method. He had memorized every bit of it and fully understood every detail. What he had to do now was put it into action. According to Shi, it seemed that the universe itself had a will. When Mo plunged the universe into chaos, that will led the 10 martial ancestors to enter the grand ancient ruins boundary. With the World Tree's help, they comprehended the open heaven realm method, which allowed them to fight Mo's expansion. In the following eons, those who had the chance to enter the grand ancient ruins boundary and obtain World Tree clones were akin to cards that Will had drawn in order to protect itself. However, those cards were all basically destroyed. Yang Kai was just the latest example and probably the last one. During the primordial era, divine spirits ruled over the universe, and during the early ancient era, the monster race was the most powerful force. It wasn't until the late ancient era that the humans rose to dominance. If the heavenly way really had a will, there was no denying it favored these three kinds of living creatures, for their presence represented three different magnificent eras. These three kinds of living creatures were probably the chosen ones of the heavenly way's will during the different eras. If Yang Kai could merge these three favored existences into his own being, he might be able to make up for the deficiencies and find a way forward in his cultivation. Although the method sounded abstruse and even a bit fantastical, it wasn't actually difficult to put it into action. Yang Kai just had to come up with a way to integrate the powers of these three kinds of living creatures. Simply put, he had to cultivate soul clones, which were his divine spirit self, monster self, and human self. As these three selves united, he might be able to break through the shackles of the open heaven realm and ascend to the ninth order. It was for this reason that he headed to the demon realm back then and retrieved embodiment. He had to get prepared for cultivating the three-self source reconstitution art by taking back his other living soul cloned. Yang Kai was originally a human, but in the past, he happened to obtain a divine dragon source. Gradually, his bloodline was dragonized, and after he cultivated in the dragon pool, his human bloodline was permanently purged. Now, he was technically a pure divine spirit. Moreover, he was a part of the dragon clan, the head of the divine spirits. There was no doubt he was formidable in his own right. As such, he already had a divine spirit self. Now, he needed a human self and a monster self. Regardless, Yang Kai decided to cultivate his human self first as it was probably the easier one. If there were any problems in the future, he could slowly make some adjustments. Therefore, during his retreat, while he consumed the resources to cultivate, Yang Kai had also been paying attention to everything on the Void Continent. Presently, the Void Continent could be considered prosperous. Following Yang Kai's increase in strength, his small universe's capacity had also greatly expanded. The most conspicuous change was that the small universe's territory had become larger. As a result, there had also been an increase in population. The flow of time in his small universe was different from that of the outside world. And with the World Tree clone's presence, more and more youths with extraordinary aptitudes appeared. Most of them became part of the major sects and learned how to cultivate there. When they reached a certain age or level of cultivation, they would be invited to the Void Tao Temple, thus becoming disciples of the Tao Temple. There were still some conflicts in the Void world. There had been the rise and fall of different families and sects. Regardless, there was one powerful force that had stood the test of time. It was none other than the Seven Stars sect. After all, the Tao Lord was the supreme elder of the Seven Stars sect. As such, no one had the guts to offend Seven Stars sect. Instead, they were all eager to flatter them. Meanwhile, even though the Seven Stars sect was the most powerful in the entire Void world, they remained humble and righteous, never committing any kind of outrage or offense since it rose to power several tens of thousands of years ago. For that reason, many talented young people dreamed of joining the Seven Stars sect, which helped further strengthen the sect's foundation and inheritance. Martial Peak, Chapter 5584, Feng Family. The present Seven Stars sect was very different from the one Yang Kai had seen in the past. The sect now occupied countless mountains and rivers, while on the various spirit peaks, houses and pavilions could faintly be seen as rare beasts roamed around freely. There was no denying it was now a powerful sect. After several tens of thousands of years of accumulation, this sect, which had migrated from its original location back then, had a very ample heritage now. Young Kai hadn't paid attention to his small universe for a long time, so as he looked around Seven Stars Sect, he felt that everything had changed drastically. There was no doubt he still had some emotional attachment to Seven Stars Sect. After all, his soul avatar had stayed in this place for quite some time, and he had even taken his 3 disciples from here. Although he hadn't found anything useful this time around, he wasn't disappointed and simply went on to inspect other places. A few years later, when Yang Kai scanned his small universe with his divine sense again, something in the Seven Stars Sect caught his attention. His brow twitched as he couldn't help thinking that he indeed had some predestined fate with Seven Stars Sect. Other than the fact that he had taken on his 3 disciples in the Seven Stars Sect, he had also found his human self here. In fact, he had encountered some suitable options over the past few years, but none were really up to his standards. This was a matter closely related to his future, after all. Therefore, he wouldn't dare to be negligent as he wanted everything to be perfect. The opportunity he had come across this time was satisfactory. After some inspection, he stopped hesitating as he began executing the 3 selves source reconstitution art. At that instant, his soul was torn apart and his aura plunged. When he used soul-rending thorns to kill innate territory lords, Yang Kai also tore his soul apart. By powering the soul-rending thorns with a portion of his soul essence, he not only destroyed the enemy, but also harmed himself. However, that feeling of being torn apart was quite different from the present one. As he activated the 3 self-source reconstitution art now, Yang Kai felt as if he was slicing himself in half. If not for the fact that he had activated soul-rending thorns many times before, this kind of extreme pain would have made him pass out directly. The method that Sure had come up with was intriguing to say the least. It would be worth it if it was useful, but if it turned out to be useless, all this pain and suffering would be for nothing. As his soul was ripped apart, Yang Kai not only became frail, but he also realized that he had become listless and dazed. His forehead felt scorching, as though he had come down with fever. Now he couldn't even use half of his full strength. If he were to fight an innate territory lord in such a condition, he would undoubtedly die. He tried to pull himself together as he used the secret technique to wrap his soul fission with layers of seals. This was a soul fission from a powerful 8th Order master, after all, so the average carrier couldn't possibly bear it. As such, he had to seal it. When he was done sealing the soul fission, Yang Kai let out a long breath. As a thought flashed across his mind, the soul fission traversed the small universe and descended in a particular direction. Seven Stars Sect was the strongest sect in Void World with several tens of thousands of years' worth of inheritance. Not only was the inside of the sect magnificent, but the lands under its jurisdiction were also prosperous. Several cities surrounded Seven Stars Sect as countless cultivators streamed along the streets. The Fong family village was located some 200 kilometers outside one of these major cities. One of the Fong family's ancestors was a Seven Stars Sect's disciple. However, his aptitude was weak as he had only managed to make it to the Tao Source realm. He passed away 1,000 years ago. Over the past 1,000 years, the Fong family had some members who had aptitude for cultivation, but none of them were very talented. As such, they couldn't restore their family's former glory. Now, most people on the Void Continent aspired to be cultivators, and there were a lot who had outstanding aptitudes. Nevertheless, rarely would anyone be considered a prodigy. Fortunately, the present cultivation environment was much better than it used to be several tens of thousands of years ago. As long as one wasn't completely crippled, they would have some cultivation talent in them. Having said that, while talent was important, one's own hard work and will to improve were still the key to achieving success. The patriarch of the Fong family, Fong Yubai, was not such a person. His cultivation was weak as he was only in the true element boundary. This kind of cultivation was unremarkable on the Void Continent. All the same, he wasn't an ambitious person. As time passed, he was no longer as hot-blooded as when he was younger, and more than 10 years ago, he married a woman, and had been living off the heritage he inherited from his ancestors ever since. His wife, Zhong Yuxiu, was even weaker than him as she was only in the separation and reunion boundary. With that said, she was a wise and demure woman. The married couple lived a harmonious life far away from any kind of conflict. There was no doubt they were happy and carefree. That was also how most people on the Void Continent lived. Those heaven-defying geniuses and masters who could fly through the sky were far removed from most people's lives. Nevertheless, Feng Yubai had been in a terrible mood recently. There had never been a lot of offspring in the Feng family, and for some reason, instead of getting better with time, things had only gotten worse in Feng Yubai's generation. It had been more than 10 years since he married, and during this period, Feng Yubai had never neglected his wife's needs. To his dismay, however, his wife never became pregnant over the years. As his wife grew older, he couldn't help feeling dejected, wondering if one of them had some kind of health problem. Fortunately, they seemed to have the blessing of the Feng family's ancestors, and 6 months ago, his wife was suddenly overwhelmed with a sense of discomfort. She felt dizzy in the morning and would frequently retch after eating anything. Upon closer inspection, the couple was surprised to learn that she was pregnant. Feng Yubai then reported to his ancestors about this piece of wonderful news. Since then, he had been taking extra care of his wife as he was worried that she would become ill or injured. He had also stopped her from practicing her sword, which was a long-time habit of hers. He wanted her to get more rest so that the child wouldn't be affected. Zhong Yuxiu certainly wouldn't object to this. In fact, now that she was finally pregnant, she felt quite relieved. Unfortunately, life wasn't always so kind. Half a month ago, Zhong Yuxiu suddenly realized that there were no longer any movements from her child. She was in the separation and reunion boundary after all. As such, she was aware of what was going on inside her body. The realization horrified the couple, and they quickly hired a senior expert to examine her. The result turned out to be terrible for them. The child in Zhong Yuxiu's belly didn't seem to have enough vitality. As such, it was uncertain if she could even give birth to her child. Now she could only get enough rest, and leave the rest up to the heavens. After seeing the senior expert off, a dejected Feng Yubai became even more attentive to his wife. However, both of them could clearly feel that the vitality of their child was weakening by the day. Feng Yubai was downcast as he wondered why their family was so unlucky. It was extremely difficult for his wife to get pregnant, and now they were at risk of losing their child. If the child was gone, there would no longer be any offspring in the Feng family's main line. At the thought of this, Feng Yubai felt too ashamed to face his ancestors. On the other hand, Zhong Yuxiu wept every day. Despite knowing that her emotions would affect her child, she still couldn't help feeling sorrowful. It was the sorrow of a mother who knew she might not be able to keep her child. One day, Feng Yubai was leading his subordinates to inspect the spirit farm in the village. 7 Stars sect had many disciples, and as such they needed a lot of spirit pills to cultivate. Outside 7 Stars sect, those in the villages like the Feng family village would nurture some spirit farms where they planted a lot of simple spirit herbs to make a living. In fact, there were many similar villages around 7 Stars sect. It was thanks to the spirit herbs grown in these villages that the cultivation needs of those grassroots disciples were met. In the spirit farm, the spirit herbs were growing well. Despite that, Feng Yubai was disconsolate as he was worried about his wife and their child. Just then, a maidservant rushed over and exclaimed, "Patriarch, Madam said that her belly is in pain, so she wants you to return at once." Hearing that, Feng Yubai was no longer in the mood to inspect the spirit farm and used all his strength to run back to his home. Upon his arrival, he heard his wife's muffled moaning. He dashed into the room and shoved the maidservants and midwives away, only to see Zhong Yuxiu lying on the bed, her face as pale as a white sheet. He sat down beside the bed and asked anxiously, "How are you feeling, my wife?" Zhong Yuxiu's forehead was beaded with sweat, and her clothes were all soaked. It was apparent that she was going through some unbearable pain. When she saw her husband, she was deluged with grievances and pain as she cried, "My belly hurts, my husband. The child. What happened to the child?" Feng Yubai's face turned ashen. "There hasn't been any movement from the child for half a day," Zhong Yuxiu wailed. A 6-month-old fetus should have been very active in mother's belly, and although the child didn't have enough vitality, it would still occasionally make some movements and kick his mother. Now that there hadn't been any movement for half a day though, it was apparent that things had taken a turn for the worse. As if struck by lightning, Feng Yubai was rooted to the spot. He couldn't help but lament that their family didn't have the heavens' blessings. His wife was finally pregnant with a child, but she didn't have a chance to give birth to it. Fang Yubai had been working hard all his life, and although he couldn't be considered a philanthropist, he had never done anything wicked. He wondered why he was so unlucky. All of a sudden a maidservant yelped, blood! Fang Yubai looked down and saw that blood was indeed streaming out of his wife's lower body. The bed had been dyed red. Madam has passed out, the maidservant exclaimed again. A terrified Fang Yubai called out, my wife! The room descended into a mess. The turn of events caught Fang Yubai off guard as he had no idea what to do. Kacha! A sudden loud clap of thunder shocked everyone in the room. The thunder was different from the ones they had heard in the past as it continued for a long time. The instant the thunder was heard, the entire sky lit up. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky as though trying to tear it apart. Thunder on a clear day. One of the midwives muttered under her breath. One had to know that the weather was lovely today with not a cloud in sight. It was obviously not normal for a clap of thunder to sound all of a sudden. Fang Yubai almost went mad. The Fang family members had been good people for generations. However, he couldn't even produce a single heir, which was downright miserable. He wondered if the heavens were also mourning for him. Presently, he was at a loss as he had no idea what he should do if the child was indeed dead. After all, he had never experienced such an incident before, so it was only natural that he didn't know how to deal with it. The maidservants and the midwives were also flustered and uncertain about what they should do. While they were despondent, a thud was heard all of a sudden. Initially, Fang Yubai didn't pay attention to it as he only wailed in sorrow. However, when he heard the same kind of thud for the second time, he realized something was off. He quickly kept quiet and glanced at his wife's belly in shock. Martial Peak, Chapter 5585. Fang Tianci. If Fang Yubai wasn't mistaken, the sound was coming from his wife's belly. Although he wasn't powerful, he was in the true element boundary at the very least. He could hear sounds that the mortals were unable to hear. Furthermore, he was very familiar with this kind of sound. When the child was still fine back then, he would always lean his head against his wife's belly to listen to the child's movements. The thudding sounds were the child's heartbeat. Shush! He suddenly ordered. Instantly, the maidservants and midwives stopped weeping and kept their mouths shut. Seated beside the bed, Fang Yubai observed his wife. He wasn't sure if it was just an illusion, but he believed that some of the color had been restored to his wife's originally pale face. Dong! Another gentle thud was heard from his wife's belly. Fang Yubai trembled and leaned in close to his wife before pressing his ear against her belly. Waiting anxiously, dong 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 dong. The weak heartbeat was a sign that the child in the belly had been brought back to life. Although the heartbeat was initially in a mess, it gradually began pounding normally. Fang Yubai even had a feeling that the heartbeat was stronger than what he had heard in the past. All of a sudden, his wife's belly swelled a little. Fang Yubai instantly felt that someone kicked him through the flesh. Even though the kick was gentle, he almost jumped in shock. Ah! He widened his eyes in disbelief as he quickly took his wife's wrist and examined her pulse. A moment later, tears started streaming down his face. Thank the heavens! The maidservants and midwives looked at each other as they had no idea what was going on. 1 hour later, Zhong Yuxiu slowly regained her senses, and the moment she opened her eyes, she saw Fang Yubai beside the bed. You're finally awake, my wife. Fang Yubai was pleasantly surprised. Although he had examined his wife and confirmed that she was fine, it wasn't until she awakened that he breathed a sigh of relief. A dazed Zhong Yuxiu stared at her husband as her mind gradually became clear. Tears slid down from her reddened eyes as she asked, "What happened to the child, my husband?" Despite knowing that her child was probably gone for good, she still couldn't help asking her husband about it to get a definitive answer. Fang Yubai patted the back of her hand and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, my wife. The child is fine." Zhong Yuxiu didn't believe him as she cried, "There's no need to console me, my husband. I'm able to accept the truth." Hearing that, Fang Yubai couldn't help smiling. "I'm not trying to console you. The child is really fine. You're a cultivator too. If you don't believe me, you can examine yourself." Realizing that her husband wasn't pulling her leg, Zhong Yuxiu doubtfully activated her power and carefully examined her body. What she discovered astounded her. Not only was the child in her belly indeed fine, but she could also feel that the child's vitality was far stronger than before. What's going on? She remembered that her belly was in sharp pain on this day, and there hadn't been any movement from her child for half a day. Before she passed out, her lower body had even started bleeding. She was ready to accept the fact that her child was gone for good, but the truth turned out to be such a pleasant surprise. Am I dreaming, my husband? She still couldn't believe that her child was alive. Fang Yubai placated her, saying, "You're not dreaming. Everything is going well." Unable to hold back her tears any longer, Zhong Yuxiu started bawling her eyes out. All her worries over the past few days were gone as she could finally vent out her sorrow. Although she was crying, she felt relieved. Don't cry, it might affect the child." Not knowing what to do, Fang Yubai could only help wipe the tears off the corners of her eyes. Zhong Yuxiu nodded repeatedly, but she couldn't stop her tears from sliding down her cheeks. It wasn't until a long time later that she gradually calmed down. While stroking her belly, she bit her lip and said, "The child is hungry, my husband." Fang Yubai was startled for a moment before guffawing. "Give me a moment, my wife. I'll tell the cooks to prepare something for you." With that, he turned around and left. The news of his dead child being brought back to life soon spread around. It was also said that lightning struck on a clear day when it happened, which was an unusual phenomenon. Soon, everyone heard about this incident. All the villagers thought that the Fang family's ancestors had done enough good deeds to make the heavens bring the child back from death's door. Those who believed the story became even more respectful of the heavens, while the non-believers dismissed it as superstition. After all, the child was still in her belly. Other than the Fang family members, no one knew if the child had really been resurrected. With that said, lightning had indeed struck from the clear sky on that day, and the news had sent a shockwave across the entire Void world. Void Dao Temple and the major sects had sent some people to look into the matter, but they discovered nothing in the end. Zhong Yuxiu's belly became larger by the day, but what was strange was that since the incident that day, her child's vitality had never become weaker. On the other hand, Zhong Yuxiu was originally somewhat thin, but she too had gradually become chubby. 10 months into the pregnancy, she was finally ready to give birth. While Fang Yubai was waiting anxiously outside the room, the maidservants and midwives kept streaming in and out of the place. 1 hour later, a loud cry was heard coming from the room. The next moment, a maidservant rushed over and reported, "Congratulations, Patriarch! It's a boy." At this point, Fang Yubai's face was covered in tears, for he finally had an heir. There was a new young master in the Fang family, and his name was Fang Tianxi. Fang Yubai felt that the child was given to them by the heavens. If not for the heavens having mercy on them that day, the child would have passed away. Since he only had a single child in his old age, Fang Yubai doted on him. Although the Fang family couldn't be considered wealthy, the patriarch was still quite generous to his child. If the average child had been doted on like this since a young age, he would probably grow up to be a willful person. However, Fang Tianxi turned out to be well-mannered. Despite growing up in a rich family, he had never done anything that harmed others' interests. Moreover, he was an intelligent and genial person. As such, the villagers in the Fang family village were quite fond of him. As time passed, the child grew up to be a young man. Fang Yubai wanted him to join the Seven Stars sect, so he had been trying to build a foundation for him by teaching him some simple cultivation methods since the latter was a young boy. However, much to his chagrin, even though his child was intelligent, he didn't seem to be a talented cultivator. It wasn't until Fang Tianxi was 13 that he reached the initial element boundary. Another 5 years later, he finally ascended to the Qi transformation boundary. There was no doubt his aptitude was slightly better than that of Fang Yubai, but it was still quite limited. One had to know that world energy was abundant in the void world. If one was a prodigy, they would reach the true element boundary by the age of 18. However, Fang Tianxi was only in the Qi transformation boundary, which was 2 great realms below the true element boundary. Certainly, those from the Seven Stars sect wouldn't be interested in someone with such weak aptitude. Even the smaller sects wouldn't accept him. As such, Fang Yubai decided to give up on this small dream. He was lucky enough to have a child, so demanding him to have a good aptitude for cultivation was downright greedy. Fortunately, Fang Tianxi possessed an unwavering spirit and was quite hardworking, so despite his lack of talent, he still built a very solid foundation. Since he was an only child, his parents weren't willing to let him leave the village and become anyone's disciple in a faraway place. As such, they decided to just teach him at home. Time went by slowly. Fang Yubai and his wife were now old and frail. Their cultivation was weak, so they couldn't enjoy a long life. With the abundance of world energy in the void world, even mortals who had never cultivated before could live past 100 years, but there would still come a day when they passed away. Despite being cultivators, the married couple could only live for slightly longer than that. They increasingly felt that they didn't have much energy left, and their days were surely numbered. Fortunately, Fang Tianxi was married. Although his wife wasn't a young lady from a wealthy family, their families were equally matched. She had also given birth to Fang Tianxi's children. Several years later, Fang Yubai and Zhong Yushtou passed away in close succession. As time passed, wrinkles started appearing on Fang Tianxi's face. When he was 150 years old, his wife also left him for the next world. He only had one wife for all his life, just like his parents. His love for his wife was steadfast and unshakable. Unfortunately, his wife was just a commoner who had never cultivated before, so she didn't live for long. Although he now had some children and even grandchildren, the death of his wife was still devastating to Fang Tianxi. He seemed to have aged significantly overnight as his hair turned gray. His parents were long gone, and even his only wife was no longer with him. Since there were quite a few Fang family members now, Fang Tianxi felt he no longer had any worries. He summoned his children to the Fang family's grand hall and informed them about his intention to leave home. Certainly, his children were not willing to see him depart. Although Fang Tianxi had been cultivating since he was a young child, he was only in the immortal ascension boundary now. Given his advanced age and frailty, how was he supposed to take care of himself if he went out to explore the world now? Although it was generally safe in the void world, the current Fang Tianxi couldn't possibly fend off ill-intentioned people on his own should he come across any danger. All the same, Fang Tianxi had made up his mind. He only summoned his children to inform them about his decision, not discuss it with them. Several days later, Fang Tianxi left the Fang family village on his own. Behind him, his children and grandchildren fell on their knees as they watched him leave. In fact, Fang Tianxi had no idea why he had decided to go out on an excursion. Supposedly, he was no longer a high-spirited and ambitious youth. At his age, he was supposed to spend his retirement years having fun with his grandchildren. However, there was a voice in his heart that kept telling him that he should go out and see this wonderful world at least once. This kind of urge had been with him since he was very young. Unfortunately, his aptitude was unremarkable and he was weak. When he was young, he couldn't possibly leave his parents, and when his parents passed away, he was already married with children. His weakness couldn't help him realize his dream. Now that his wife was gone, he reckoned that his children and grandchildren no longer needed him. Since he had no more worries, he decided to make his dream come true despite knowing that he might be killed somewhere along the way. One night, he arrived at a certain mountain and sat down to cultivate. Since he started cultivating, he had never slacked off over the years. Although his cultivation was weak, he knew that little drops of water made a mighty ocean over time. Therefore, he would never miss cultivating every day. This helped build a solid foundation for him. Although he was no match for some of the talented young people, his true chi was quite robust for one in the immortal ascension boundary. Rarely would anyone in the same boundary be a match for him. However, the moment he started cultivating on this day, he realized that something was off. He had reached the immortal ascension boundary 9th stage 30 years ago, which he felt was his limit. Over the years, he had never been able to break through this bottleneck. His aptitude and body simply didn't allow him to walk any further on the martial Tao. Nevertheless, on this day, the bottleneck that had blocked him for 30 years showed signs of cracking. Martial Peak, Chapter 5586. Entering the Tao Temple. Fang Tianxi couldn't help falling into a dazed state. When he examined himself again, he realized it wasn't an illusion. The bottleneck that had restricted him for such a long time was finally breaking apart. Nevertheless, he wasn't ecstatic. After years of cultivation, his personality had become the epitome of calm and collected. He only thought that he was finally able to achieve a breakthrough in his old age, which was unheard of as far as he knew. Perhaps it had something to do with his decision to go out and explore the world. Now that he had no more worries, nothing could restrict him again. Since his birth, he had never felt more carefree and unrestrained. He then circulated his true chi in an attempt to achieve a breakthrough. Everything went so smoothly to the point where it was hard for him to believe it. Soon dark clouds gathered in the sky as lightning crackled and thunder rolled. He knew that the trial of the world's grand Tao had come. His expression remained as tranquil as an ancient well. Following a bolt of lightning, powerful world energy penetrated his body and cleansed his aged mind. He gritted his teeth and persevered, enduring the unbearable pain in silence as he realized that he was gradually growing stronger. It wasn't until the next morning that the heavenly manifestation dissipated. A long and satisfied roar reverberated across the mountains. Feng Tianxi, who was originally in the immortal ascension boundary, felt his aura surging as he broke through his shackles and ascended to the transcendent realm. The ascension didn't only bring about an increase in strength, but some of the wrinkles on his face also disappeared. There was a bit of glow on his originally withered skin now. He seemed to have become much younger overnight as some of his hair had turned from gray to black. As he washed his face beside a creek and looked at his reflection, he chuckled lightly. After consolidating his cultivation for a bit, he built a hut on the mountain and started living there. He was suddenly able to achieve a breakthrough, but the trial of the world's grand Tao didn't only help increase his power, it also allowed him to comprehend something else. As such, he needed time to go through this new enlightenment. Years passed as flowers withered and bloomed in a cycle. When Feng Tianxi left his seclusion 10 years later, his aura had become much more robust. It was apparent that he had moved further into the transcendent realm. Besides that, 10 years of cultivation had allowed him to grasp a different kind of power. It was an abstruse power that was unfamiliar to him. It was none other than the Tao of space. There were some cultivators in the void world who had cultivated the Tao of space thanks to the Tao Lord's blessing. It was rumored that the inscrutable Tao Lord had cultivated over 10,000 grand Taos, and the entire void world was filled with the Tao essences of these grand Taos. These Tao essences were intangible, but omnipresent. Only the most talented cultivators had a chance to comprehend them and obtain some of the Tao Lord's inheritance. The extraordinary people were already able to connect to the Tao Lord's grand Taos before they were even born. After they were born, once they cultivated the grand Taos that matched their talents, their cultivation would rapidly increase. They would easily be led to enter the Void Tao Temple and become Tao Temple disciples. It was extremely rare to find people who were born compatible with the Tao Lord's grand Taos. Perhaps only one such person would be born in many years. It was said that the first disciple that the Tao Lord had taken on in Seven Stars sect had caught the Tao Lord's attention before he was even born. Everyone was envious of such luck. It was something that could not be forced. Nevertheless, the world's grand Tao never stopped anyone from obtaining the Tao Lord's inheritance. When Feng Tianxi went through the trial of the world's grand Tao and achieved a breakthrough 10 years ago, he sensed a bit of the grand Tao's Tao essence in the void world. If anyone came across such an opportunity, they might be able to comprehend something. Many such people benefited from this experience. Whenever they achieved a breakthrough, they could faintly detect a particular kind of grand Tao. This was the Tao Lord's gift to the void world. Although he had cultivated over 10,000 grand Taos, the Tao Lord was said to be particularly skillful in 3 of them. They were the Tao of space, the Tao of time, and the Spear Tao. It was rumored that the Tao Lord had primarily cultivated these 3 grand Taos. Many millennia ago, these 3 grand Taos were by far the most conspicuous in the void world. It wasn't until a long time later that many other grand Taos rose to prominence. Since these 3 grand Taos were what the Tao Lord had primarily cultivated, anyone who managed to inherit one of these grand Taos would be treasured. When Feng Tianxi was young, he was unable to achieve any such success, and it never crossed his mind that he would make it to the transcendent realm in the twilight of his life. Besides that, He had also comprehended the Tao of space during the trial of the world's grand Tao. His experience left him torn between tears and laughter. If he had such an opportunity when he was young, he would have tried to make a name for himself and gain a footing in this world. However, after experiencing the vicissitudes of life, he was no longer as ambitious as when he was young. Now he just wanted to travel around the void world and take in the wonderful sights he didn't have a chance to see in the past. He then left the place where he had stayed for 10 years. As he roamed around the world, he simply followed his whims without having any kind of plan in mind. Perhaps it was because he had severed ties with his past he felt different now. After leaving the Feng family village, Feng Tianxi could finally chase his dreams and live the kind of life he had always wanted. Wherever he went, he stood up for the weak and vanquished evil. When he arrived at any sect, he would spend some time discussing the martial Tao with their cultivators. There were some occasions where he fell into danger. He was once hunted down by powerful monster beasts through the mountains. Other times, he had been dragged into plots and besieged by disciples of sects. Fortunately, as his mastery of the Tao of space improved, he could always find a way to preserve his life. These dangerous encounters didn't hold him back or dampen his spirits. Instead, they only made him stronger. He soon became a famous figure. Despite having cultivated for 150 years, he was still only in the immortal ascension boundary back then. The story of such an ordinary cultivator achieving a breakthrough and becoming powerful sent a shockwave across the world. There had never been a lack of ambitious but ordinary people in the Void Continent, so when they heard about Feng Tianxi's story, many had the misconception that they too could pull off a similar feat. To some extent, Feng Tianxi's story had propelled many ordinary cultivators to work harder. Nevertheless, only a small number of them could really break through their shackles like he had. 30 years later, Feng Tianxi ascended to the Saint Realm from the Transcendent Realm. He went through a world trial again, but this time he gained enlightenment into the Tao of Time. 50 years later, he made it to the Saint King Realm and comprehended the Spear Tao. Every time he broke through to the next great realm, Feng Tianxi would gain massive benefits. Even his appearance had become increasingly younger. When he left the Feng family village, he was old and frail, but after traveling around the world for 100 years, he now looked like a middle-aged man. While others grew older with time, he seemed to become younger. His experiences gave him a unique type of charm, and by now his story had become quite famous. Although he still wasn't a truly powerful master, his inspirational journey had become a legend in the void world. Many families wanted him to join them and offers of marriage were never lacking. Nonetheless, Feng Tianxi wasn't interested in such matters and turned them all down as he continued his journey. Over the years he made many good friends, but none of them could keep him company for long. Sometimes he would feel lonely, but he reasoned that this was the price he had to pay for chasing the martial Tao. He never intended to return to the Feng family village. After his departure, he decided that he would never go back to his hometown. Since he had left behind some offspring, he had no more worries. As such, he could bid farewell to his past without regrets. Compared to the talented geniuses, his cultivation speed couldn't be considered rapid. However, his progress was stable, and he was able to build a solid foundation in every realm. As he traveled around the world, he had some friendly matches against cultivators in the same realm, but was never once defeated. It could be said that he was unrivaled in the same realm. Moreover, he had inherited the Tao Lord's 3 primary grandas, which made him even more popular. One had to know that even though some cultivators had the chance to inherit the Tao Lord's grandas, none of them was like Feng Tianxi, who managed to inherit the Tao of space, Tao of time, and Spear Tao altogether. Everyone was curious about why he had such an opportunity. Supposedly, a prodigy would show signs of having extraordinary aptitude when they were young. However, Feng Tianxi was different. He only became powerful when he was well over 100 years old. Although the increase in his strength wasn't rapid, he managed to achieve something that no cultivators in the void world had ever pulled off before. He went from the Origin Returning Realm to the Origin King Realm to the Tao Source Realm to the Emperor Realm eventually. Slowly but steadily, he grew from an insignificant cultivator to an important master. Now it had been 1,000 years since he left the Feng family village. Many things had changed during this period. It took him over 1,000 years to go from the immortal ascension boundary to the Emperor realm. There was no doubt his cultivation speed was slow and his aptitude was terrible. Supposedly, this shouldn't have happened. If a cultivator was unable to make it to the Emperor realm within 1,000 years in a wonderful environment such as the Void World, he wouldn't be able to achieve it in his lifetime. However, Feng Tianxi had pulled it off. Some people had asked him what his secrets were. All he could tell them though was that he had no idea. After he left the Feng family village, even though his cultivation speed was slow, he never faced any bottlenecks again. In other words, although the increase in his power was snail-paced, he would always make it to the next realm given enough time. It was unlike any other cultivators who might get stuck in the same realm forever despite rapidly being able to accumulate enough heritage to break through. This made the masters in the Void World have some wild thoughts. Perhaps rapidly increasing one's strength wasn't the best way to pursue the martial Tao. Perhaps it was better to build a solid foundation in every realm before trying to advance further. With such a speculation in mind, many sects started suppressing the cultivation speed of their prodigies, but regardless of who attempted this, no one could tell if the results were good or bad. At this point, Feng Tianxi, who was an Emperor Realm Master, was invited to the Void Tao Temple. The Tao Temple was a splendid palace hovering in the sky of the Void World. It was every cultivator's dream to one day join the Tao Temple. The existence of the Tao Temple was a wonder in itself. Although it was a palace, there seemed to be an entirely different world inside. One that was both vast and expansive. The first time Feng Tianxi arrived at this place, he sensed the obstrusity of the Tao Temple. This place also seemed to be filled with the secrets of the Grand Tao of space. Moreover, regardless of where a person was in the Void World, they could see the Tao Temple clearly as long as they looked up. It was indeed abstruse. It was rumored that the Tao Temple was personally built by the Tao Lord. When the Tao Temple appeared back then, everyone was shocked. Furthermore, the Tao Temple was responsible for selecting the most talented people in the Void World all on its own. Martial Peak, Chapter 5587, Senior Brother Liu. The commoners had no idea why the Void Tao Temple had to select talented people. Over the past several tens of thousands of years, countless brilliant cultivators had been invited to the Tao Temple, and there had never been any news about them since then. No one knew where they were, but it was rumored that those masters had shattered the void and left the Void World to pursue a higher martial Tao. Certainly, Feng Tianxi had heard about these rumors before, but he simply dismissed them. After all, rumors were usually unfounded and inaccurate. However, it wasn't until he was invited to the Void Tao Temple that he realized those rumors were indeed true. Things that were secrets to the general cultivators of the Void World were common knowledge to those in the Tao Temple. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the Emperor Realm wasn't the peak of the martial Tao. Beyond the Emperor Realm was the Open Heaven Realm, which was divided into 9 orders, with each one vastly different from the previous. One had to condense their Tao seal, split heaven and earth apart in their body, and form a small universe. Only then would they ascend to the Open Heaven Realm. What's more, the entire Void World was just the Tao Lord's small universe. In other words, all beings in the Void World were living inside the Tao Lord's body. When Feng Tianxi learned this truth, he was utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't be considered an inexperienced man. After all, he had traveled the entire Void continent for over 1,000 years. Nevertheless, when he was told the truth about the Void World, he was astonished. It was at that moment he realized just how immense the Tao Lord's power was. Such an expansive world was just the Tao Lord's small universe, making Feng Tianxi wonder what the extent of the Tao Lord's strength in the Open Heaven Realm was. The person responsible for showing him around was a senior brother surnamed Liu. He introduced himself to Feng Tianxi as Liu Jingshan, and although Feng Tianxi was actually older than the latter, Liu Jingshan was stronger as he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Every newcomer to the Void Tao Temple would be greeted by someone who was responsible for explaining the reasons the Void Tao Temple was built and answering any questions that the newcomer might have. As such, Feng Tianxi asked what was on his mind freely. Liu Jingshan replied with a smile, "We have no idea how powerful the Tao Lord is in the Open Heaven Realm, but there's no way he's weak. We suppose he's either in the 8th order or the 9th order." Every cultivator in the void world regarded the Tao Lord as a deity, so it was no surprise they would think highly of him when it came to his cultivation. After a nod, Feng Tianxi went on to ask, Senior Brother Liu, since the void world is just the Tao Lord's small universe, how were those seniors supposed to shatter the void and leave this place back then? If they were capable of doing that, it would be no different from forming a hole in the Tao Lord's belly. Feng Tianxi shuddered at the thought of this. Lu Jingshan chuckled and explained, well, they didn't really shatter the void. They were only let out of the void world by the Tao Lord. It has something to do with the reason why the Tao Temple has to select talented people. Please enlighten me, Senior Brother, Feng Tianxi said solemnly. Having traveled around the world for over 1,000 years, he had learned to be tactful. As such, even though he was famous, he still acted humbly in front of Lu Jingshan. Well, let's put it this way. The humans in the outside world are fighting an extremely evil race. That race is so powerful that even the Tao Lord isn't a match for them. If the humans are defeated, the outside world will be destroyed. Therefore, the Tao Lord needs help in the war. The disciples who have been invited to the Tao Temple will be his helpers in the future. Hearing that, Feng Tianxi was shocked. What kind of race is it that even the Tao Lord finds it hard to deal with? After giving it some thought, Lu Jingshan replied, I remember that they're called the Black Ink Clan. Supposedly, they possess a highly corruptive power. Once a person is infected, they won't be able to get rid of it. Moreover, the Black Ink strength, as it's called, can twist a human's mind and nature, turning them into a slave of the Black Ink Clan. Feng Tianxi gasped. I can't believe such an evil force exists in this world. Lu Jingshan sighed, indeed. It said that many eons ago, some Black Ink clansmen were brought into the void world. The Tao Lord brought them in to train the disciples of the Tao Temple, but for some reason, they vanished at a later time. Now, no one knows what the Black Ink clan looks like or what will happen when a person is corrupted by Black Ink strength. Feng Tianxi nodded. In that case, the humans in the outside world are most likely in a perilous situation. Lu Jingshan replied, we have no idea. In fact, it has been a long time since the Tao Lord brought anyone out of the Tao Temple. The last time he did so was about 2,000 years ago. He took several thousand people away at once that time, which is why there are only a small number of people in the Tao Temple now. After a pause, he continued, since the void world is only the Tao Lord's small universe, the best that the cultivators living here can achieve is the Emperor realm. If a person wants to break through to the open heaven realm, they must first leave this place. However, if one chooses to leave, they will have to join the battle against the Black Ink clan and will be at risk of losing their life. Therefore, the Tao Lord fully respects our decision when selecting talented people. If a person wants to ascend to the open heaven realm, they can leave the void world. If one isn't willing to bear the risk, they can stay in this place. We have full control over this matter, and the Tao Lord never forces us. The Tao Lord is indeed magnanimous, Feng Tianxi remarked. There was no doubt they could all potentially aid the Tao Lord if they were brought out of his small universe. All the cultivators in the void world were only able to cultivate thanks to the Tao Lord. Therefore, the Tao Lord had the right to take the suitable ones away from this place at will. Nevertheless, he still let the disciples in the Tao Temple make their own choices. For that reason, Feng Tianxi greatly respected the Tao Lord. As they spoke, they arrived at a grand hall that was both magnificent and vast. In the middle of it was a gigantic statue, followed by many smaller ones. This is the place where our great predecessors' names are recorded. As Lu Jingshan spoke, he then pointed at the statue in the middle, and that is the Tao Lord's likeness. Then, he saluted the statue with a solemn expression. Feng Tianxi looked in the same direction and realized that the statue appeared to be a handsome young man. With his hands behind his back, he looked truly majestic. This statue was apparently carved by a senior expert, as every bit of it seemed to be extremely lifelike. Just by standing there, Feng Tianxi had a feeling that the statue would come to life at any moment. For some reason, though, he found the statue familiar. It was as though he had seen this person somewhere before. However, as he went through his experiences over the past 1,000 years, he was certain that he had never come across anyone who looked like the Tao Lord. How strange! While he was doubtful, he still saluted the statue and asked hesitantly, since there's a statue here, Does that mean someone has seen the Tao Lord's true appearance before? Lu Jingshan laughed. Certainly, no one here has seen his true body before. However, it's said that the Tao Lord used his soul avatar to travel his small universe in the past. I suppose you're aware of the Seven Stars sect. Back then, the Tao Lord's soul avatar stayed in the Seven Stars sect for some time. There was no doubt Feng Tianxi was aware of the Seven Stars sect. In fact, when he was young, his biggest dream was to join the Seven Stars sect. However, due to his terrible aptitude, he didn't have the right to be their disciple. The Feng family village was located in the Seven Stars sect's territory. As such, he had heard a lot about the sect. It's rumored that the Tao Lord is the supreme elder of the Seven Stars sect. Could this be true? Feng Tianxi asked in shock. It is true. That is the reason Seven Stars sect has endured all this time. As ages pass, it's only natural that different sects rise and fall. The major sects that were on equal footing with Seven Stars sect back then are all long gone, but Seven Stars sect is still as powerful as ever. This is all thanks to the Tao Lord's legacy. Feng Tianxi was astonished. At the same time, he was curious about why the Tao Lord had used a soul avatar to travel around his own small universe. How bored must he be to do such a thing? He shook his head to cast such thoughts away, for he wouldn't dare to be disrespectful to the Tao Lord. Then, he looked past the Tao Lord statue and saw many smaller ones behind it. Those are? Lu Jingshan explained. Those are the statues of the seniors who have been led out of the void world by the Tao Lord. Do you see that one over there? He's the eldest senior brother of the Void Tao Temple Miao Fei Ping. If you have a chance to leave the void world, you might see him. With a solemn expression, Feng Tianxi sized up Miao Fei Ping's statue and memorized his appearance. Then he said, could eldest senior brother Miao be the Tao Lord's first disciple? I heard that when the Tao Lord stayed in Seven Stars sect back then, he took on several direct disciples. Lu Jingshan shook his head. Senior brother Miao is the Tao Temple's eldest senior brother, but he's not one of the Tao Lord's disciples. His disciples are some other people, but no one knows who they are. Hearing that, Feng Tianxi was puzzled. Following a sigh, Lu Jingshan said, in the past, only a small number of disciples managed to leave the Tao Temple. As such, the juniors who stayed back made some statues for them. However, as more and more seniors left, there was not enough space in this grand hall for so many statues. Therefore, we no longer make any statues for those who leave. Only their identity tokens are enshrined here now. Feng Tianxi looked around and realized there were indeed many tiles adorning the walls. Most places were blank, but some of them had identity tokens which contained the names and information of those seniors. There was no doubt these identity tokens were not as impressive as the statues, but they were still the traces of those seniors who had stayed here before. Lu Jingshan patted the other man's shoulder and said with a smile, when we have a chance to leave this place in the future, we'll leave our own identity tokens here as well. Feng Tianxi nodded as he already looked forward to it. The reason he decided to leave the Feng family village and sever ties with the Feng family was to experience the wonders of the world he had never seen before. After repeatedly achieving breakthroughs and eventually arriving at this place though, Feng Tianxi realized that there was still so much more he had yet to see and experience. He had no idea what the other seniors in the Tao Temple thought, but he was certain he would leave the void world as long as he had the chance. He had traveled around this world and seen everything there was to see here. Therefore, he was excited to learn that there was a bigger world just waiting outside. After they left the Grand Hall, Feng Tianxi asked, Senior Brother Lu, since the open heaven realm is above the Emperor realm, what are we supposed to do to split heaven and earth apart in our bodies and create our own small universes? Lu Jingshan explained, first of all you have to condense your own Tao seal, which is the essence of your cultivation as well as the manifestation of your Grand Tao. If there's a Grand Tao you primarily cultivate, you have to condense your Tao seal based on that Grand Tao. After that, you'll need to refine some precious resources to further your martial Tao. In any case, since you're a newly promoted Emperor Realm Master, you're still some distance away from condensing your Tao seal. For now, you just have to increase your strength as quickly as possible and reach the peak of the Emperor Realm. Let's go, I'll take you to the library. It's a good place where I'm sure you'll find something useful, junior brother. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5588 Junior Brother, my life is quite miserable. When they arrived at the library, Feng Tianxi immediately understood why Lu Jingshan said it was a good place. There were a massive amount of books containing secret arts and secret techniques in this library. The best things of all the sects in the void world were stored here. There were also things that didn't seem to belong in this world. Certainly, these things were no longer useful to Feng Tianxi. After all, he was an Emperor Realm Master already. As such, there wasn't a need for him to study any secret arts or secret techniques. The most pressing issue for him was to quickly increase his strength, so that he could ascend to the Third Order Emperor Realm and condense his Dao Seal sooner. Fortunately, there was also a massive section of jade slips, scrolls, and books containing precious insights on cultivation in the Emperor Realm in the library. These insights had been written by the disciples of the Dao Temple over the past several tens of thousands of years. Throughout Feng Tianxi's cultivation journey, he had basically explored everything on his own. After all, he didn't have any elders to rely on, nor was there a teacher who could give him guidance. While traveling around the world, he discussed the martial Dao with the disciples of various sects and reflected on what he had learned, but that was the only sort of external help he had. It was fine when he was still a weak cultivator, but now that he was an Emperor Realm Master, Feng Tianxi was at a loss as to how he should move forward in his martial Dao. These insights in the library were what he needed most at this moment. Feng Tianxi went on to spend 30 years in the library reading all the insights left behind by the various seniors. His determination and ability to endure loneliness quickly earned the respect of the other disciples in the Dao Temple. Everyone knew there were many good things in the library, but few had the level of patience necessary to go through and absorb them despite being in the Emperor Realm as well. After spending 30 years in the library, Feng Tianxi finally left. At this point, he had a plan in mind when it came to how to advance his cultivation. He found an empty courtyard and started cultivating. As usual, his cultivation speed was quite slow, but he wasn't in a hurry. He had spent the past 1,000 plus years cultivating slowly to reach his current height, so he was already used to it. Nevertheless, he didn't just cultivate in seclusion all the time. When he was free, he would go out and talk to the seniors of the Dao Temple. This was his way of doing things and had been throughout his entire cultivation journey. All the disciples in the Dao Temple were the brightest geniuses who became strong early on in life. As such, everyone in the Void Dao Temple was young, good-looking, and energetic. On the other hand, Feng Tianxi, the newcomer, appeared more mature. He was already old and frail when he left the Feng family village back then, and although years seemed to have lifted off his face as his cultivation improved, his mentality didn't really become younger, only his looks did. Now, he had the appearance of a late 30s or early 40s mortal. Based on his looks alone, he indeed seemed older than the seniors in the Dao Temple. As such, many of them called him Old Feng. As time passed, Feng Tianxi's cultivation became increasingly ample. More and more disciples had been invited to the Dao Temple, but there were still not a lot of them. Someone had estimated that only about 10 people would be led to the Dao Temple every 100 years on average. There were times when only 4 to 5 people were inducted over 100 years. The void world was expansive, and countless cultivators were living in it. Despite that, only a small number of people had the right to enter the Dao Temple. It was said that only those who had the potential to directly ascend to the Fifth Order would be invited to the Dao Temple. That was because if a cultivator was too weak, they wouldn't be of any help to the humans in the outside world after leaving this place. Before Feng Tianxi's arrival, the Dao Temple had never invited any Emperor Realm Master who was as old as he was. Regardless, his mere presence meant that he had the potential to directly ascend to the Fifth Order or above. Feng Tianxi had a feeling that he wouldn't only end up becoming a Fifth Order Master. Although he hadn't condensed his Dao Seal yet, he had the confidence to reach higher than that. 500 years passed since Feng Tianxi arrived at the Dao Temple, and he finally made it to the peak of the Emperor Realm. There was no denying his pace was slow. One had to know that the cultivation environment in the Void World was wonderful to begin with, and the Void Dao Temple was the center of the world's essence. Any newly promoted Emperor Realm Master who arrived at the Dao Temple would only take 100 to 200 years to make it to the peak of the realm. Even for the slower ones, 300 years was generally the limit. As such, it was unusually slow that it took Feng Tianxi 500 years to achieve the same. Another 100 years later, he finally condensed his Dao seal and started refining the yin yang and five elements powers. Just like the other fellow disciples, Feng Tianxi decided to start with his wood element. There was another common route where the disciples would choose to refine their water element first, but it was still less popular. Among the five elements, the metal element was sharp, the earth element was heavy, and the fire element was destructive. Only the water element and wood element were gentle. As such, they were the safest for the disciples to start with. The kinds of resources these disciples refined would determine their future success. The order of the materials they initially chose was directly related to how far they could rise in the open heaven realm. However, those who ignored their own limits and took huge risks wouldn't be able to make it to the open heaven realm, as their Dao seals would simply shatter under the impact. Therefore, every disciple in the Dao temple would tread carefully at this point. With that said, when they refined materials for the first time, they would always aim as high as possible. Most of them would choose wood element or water element resources in the 6th order or even 7th order. It wasn't that they would certainly make it to the 6th order or 7th order, it was just that water element and wood element materials were much gentler. As long as one's Dao seal was firm enough, it could usually endure the impact of such resources. It was a chance for them to test the limits of their Dao seals when refining resources for the first time. When they select their second resource, they will know the right path for their future. Feng Tianxi had compared his Dao seal with those of the other disciples, and he felt that it was quite firm and sturdy. He reckoned that it could endure the impact of 7th order materials. As such, he chose a 7th order wood element resource first. Lu Jingshan took the initiative to ask him about this matter, and when he learned about his plan, he nodded gently. Junior brother Feng, even though your cultivation speed is slow, it is for this reason that your foundation is so solid. Hence, I think it will be alright for you to refine a 7th order wood element resource. Fire is born of wood though, so you'll have to be careful when selecting a fire element material next time. Feng Tianxi nodded in agreement. It wouldn't take one a long time to refine a single resource. However, every time these future open heaven realm masters did so, they had to rest for many years in between. First of all, they had to get used to their powers. Secondly, their Dao seals were unable to bear another impact in such short order. If they were hasty, all their effort would go to waste. In just half a month, Feng Tianxi easily refined the 7th order wood element material, and he didn't feel any discomfort at all. He had a feeling that he could refine a 7th order fire element resource next, a realization that made him feel elated. As he recalled all the experiences in his life, everything felt somewhat strange. He had a terrible aptitude, and it wasn't until he was 150 years old that he left the Feng family village to wander the world. His plan was only to travel around a bit before his death, so it never crossed his mind that he would achieve great things one day. Unlike the other disciples in the Dao Temple, Feng Tianxi didn't come from a wealthy background, nor did he have a powerful master who had guided him when he was young. Also, he never had ample resources and his cultivation speed was incredibly slow. Therefore, it surprised him that with such a method and speed that were unbearable for most people, he was now one step ahead of almost all other disciples. Only a small number of people in the Void Dao Temple could refine 7th order resources, only 1 in 10 at most. Lu Jingshan, who was on good terms with Feng Tianxi, chose a 7th order wood element resource for his first refinement. However, he decided to refine a 6th order fire element resource after that because he felt that his Dao seal wasn't able to bear the impact of the power of a 7th order fire element material. As such, he didn't dare to push his luck. It was said that the process of ascending to the open heaven realm was like crafting a barrel. How much water a barrel could hold depended on the shortest stave. Similarly, the order in the open heaven realm one would achieve hinged on the lowest order resource that one refine. There were 7 powers in total, which were yin yang and the 5 elements. Even if one had refined 6 types of 7th order materials, they would only make it to the 5th order open heaven realm if they decided to refine a single 5th order resource. The open heaven realm was divided into 9 orders, and every order was vastly different from the previous one. The difference of one order might take a lifetime for a person to make up. Therefore, the disciples in the Dao Temple did their best to refine resources of the highest order possible. At the same time, they would ensure that they wouldn't exceed their limits. Feng Tianxi had a feeling that the ample heritage he possessed now had something to do with his insistence on building a solid foundation. He always stayed in the same realm for a much longer time than most people did, and as he had sufficient time to consolidate his strength, he ensured that he made everything perfect in every realm. Now, he was able to refine seventh-order resources because of his perseverance and hard work over the years. A few dozen or so years after he refined the wood element material, he decided to move on to the fire element one. As expected, Feng Tianxi successfully refined the resource. Then it was followed by earth element, metal element and water element materials. After fully refining the 5 elements, he moved on to the yin and yang element resources. When he was done refining all the powers of yin-yang and 5 elements, 500 years had passed since he refined the wood element resource for the first time. In other words, it had been 1,000 years since he arrived at the Tao Temple. Supposedly, when one was done refining the powers of yin-yang and 5 elements, they could split heaven and earth apart in their body and form their own small universe. However, the Void Continent was only the Tao Lord's small universe. Before leaving this place, none could make it to the open heaven realm. Over the past 1,000 years, about 100 juniors had arrived at the Tao Temple. Perhaps it was because Feng Tianxi appeared to be more mature and reliable. These juniors would often go to him whenever they had any questions regarding cultivation. As such, he had many followers now. How many years have you been in the Tao Temple, senior brother? Under the moonlight at night, Feng Tianxi and Lu Jingshan were seated across from each other as they sipped some wine. Now that Feng Tianxi was at the peak of the Emperor realm, his cultivation wouldn't improve further regardless of how hard he cultivated. Therefore, he had some free time. Lu Jingshan, who was in a similar situation, would frequently visit him with jars and bottles of wine. Hearing his question, Lu Jingshan replied with a smile, "I've been here for almost 3,000 years. That's a really long time." Feng Tianxi nodded gently. As he made some calculations, he realized that it had been 2,000 years since he started cultivating. On the other hand, Lu Jingshan had been staying in this place for some 3,000 years. In other words, Lu Jingshan had already arrived at the Tao Temple before Feng Tianxi was even born. A dejected Lu Jingshan lamented, "Junior brother, did you know that I'm one of the oldest disciples in the Tao Temple?" "Senior brother, you mean?" Feng Tianxi formed a speculation. Suddenly Lu Jingshan cried, "Junior brother, my life is quite miserable." Following that, he wrapped his arms around a big wine bottle and started bawling. Feng Tianxi was startled as he had no idea why his senior brother felt downcast all of a sudden. Lu Jingshan was a future open heaven realm master, who had already refined the powers of yin-yang and 5 elements, and he had gone through the vicissitudes of life. Feng Tianxi wondered why the other man was so sorrowful now. "You're tuning into the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."